this time because he's on stage with them. Look at there, you gotta take a screenshot.
The moving picture.
I've heard legends.
Well, here it is. It's going to be Evan Scott versus Wolf Glick here in our first round of the day. And it's going to be a fascinating matchup. Of course, we already saw Wolf's team. We'll get to that. But Evan over here is running a Frostlass mega team alongside that Whimsicott and Glamora core, and also the Garchomp and Corviknight core. So lots of a couple duos here that Evan has been using.
I think it's a lot of fun where I think we spent so much time being amused by his name. I didn't look super closely at his sheet. And it was a really fun combination of Pokemon where you know, we've kind of been yearning for a little originality over the course of this weekend. And well, even though these are all Pokemon, you know, like we see, this is a pretty strange combination of 6, right? It's not like when maybe the first team I've seen this weekend where I can't like identify who like the originator of the team is. So probably something original by him. And I think it's fun, right? Where when you see even common Pokemon kind of paired with things they're not usually with, you really have to game plan a little bit differently. So Evan perhaps going to throw Wolf off guard a little bit in the showdown.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. But Evan is going to be running, like we mentioned, that Mega Frostlass here, the classic Blizzard Shadow Ball and Aurora Veil. Which makes a lot of sense next to the Corviknight, which is running the Body Press Bulk Up set, so trying to use its defense stat for offense. The Whimsicott and Glamora combo is something that I expected to see a lot more of at this tournament. It may do pretty well into Wolf's team, especially, you know, this is Wolf's team does not like taking special attacks in general, and Glamora is one of the strongest non-mega special attackers.
Yeah, I really like that about this team in general, where I think it's just tough to find special attackers in this format. I think it's why these teams that kind of abuse heavy physical attackers are so powerful, because you just don't have many options, especially out of those Mega Evolved Pokemon. I think with Frostlass instead of Charizard, at least your teams are kind of designed to really beat up the Charizard, which, you know, all jokes aside, there's quite a few of them. You know, some of the counters don't work as well against Frostlass. Of course, you share that rock type weakness, and then Glamora, I think probably the best non-mega special attacker in the format, is really, I guess, competing with Sylveon for that role.
And of course, next to the Corviknight as well, you have the ability to, when you go up against one of those physical teams, go for the bulk ups, get that, become a wall there, and, you know, a floating fortress in the Corviknight there.
Yeah, well, speaking of some fortresses, we got some strong defensive Pokemon on this side of the field, as is sort of tradition. Although, I guess, really just one highly defensive Pokemon in the Steelix. Mega Steelix.
How defensive was it? We saw that damage it dealt to the Archaludon.
Yeah, I mean, defensive in the sense that it has a high defense stat, probably not in the way that it's trying to play, especially defensively. I think this team is really cool, right? Where, you know, I think Wolf's always a thinker where he brings something a little bit strange, but this is one of my favorite Wolf combinations where I think sometimes he's cooking a little bit too hard and like either it doesn't quite work, or it's like the sort of team where Wolf is the only person on the planet who could pilot it and make it look, you know, halfway decent. This is what I think is going to make it into the metagame after this tournament, where I think the combination of Tyranitar and Steelix is pretty cool. It gains the Sand Force ability after it Mega Evolves, so Tyranitar Sand helps it out, and then you're going to go the other direction too, where, you know, maybe get some Dragon Dances off uncontested because your opponent's more worried about Steelix in the back. Well, just Mega Evolve the Tyranitar, and then Steelix can help protect it with a wide guard. Lots of spread moves in this format. Both the Pokemon, of course, weak against Earthquake, so being able to stop that is handy. But even in this matchup, you know, without Blizzard from Frostlass, it's going to have a really difficult time knocking out the Tyranitar, who resists Shadow Ball. So that'd be an option for Wolf here. And then, you know, I think there was one other spread option as well. So some fun options, and I guess Earthquake from Garchomp. So yeah, again, an option for taking care of that, as well as, I guess, the 2 ground immune Pokemon, another way for this team to deal with that obvious Earthquake weakness.
Yeah, definitely options there, and I really like this Steelix. Obviously, Mega Steelix is what everyone is talking about after yesterday, but the fact that Steelix has Sturdy as an ability in its base form is, I think, what really unlocks this team, because it does allow Steelix to perform outside of being a Mega.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like the sort of Pokemon you think of as like a flex secondary Mega, but I think both it and Tyranitar can work either way, truly. So a really fun combination to come up with here.
Here we go. It's going to be the Rotom Wash and the Tyranitar, the Teeny, on the leads for Wolf, going up against that classic duo of the Whimsicott and the Glamora. Usually you're trying to set Tailwind with this and, you know, maybe try to snipe a big KO on like an Aerodactyl or Charizard or something. You don't have to do that. You can just go on the offensive now, because these Pokemon are most likely going to outspeed both the Rotom and the Tyranitar.
Yeah, definitely get to dictate play here a little bit. Tyranitar, of course, does get a special defense boost during the Sandstorm, so that will help out a little bit. So I can't immediately switch in weather with a Mega Evolved weather Pokemon like this, but Tyranitar immediately get a Mega Evolve, so we're going to see Wolf go a little bit different direction than we saw before the last time he was on stream.
Just going for the immediate stat boost on Tyranitar, making that into even more of a threat. Whimsicott will fire off the Moonblast. That's going to target down the Rotom. not going after the Tyranitar, maybe expecting there to be potentially a Protect out of that Pokemon. Gets the special attack drop onto Rotom, a double up onto that Pokemon from both the Glamora and Whimsicott. Doesn't actually KO it, and Tyranitar now gets to set up a Dragon Dance. This is critical because the dark typing of that Tyranitar means that this Whimsicott cannot encore that setup move. So sneaking that in, huge win for Wolf.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. I don't think we get a chance to mention it for Team Freebie, but yeah, Wolf, always a player who's using a lot of setup moves, right? He really likes kind of just controlling the board with some of those sneakier tricks, and Whimsicott usually a pretty hard counter into that with the Encore, but the Dark-type Tyranitar going to deal with them a little bit better than his other Pokemon. And Light Screen also big, where you mentioned kind of the strong special attackers. The team used to the Frostless in the back, and it's going to make things trickier as Tyranitar gets a second Dragon Dance. This Pokemon keeps showing us his moves.
Yeah, the Tyranitar is already faster than the Whimsicott after one Dragon Dance. That Moonblast not dealing enough damage thanks to the special defense boost in the sand and the Light Screen. Rotom did its job and then bounced. Tyranitar is down to about half of its health after taking a Moonblast and an Earth Power, 2 super effective special attacks, and now this Tyranitar at +2 speed, +2 attack is going to start picking up KOs.
Yeah, it's going to be so quick now that it'll match the speed of a Tailwind if Whimsicott is to use it. I guess it depends kind of whether it's quicker these other Pokemon or not to start with. Though, as we saw the last time Wolf was on stream, that is a jolly Tyranitar, so it's a little speedier than you sometimes see, enabling it to really take advantage of these Dragon Dances. And then Sneasler, a very interesting Pokemon in the field here, could do a number of things to help out. Could try to take the one-shot on Whimsicott, could try to fake it out if it thinks it's going to go for a Tailwind or something, and avoid that happening entirely. Also threatening Dire Claw into that slot instead if you just want to pick up the knockout. So lots of strong options for Wolf here. Sneasler gets in for free, and now a lot of offense being threatened from his side of the field.
Yeah, plenty of offense here, forcing the Protect out of the Whimsicott. So Evan has to protect that Pokemon. Really wants to save both of these Pokemon. Of course, the double Protect, if they fake out, really threatening here from Wolf. But a double Protect and a fake out leaves an opportunity for a third Dragon Dance, at which point even Tailwind is not going to outspeed this Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting a little scary now where I don't...
I'm starting to worry.
The last time I saw 3 Dragon Dances in a double battle.
I think these Rock Slides even are going to start picking up KOs at this point.
Yeah, it could do a truly horrifying amount of damage. And yeah, a novice speed control on Evan's side of the field just doesn't really matter, where Tyranitar's going to be faster than basically everything. If Sneasler doesn't get Encore, it's able to start getting far. He's going to be quicker than most things, too. It is that white herb set, so if he can get a close combat off, regardless of Tailwind, it may just be the 2 fastest Pokemon on the field are on Wolf's side instead.
Yeah, absolutely. The Whimsicott threatening Tailwind is not actually threatening a whole lot of anything because of all of that. Sinistcha in the back. Classic Pokemon to support these setup mons on the Wolf side. Going to drink down the Matcha, recover 25% of its health, and now that's basically an entire Moonblast or an Earth Power from the Glamora or Whimsicott. Okay, not quite enough to pick up the KO on its own, but don't worry, Tyranitar has some extra damage just hiding in the back.
Calculated.
The toxic debris now out on the field from Glamora. Sneasler switching out, a big deal there to be able to remove the toxic spikes, basically just protecting the Sinistcha should it want to switch in and out, which it definitely does.
Yeah, and then it gets the knockout on the Whimsicott. Pretty crazy. I can't remember how many times I see the Whimsicott use Tailwind, and then wait, why is the other team moving first? Tyranitar just doesn't care. Yeah, this is horrifying. Now,
how many times do you see 3 Dragon Dances on the Tyranitar?
Yeah, I think that one. We're watching it right now. Hope everyone tuned in time for this first round of Smiths, because we're seeing something we haven't seen before. Okay, but this is still an interesting spot, right? Where Garchomp, a great Pokemon to have here. A little tricky to try to use the Earthquake because Glamora's probably not going to appreciate that, and Tyranitar probably just survives, although it would be fairly close. So Wolf maybe going to want to try to reposition here a little bit. Sinistcha's Rage Powder going to protect it from Glamora, but not so much from the Garchomp. And I guess Glamora would need to get a lucky dodge and a Rock Slide or something to be allowed to move in here anyway. I think ideally for Wolf, you find some way to sacrifice the Rotom to get Sneasler back out, and then you have both the option of the fake out and trying to close combat in order to get the white herb boost.
Well, Glamora does not want to take an Earthquake or anything else, sticking around with its 1 hit point. Incineroar finally being shown by Evan, dropping the attack of that Tyranitar by 1. But that is still 2 stages of attack boosted on the Tyranitar, and that means that this knockoff just barely misses the KO. Incineroar getting huge value out of that Intimidate, protecting Garchomp, takes an Earthquake for its troubles, but at least gets the Tyranitar off the field.
Yeah, it's a big knockout there. Critical hit on its own Incineroar, though, as it's I forget if we have enough other sand turn for it to go down too, but pretty devastating damage, but it may still be okay for Evan. The Sandstorm is subsided, so yeah, it's sort of just barely going to hang on. The light screen going to expire, and Wolf does get a lot of damage on that Tyranitar, but certainly expecting it to survive the turn there, failing to pick up the knockout because that Incineroar, and things are right on the precipice of disaster there for Evan, but maybe that's enough that he can pull it back. Now, Sneasler going to have to be the one offensive Pokemon, some really weakened Pokemon on Evan's side of the field. But
yeah, Evan has a total of 7 hit points across his 3 Pokemon right now.
Yeah, but conversely, the Rotom in the back are pretty weak as well. So, interesting position. That's the thing we see every day, and there is still presumably, I guess one more Pokemon to worry. But yeah, it's going to really have to use these resources carefully because at 1 HP and Glamora, Tyranitar has probably done enough.
Yeah, I think if you get everything but the final 7 hit points on a team and you still have 3 Pokemon remaining on your side, probably feeling pretty okay about your chances there, especially if this fake out.
KO. Yeah, I don't
Put
see
on
that
your
every
bingo
day.
board, fake out KO.
I don't see that every day, and the Trick Room going to go up from Sinistcha. It's like, you know what? Okay, well.
Oh, I can do this. I got this from here. Let me just set the Trick Room. 1 Matcha Gotcha. We're done. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, so yeah, you're not even worrying about Sneasler finishing stuff off for it. Don't worry, I got this. Like my 65 Dragon Dances didn't work, but it's okay. Sinistcha can clean it up. Got a few more hit points in the 4 remaining for Gamora and Garchomp. So, strange combination of events. Maybe like an interesting calc, just in case we somehow end up in a situation where Garchomp has to take another +2 knockoff. But yeah, what a strange game.
What a fascinating game here, as Glamora is just going to try to stall out a little bit, buy Evan a little bit more time to think about this next game here, because, yeah, definitely can't do what he did this first game and allow that Tyranitar to set up. It actually never picked up any KOs on its own, but with the Sand getting the Whimsicott down to a range for Sand, getting the Glamora down to Sash, and of course the Garchomp did the work on Incineroar, but it then got the Garchomp down to that final 3 hit points. Pretty good.
Yeah, and I think, even without the critical hit at Incineroar, right, just too much damage was taken here. Just make it a little bit easier where it allows Sinistcha to strangely be the win condition rather than Sneasler. But you got to assume with these Pokemon so low health, Wolf had probably had this game solved anyway. So he's going to switch around a little bit here, maybe try and get in a safer position, maybe just have a little bit of fun. But both sides thinking about the next game is Machigata will land on both of these targets and send us to game 2.
Huge damage from the Machigata. Picks up the final 4 hit points on Evan's field. And that means that Wolf will take game 1. We are headed into game 2. Now, of course, Evan is 9-0, which means that he knows how to make some adaptations. Most likely, he did not win all of his games in 2. So we're going to have to make some adaptations here going into this team that Wolf has brought. But the real key to Wolf's success on some of these teams is just that your opponents have to improvise. And improvising in Pokemon is a really difficult skill to learn that really requires a lot of general experience with Pokemon and how these different archetypes work. And from that first game, Wolf came in with a very clear plan of, I'm going to set up Tyranitar. Whimsicott Glamora won't be able to do anything to me. That first turn was really big because Evan went for the double target onto the Rotom instead of just extra damage on Tyranitar. Wolf showing he was willing to make a very aggressive play there.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too, where Evan, like the other players in the field, likely saw Wolf's Swiss round on stream yesterday, where it's a very Steelix-focused game. So Wolf showing, like, oh, I have some other game plans I could use here, and perhaps catching him a little bit off guard, where I think Tyranitar was the secondary option in the match yesterday, and like a little bit more of a distraction than the real threat. Where here, it just became an unstoppable monster. And yeah, even though Garchomp was just barely able to survive, having to get to that position was so painful that the game was no longer winnable for that point. So yeah, I think a little quicker offense probably going to be a key for Evan in this one. And I think some of the fun too is like, well, Wolf has other options, right? It's not like Steelix is unpickable in any way in this matchup where, it's certainly going to take a lot of damage from like Glamora if the 2 of them are to match up. But otherwise, it's a pretty decent matchup for Steelix as well. So it's not you can just rule out that Wolf is going to try that in one of these games. I think that makes this a very tricky team preview. So going to be critical for Evan to make the right decision so that Wolf can't just run away with this game the way we did the first one.
Well, here we go. Game 2 of Swiss round 10. Sneasler and Rotom led by Wolf. Glamora and Whimsicott again by Evan. So Wolf is not showing the Tyranitar immediately most likely feeling I'm not going to be able to get away with sneaking in that first Dragon Dance a second time. Let me go a little bit more conservative, threaten Fake Out, threaten Light Screen, and then bring in the Tyranitar if he has that.
Yeah, and threaten some damage too, right? Where Whimsicott immediately going to go for the tailwind, but there's also no Fake Out this time, so it could just be a direct claw to pick up a knockout there, or a close combat for a speed boost.
Well, Glimmora does outspeed the Sneasler after Tailwind, but the Earth Power not enough to pick up the KO. That will bring Sneasler down to very low, but the Dire Claw, that is a KO onto Whimsicott clean. And now a Rotom gets to move, set up the Light Screen if it wants to, or could just go on the offensive, break the Focus Sash of this Glimmora. Hydro Pump lands, brings Glimmora down to 1 hit point. Got Tailwind, but a huge trade for Wolf.
That's a lot of damage that first turn, close to getting clearing the board as you can get without doing it. And like the Tailwind could be big for Evan, but still, we get this low HP Glimmora, which kind of a number of ways that perhaps Wolf could knock out here. And then, especially because I think a double target probably on the Rotom already not going to be enough. So Wolf going to have some options on this turn already. And then no way to real Tailwind with Whimsicott already being knocked out. Sometimes that's exactly what you want on the Whimsicott side of the field. Like, okay, Whimsicott's going to go down early so I can go to the offense. But I don't know if that's really the situation you're imagining here when that happens.
You usually don't want your Glimmora to also be at 1 hit point and not have picked up a KO on your opponents. But Garchomp is here to clean up Whimsicott's mess. That Rock Slide will be able to pick up the KO on to Sneasler. Sludge Bomb deals good damage to Rotom and gets the poison, which puts a clock on that Pokemon as well. Where there's a Rock Slide, there is a way. Rotom not able to go on the offensive here, and instead will just start taking that chip damage from poison.
Yeah, that's a tough turn for Wolf, where I see some classic Rotom action there, where it gets both poisoned and flinched by the two potential RNG moves there. It's very unlucky. Getting healed up a little bit by this, enough that if Evan wants to knock the Rotom out, he's going to have to commit another action from the Glimmora. The Garchomp likely not going to be enough, and Sinistcha rejoining the field, which is very interesting here. So we still don't know the final Pokemon. Likely one of the 2 Mega Evolving Pokemon for Wolf. Certainly not going to be Talonflame, but either of them, probably would start out slow enough that a Trick Room here would be a real viable option, and we'll see who it is. It's Tyranitar once again.
It's Tyranitar. The Teeny is the final Pokemon for Wolf this time around. There's the Rock Slide coming out from Garchomp, stealing a little bit of chip damage to the Tyranitar and the Sinistcha. Sludge Bomb connects onto the Tyranitar as well, deals a little bit of damage back. That special defense boost is huge, but even bigger is the second poison onto Tyranitar. Sinistcha will just go on the offensive with the Machagacha. Sinistcha's, this game is just like, okay, all my friends are failing me, let me try to sweep here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta do a little supportal combat. So picked up 1 knockout there, isn't able to get the burn itself, but will heal itself back up to full, at least prior to being buffeted by that Sandstorm. Tyranitar gonna take some damage to that poison. And hey, Glimmora, things looked a little bad for it when it first came out of the field, but wound up being very impactful, poisoning 2 Pokemon, almost knocking out another and putting in range for an easy Rock Slide KO. And this time Evan is really in the driver's seat, in part because of the help of these poisons, where Sinistcha can potentially try to switch in and out and help heal, but this is looking really bad. Corviknight has a great matchup against the remaining Pokemon. Rotom no longer really able to check it because it's so weakened. Tyranitar gonna have trouble dealing with it quickly, and Sinistcha matches up really poorly into it. So Tyranitar gonna flee for now for that weakened Rotom.
Well, Rotom now out on the field for Wolf. Will be immune to Earthquake coming out from the Garchomp. So Corviknight and Rotom both not taking any damage from this Earthquake. Sinistcha will take a little bit here, and this Corviknight probably needs to pick up the KO on this Sinistcha. Instead just goes for a bulk up that allows the Sinistcha to either fire off a Machagacha or set Trick Room. Potentially that Rotom might be able to underspeed the Corviknight in Trick Room, which means that getting a Thunderbolt off would be pretty big, but also pretty big getting a burn.
Yeah, it's a tough Pokemon to ignore, where this Sinistcha, it gets to roll a lot of dice hitting both Pokemon with a chance to burn every turn, as well as, again, healing itself back up. And nice switch by Wolf as well, just to avoid that Earthquake, where you got to assume at some point he's going to need some damage. And Sinistcha's doing its best to keep swinging away here, but not going to be able to 1v3. So Rotom getting in safely, now going to at least threaten the Corviknight somewhat with a Thunderbolt, and Tailwind petering out as well. So Wolf in a tough position, but doing as well as he can given the rolls against him to kind of get himself back in the game here. And Corviknight's actually below the attack it started at effectively, where even though it gained a bulk up, the burn going to more than negate that for now.
Yeah, and it definitely is difficult for the Sinistcha to 1v2 these 2 Pokemon. It will win a duel with Garchomp. It's the Corviknight that's the problem here, and at least the burn drop removes the leftovers recovery, but Wolf is really going to need to find a way to swing at that Pokemon, especially with a Rotom. to get that super effective special damage into that Pokemon to really be able to break that.
Yeah, the good news for Wolf is this Corviknight doesn't have Protect, and there's no more Pokemon remaining in the back. So if you can get a Thunderbolt off into that slot, there's no way to avoid it. But I'm going to try to avoid that with the Dragon Claw, and it does pick up the knockout of the Rotom. That poison damage really paying off.
Yeah, the poison ticks just bringing the Rotom down enough for a KO by that Garchomp. Dragonclaw picking that one up as another bulk up gets set by Corviknight. Machagacha will miss the Garchomp again, but really it is going to come down to this Corviknight, and the Sinistcha alone is not going to be able to break through that Pokemon. Needs someone to swing at that Pokemon, and now it can only be Tyranitar, but 2 bulk ups already. And with the poisons on the field, probably don't even have Timer as a win condition here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over for Wolf. Unfortunately, the poisons were just a huge impact in this game. And yeah, I mean, Sinistcha's got some cool supportive moves, but Brave Bird and Body Press going to be super effective on these 2 Pokemon for Corviknight. Rage Powder not going to be able to stop Garchomp from damaging Tyranitar with Earthquake now. And I just don't know how you realistically get through those moves. I think Wolf's going to have to start thinking about game 3 here. I think, it's a good adjustment by Evan to play a little bit more aggressively early in the game. But I think it was really Glamora rolling those dice, getting those poisons that kind of made this one unplayable for Wolf.
Yeah, got the poisons that it needed, got the damage down. These Earthquakes coming out from Garchomp, not going to be able to pick up the KO on to Tyranitar because of the Protect. Sinistcha here will take a little bit of damage, is now threatened by the Corviknight. This Brave Bird, +2 attack, but also burn, bringing it back down to even. Sinistcha just barely hanging on there, but does have enough hit points. Corviknight dealing more damage to itself than Sinistcha has been able to deal to it all game long, but finally gets a Trick Room up. And now here is the potential option here. Tyranitar is likely to be the slowest thing on the field. Potentially, Corviknight might be able to outspeed it because of the jolly nature of the Tyranitar.
Yeah, I think.
But you could go for some Rock Slide flinches if you think you can get those.
Yeah, I mean, where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way. I mean, at the very least, I guess you'll learn the speed interaction, which both players might actually enjoy going into the final game. I would kind of assume Tyranitar is faster, just based on the way these Pokemon are probably trained.
Yeah.
It's sort of interesting to find out here, if nothing else. But regardless of that, I mean, Wolf is also just running out of HP here, where I think normally where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, but it may be tough to burn down the Corviknight fast enough, even with Rock Slide flinches because of the poison. Might need some critical hit flinches here for Rock Slide to pull through.
Yeah, well, Tyranitar will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Sinistcha protects here, so not going to take any damage. This will allow it to avoid any potential Brave Birds from Corviknight, but Corviknight is showing that it is underspeeding, aka outspeeding the Tyranitar in Trick Room. Tyranitar does pick up a KO onto Garchomp with that knockoff, but takes Rough Skin recoil and is going to take poison damage. And with the Trick Room set up, with Corviknight being able to underspeed the Tyranitar, Sinistcha just can't do it from here.
Yeah, I guess I assume just go for a Rage Powder and then hope you get the critical hit with the knockoff.
Yeah.
Is kind of all there is here, which I don't know if that would be enough or not, but that's what's left. So I guess we'll have to see what happens.
That is the remaining non-zero win condition for Wolf Glick here. Corviknight goes for the Brave Bird. Wolf does not get the double protect on Sinistcha, so that Pokemon will go down. It's all going to come down to if this Tyranitar can swing hard enough with the knockoff, get a critical hit through the bulk up boost, and take out this Pokemon. And just about does, but it is not enough damage.
Huh.
Well,
Well, what an ending. Both the Pokemon could be affected by their status effect, but just not quite be enough damage.
So close.
And with 2 more turns of Trick Room, Corviknight's going to be able to finish this one way or another, where I don't think that's quite enough burn damage, where both Pokemon would faint for their status effects at the end of the turn, but what a strange ending.
Yeah, that was not how I expected this to end. That is how I expected this to end, with Corviknight firing off a Body Press into the Mega Tyranitar, knocking that Pokemon out, but Evan Scott bringing it back from the brink there. It looked really bad at the start, but it really was just needed. Got that Tailwind up, and then Glamora being able to deal consistent damage and getting those poisons to really limit Wolf's pivot options.
Yeah, Glamora is very good into Wolf's team, so I think don't get too distracted by the poisons.
Yeah.
That's very impactful in this game, but it is just in general a very powerful Pokemon into this team, where doesn't have a whole lot of resist there, where the Tyranitar resists the Sludge Bomb, which still winds up being its undoing, and very few of the Pokemon on the team take Earth Power well, so Glamora just very strong in this matchup. chip. I think getting rid of it efficiently is a really critical part of this for Wolf, and he doesn't have like a super great way to do that, right? He kind of wants to take some time to ramp up, and that's the danger of allowing that to happen in some of these slower paced teams. Slower paced for a team that did 199% damage on the first turn. But after that, Glamora just hung around for a while. Right? He had to keep swinging because Wolf needed to kind of start executing his core game plan. And yeah, I just maybe you go for it sooner. Maybe just like, hey, what are the odds that it gets 2 first sludge bomb poisons again in game 3? Sort of a straight situation here, but it'll be very interesting to see what both players are doing. I think Evan, you kind of go for the same thing. It's like, hey, like I probably didn't need to get quite that lucky, although Wolf, as he does better than seemingly any player in the game, brought it very close at the end there, where it never seems to be any further apart than a 1-0 when Wolf drops a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And heading into game 3, both of these players now have each won a game. Wolf showing that he was going the Tyranitar mode both times. Evan bringing the same 4 Pokemon again as well. Actually did not bring the Incineroar this time around, so was able to make a little bit of an adjustment there, get a little bit more offensive pressure instead of the defensive work here. And going back to game 2 here, Wolf will lead the Sneasler and the Rotom Wash. And here it is again, the Garchomp and the Glamora coming out from Evan.
Yeah, so a similar approach to the previous game. We'll have to see if the trainers opt to handle it differently or not. Your Garchomp certainly threatening a lot of damage into the Sneasler this time, where previously we'd seen the Whimsicott on turn 1 both times. But again, it's a little difficult to actually do. The only ground type attack of this Garchomp knows is Earthquake, which Glamora is definitely not going to appreciate. I think with how pivotal it's been, you certainly cannot hit your own Glamora for it. So either you don't go for the Earthquake, or you have to Spiky Shield with Glamora, which opens up some options for Wolf to perhaps try to double target, maybe go for a Fake Out and a Will-O-Wisp into that slot to reduce the damage from that Earthquake.
Yeah, definitely. Only having Earthquake on that Garchomp is going to make life miserable for the Glamora. Would love to be able to pick up the KO onto Sneasler, but no real options right now.
We do see the Spiky Shield, so maybe it'll be the Earthquake. We'll have to see if Wolf calls this or not.
That's a Protect coming out from the Glamora. Sneasler going on the offensive, connects with Garchomp with the Dire Claw. Did not go for a Fake Out, but instead just going for damage and the potential for a status effect. There's the Earthquake coming out from Garchomp. Does not deal damage to either the Rotom or the Glamora thanks to the Spiky Shield. But here it connects onto Sneasler, picks up that KO. Now, what does this Rotom do? Is it going to try to go for a Light Screen? Is it going to try to go for a Will-O-Wisp? Or is it going to try to go for damage? Will-O-Wisp is the choice, and it does connect onto Garchomp. That threat is now effectively neutered.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal, but that's not very good value for the Sneasler there, right? Like, even if you click close combat, at least it's better damage. Barely doing any chip, going down early, putting Wolf to an immediate disadvantage. And at least you get Tyranitar in quickly, who's not being as threatened by the Garchomp now that, it's burned. And again, you're still in the same situation where it's tough for it to use Earthquake here. But, now Glamora is still, threatening some damage in that slot where unless you like Hydro Pump Rock Slide, you forego the attempt to Dragon Dance in order to pick up a knockout here. It's still a very precarious position, but we'll see what Wolf's thinking.
Wolf will immediately Mega Evolve the Tyranitar as opposed to previous games where he had held off on that. But just like in game 1, no protects. Instead, Evan is doubling up onto the Rotom with the Dragon Claw, with the Sludge Bomb, and just as before, Rotom barely hangs on, but takes a poison for its troubles. That, however, does mean that Tyranitar, in a replay of game 1, has been able to start setting up these Dragon Dances, and we saw just how effective that Pokemon was as soon as it got 3 Dragon Dances, but also probably sooner, too.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if there's no Incineroar in the back, maybe it only needs 2 Dragon Dances this time. Also, that chip on Garchomp matters, too, where we saw how much damage the knockoff did, a +2 attack last time. Would certainly be able to knock it out if it gets to a second Dragon Dance this time, but even without it, I think a knockoff would be pretty close now, where maybe, Burn would finish it off in a couple of turns. However, you really don't want to ignore that Glamora. Wolf giving up a lot to get that Light Scream up once again, but Tyranitar going to go for that second Dragon Dance, so likely Sinistcha in the back, and Wolf just committing to the win condition that Tyranitar is going to defeat all these Pokemon on its own.
Well, there's the Dragon Claw coming out onto Rotom. Rotom now will go down finally, but did a lot of work for Wolf. Here comes the Earth Power coming out from the Glamora. Once again, deals a decent amount of damage, but thanks to all of the buffs on that Tyranitar, it's going to be a 4-hit KO, I believe. But that just means that this Tyranitar is going to get to deal so much damage and heal right back up. as the Sinister switches in.
And Tyranitar successfully avoiding a special defense trap there, too. I think the first time the Glamora has failed to get a
secondary.
A few opportunities. But so Sinister going to heal up Tyranitar. Critically, though, these are the last 2 remaining Pokemon.
Yeah.
So that's the only hospitality boost that Sinister's going to be able to give its pal Tyranitar in this one. But hey, full health. It's got 2 Dragon Dances up. So we know from the previous game a knockoff would pick up the Garchomp, assuming Incineroar isn't in the back and able to intimidate it. I think a Rock Slide is probably more likely here, maybe hoping for some flinches zone. But no, why just Dragon Dance a 3rd time once again? Perhaps I'll like Sinister to break the Focus Sash here with a Machigacha.
Yeah, Garchomp's Rock Slide connects onto both the Tyranitar and the Sinistcha for pitiful damage. But when you're clicking Rock Slide at this point, you're not really caring about the damage. You're hoping for a flinch. Sinistcha does not flinch, though, and Tyranitar was too fast. Machigacha will go off onto the Garchomp and Glamora. So all of that damage that Sinistcha just took, most of it getting healed right back up thanks to the Machigacha. Garchomp will go ahead and munch down on its Citrus Berry, heal up just a little bit, but with that burn, Garchomp is not doing a lot, and Wolf is feeling pretty safe to just go for these Dragon Dances.
Yeah, very healthy Tyranitar, and I mean, at some point, let's just probably start attacking here where you don't want Sinister getting burned down too much because, you know, it can't help out against some of the Pokemon in the back, but then we've turned tables a little bit, where now it's the Tyranitar who's very quick and potentially threatening some Rock Slide flinches.
So Glamora going to go ahead and protect itself once again with the spiky shield, indicating that Garchomp is trying to go for an Earthquake. That is a big Rock Slide to a resisted Garchomp. Not enough to pick up the KO, but does get good damage down to allow that Sinistcha to potentially pick it up with the Machigacha. Earthquake will go off, deals a little bit of damage to the Sinistcha and a decent amount to the Tyranitar as well, bringing it back down to where it started as after it switched in on that Earth Power. The Machigacha on to the Glamora will fail into the Protect and connect onto the Garchomp. Should be able to pick up the KO on the Garchomp. 1 hit point, but the Burn's got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, Rotom getting its revenge from the grave there, and I really see the support of Rotom here as well, where the Tyranitar's been hit by a couple of attacks, but it barely looks like it, where the reduced damage from both is really going to make a big difference, because Tyranitar is just so integral to this win condition, right? Where Sinistra's really doing a nice job of chipping away, but Tyranitar's damage is critically important here, and now with the Corviknight on the battle, you see the importance of keeping Sinistra relatively healthy. Do not want to take any body presses into that Tyranitar with that 4 times weakness, where even with all of Tyranitar's very impressive stats and the help of a supportive Pokemon, and Body Press probably going to pick it up here. So you've got some options. You can try to Rage Power, maybe go for a Rock Slide, which should pick up Glamora, potentially do some really devastating damage to Corviknight, despite it's normally being a very bulky Pokemon. No Pokemon is so bulky, but they want to be hit after 3 Dragon Dances.
Well, there's a Rage Powder coming out from the Sinistcha to protect the Tyranitar from a Body Press. Tyranitar is faster, and no bulk ups. Corviknight, no bulk ups this time. That's a 1-hit KO. Tyranitar, I got the boost. You don't got the boost. Glamora's Earth Power will connect into the Sinistcha because of the Rage Powder, and now the Tyranitar is in complete control of this match.
Yeah, it was a kind of critical mistake there, right? Where not only doing very little damage with Resisted, the Light Screen, but also no chance for that Sludge Bomb poison. We've kind of been joking about it, but I think it does make a big difference. And now the last Pokemon this time is Frostlass. I think that's very bad for Evan here. Likely looking at a turn here where if Tyranitar is able to hit a double Rock Slide, this game is just over.
Yeah, at this point, Evan has to be praying for Tyranitar to miss those Rock Slides. At the same time, Tyranitar doesn't really have to go for Rock Slides. Knockoff will pick up the KO onto that Frostlass. Knockoff will pick up the KO onto Glamora, and with Sinistcha still up, Tyranitar can still be protected from any single target attack.
Exactly, yeah. I think the only reason you really feel like you have to Rock Slide here if you're worried about hitting Knockoff into a Protect while the other Pokemon attacks, because otherwise, I think if we don't see a double Protect here, Knockoff just instantly wins the game.
Well, Frostlass will go ahead and Mega Evolve into the Mega Frostlass. Sets the Snow. Tyranitar actually going for the Protect here. Wolf trying to scout out those single target Protects. Actually a double Protect coming out from the Sinistcha and the Tyranitar.
Yeah, I love this move by Wolf. I know it looks like it's a nothing bird here. It's like, why? Double Protect. Great job, Wolf. But no, he's just trying to get a Protect. If either of these Pokemon protected, I think he would have gone for a Rage Powder into next turn and knock off in that slot. On the other hand, very great by Evan not to use Protect here. I think it's like the game is almost over where you have to double Protect the next turn if you do Protect here. Now he has the option if he wants to. Like, okay, well, because I double attacked on this turn, I can try and catch a knockoff in one of these slots, assuming that he's predicting that Wolf will go for that knockoff versus going for a Rock Slide here perhaps because he didn't get the Protect.
Well, there's the Rage Powder from Sinistcha to protect Tyranitar this turn. No Protects coming out from either of Evan's Pokemon, and that just means Knockoff is happy to take this 1-hit KO on the Frostlass. Glamora not going to be able to break through this Sinistcha, and that means that Tyranitar is just going to get another KO next turn. That's going to mean that Wolf Blick is going to be 10-0. heading into our next round of Swiss. There's the forfeit from Evan Scott. Wolf Glick 10-0 after our 10th round of Swiss.
That was a really fun set there. You get to see a very different side of Wolf's team there with a very Tyranitar-focused strategy this time. Things looked a little dire claw there for a bit, but he was able to pull it out despite
to the first round of Top Cut. Here we go. Josh Lorsey, not feeling too great about this matchup, it looks like. But we saw him on stream. We know he has a checkered history on stream, but he's turned that curse around a few times now. I think you could give yourself a little bit more credit here, Lorsey.
Yeah, one of the game's great interviews, too, so both of them are. Two really nice guys, two really smart players, so I'd love them both to be in the finals. Unfortunately, they're both facing each other here, so hey, hopefully whoever loses this one is able to opponents win percentage their way into cut either way, but should be a really excellent match. We need two of the region's best players.
Well, here is Lorsey's team. We saw it yesterday. It is the combo of the Delphox and Floette Eternal as the two Mega Pokemon that Joshua is using, alongside the support core that we've been seeing quite a bit of Incineroar, Sinistcha, and even that Sneasler, the double fake out, the redirection, the healing, and then of course the Basculegion at almost 60% usage in day 2, and because it's so strong.
Yeah, the part of Rotom in this team will be played by Basculegion, who will be supporting its team by defeating its foes.
Yeah, I think it's really more like the role of Tyranitar will be performed by Basculegion without needing 3 Dragon Dances to do so.
Yeah, it's Dragon Dances or its friends being knocked out. So, attempt to win the game at your own peril. Also fun to see the Delphox there. We haven't got to see it from anyone but Lorsey so far, but I think a very powerful, underrated Pokemon. Substitute very powerful in this format where if you're able to use it without Encore staring you down, and it does counter King Gambit very well, and we saw that Pokemon raising over 60% of the usage stats today. So I'm going to guess Substitute's been pretty good for Joshua over the course of this weekend. Yeah,
Lorsey definitely using that Substitute both to protect the Delphox from damage and also to get around Sucker Punches as we saw yesterday. Should be a really interesting matchup here. Of course, you have the option to go for boost on the Floette. Although going up against Chris's team, not a lot of special damage to really be tanking that. You really want to be going up against more special attackers with, I think, the Calm Mind Floette.
Yeah, and on the other side of the field, again, I've been making fun of everyone picking Charizard a little bit. If I'm Chris Hahn, I feel okay just playing the team that everyone's expecting.
I give Chris Hahn a pass for Charizard, for sure.
Yeah, certainly one of the best players in the region right now, and I think one of the most practiced players in the region. I think he probably does more coaching maybe than anyone, especially the younger age divisions. He knows this game very well. So, hey, if anyone is prepared for the perils that come with playing the most targeted team, it's going to be him. Not a whole lot to talk about in this team list, though. It is very funny that we get another Lorsey matchup where we get Whimsicott versus Delphox and
with King Gambit.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that both of them know the mechanics this time.
We
all learned to relearn some fun mechanics the last time that Lorsey was on stream, but likely no shenanigans this time, though. I don't think it would be shocking if those Pokemon all wound up in the field together again. So both players will have to keep those mechanics in mind. Even knowing what they are, I think it's sort of a fun thing to play around. One interesting thing to note, we were talking about the 4-attack King Gambit yesterday. This time we get the 4-attack Garchomp, where also another Pokemon is very tough to knock out in a single blow in this format. Of course, the Pokemon most likely to do that is on the other side of the field at that Floette. No Frostlass this time, but I think Big Moonblast probably going to be enough. Although there is no Moonblast, I guess. Big Draining Kiss, maybe? I assume that's still a one-hit KO?
Big Smooch.
Yeah.
This Garchomp I actually really want to point out, because those of you who have been playing Whimsicott on the Champions Ladder like I have, know about the rise of Poison Jab Garchomp with the bulky set with the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. Yeah, I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen that. It's been a really popular adaptation on the ladder because so many folks are using Whimsicott, and there's a number of other important Pokemon there's a lot of damage to, including that Floette. So maybe we'll see that later in the match. For now, we have Sinistcha supporting Delphox early on against the Basculegion and the Sneasler.
Yeah, there's the Rage Powder support from Sinistcha, opting to not go in, to keep it in the back for Hospitality healing later. Josh saying, I really need that Rage Powder support immediately, and you can see why, because Basculegion led by Chris, Delphox can't do anything against that Pokemon.
Yeah, not ideal, but of course, if it's able to get a hold of this Sneasler, it would be able to do a lot of damage to it. Also worth noting, Sinistcha, another Pokemon in this match, but is not taught Protect here. So many moves you'd like to have in the Sinistcha, so Lorsey opted, like, no Protect. I'm going to use all of Machigacha, Rage Powder, Life Dew, and Trick Room, which is very powerful. It does make this turn a little bit trickier because he's not going to just be able to double protect his way out of this fake out before he continues forward.
That being said, the Basculegion is the big offensive threat here, but because it is led, it does not have a fully powered up Last Respects. which means it's a Sinistra, especially with the Kasib Berry, which reduces the special super effective damage of ghost-type attacks, should be able to tank this pretty well if Lorcy wants to. Instead, just going to go ahead and Mega Evolve the Delphox. Look, we're all getting it out of our system. Don't worry, by NAIC we'll have it. Sinistra takes that flip turn as Basculegion will switch out for the Charizard. Delphox flinches from the fake out, and Sinistra expecting to get probably a flip turn into that Delphox, just going to go for a Life Dew here to heal both Pokemon up.
Yeah, so somewhat like this turn never happened, though does allow Chris Hahn to reposition here. Charizard looking pretty good in this matchup where, yeah, no more fake out. Charizard threatening the fire type damage of the Sinistra. No Aqua Berry to try to deal with that, so Sinistra being very threatened now, and again, can't protect, so likely going to have to see a switch in that slot unless Joshua wants to risk just sacrificing Sinistra here. Sneasler not looking super great here, where Delphox facing it down with powerful Psyshock, so somewhat likely we'll see a switch in that slot as well, but Charizard relatively uncontested, where Psyshock would do a lot to it, but a Heat Wave the other direction, potentially pretty devastating. Also an option for Lorcy to go just try to get that substitute up here, maybe try and position for later in the match, where it seems like relatively unlikely that Delphox is being threatened with so much damage it could be knocked out this turn.
Yeah, I don't know that Delphox could have a substitute that survives a Heat Wave from Charizard, Mega Charizard in the Sun. But Josh is going to go ahead and switch in the Incineroar to get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, but what that all actually does is activate Unburden for the Sneasler. So Sneasler now the fastest Pokemon on the field. Chris Hahn will go ahead and Mega Evolve that Charizard, sets the Sun, gets huge boost to Charizard's stats, and is going to be able to deal massive damage with its fire-type attacks, but fortunately...
catches the switch!
Ooh, wow! Close combat into a Sinistra. That's actually now an Incineroar, and that's a huge KO for Sneasler. Chris Hahn catching Lorcy on that switch-in. Delphox just trying to go for the Psyshock, but because of the Unburden boost, Sneasler was able to get that close combat off first. And you trade that every day if you're Chris Hahn. Here's the Heat Wave coming out from Charizard. Single target damage onto Delphox. Deals quite a bit of damage, about a third of its health there. So maybe with two Pokemon on the field, a substitute would have survived.
Yeah, Delphox very specially bulky. I think it would have been close. I think close enough that I would probably not have attempted it. But a really nice play by Chris Hahn. He gets the call, but I think even if he hadn't, it's a really nice play where with both close combat and Heat Wave being targeted at slot, if Sinistra hadn't switched, would have taken devastating damage from the fire type move. Otherwise, Incineroar going to get hit with a bunch of damage there. I think it would have been pretty bold to try to switch something like a Basculegion in there, and Floette almost certainly not selected because Delphox is already on the field. So a pretty high percentage gamble there, but a nice play all the same.
Yeah, and when a gamble hits, it hits, man. And getting a KO on that Incineroar is a huge deal for Chris. It really limits Lorcy's options here. That Psyshock dealing just under 50% to the Charizard on Chris's side as Rock Slide comes through, connects onto the Delphox and the Basculegion. Weather Ball from Charizard will now connect on to the Basculegion on the switch-in because of the water typing is able to resist it. And despite the Sun and Charizard's massive special attack, Basculegion is able to get on the field, but it took a lot of damage doing so.
Yeah, these Pokemon are being worn down pretty quickly and still not kind of quite at the point where a single attack is going to knock out probably either Charizard or Garchomp at this point, with the Sun protecting Charizard from potential Aqua Jet here. So Lorcy's going to have to figure out something faster. He's running out of resources in a hurry. Sinistra can heal up a little bit, but not a lot of HP remaining, and certainly that Sinistra, the healthiest Pokemon, not going to be able to do a whole lot of sweeping as the support Pokemon on this team.
Well, Lorcy is just bouncing the Sinistra back and forth to get the healing on to Delphox. Delphox going to drink down the matcha. Charizard protects itself. Chris is not going to put it up to a roll to see if Charizard is able to survive another Psyshock. Instead, protects away the damage, and Garchomp with the Dragon Claw this time connects onto Sinistra. So no Rock Slide coming through means that Delphox just gets to enjoy that nice 25% recovery from the hospitality.
Now, getting healthier is a positive turn there for Lorcy, even though he doesn't able to get that Psyshock out. Now at least can try and maybe go for it this time. Hope you get a very high roll. We'll have to see.
There it is. The Psyshock now connecting onto Charizard is enough to pick up the KO, dealing 1 damage more than it did the first time around. Able to pick up that KO. There's the Rock Slide this time, connects onto Delphox and the Sinistra. Super effective damage, brings it down very, very low. The Sinistra now is able to set the Trick Room. So Lorcy is feeling very, very scared of this Choice Scarf Basculegion in the back. Setting Trick Room probably means that Chris is not going to be able to bring it, but actually, because it has the Aqua Jet, still is within range of potentially picking off that Delphox.
Yeah, which is fine. I think you're kind of self-sacrificing the Delphox here. It's like, hey, you know, Garchomp would have beaten it anyway, but these are the last two Pokemon correctly guessing with the last Pokemon on Christopher's side of the field is that Basculegion, and now potentially allowing his own Basculegion to get the advantage there with Sinistcha and Basculegion facing down eventually the opposing Garchomp and Basculegion. So instead the goal here, I think, is just going to try to get Sinistcha as healthy as you can while that happens, because Delphox kind of a sitting duck here, and Sinistcha as well, you know, can't protect. So, you know, and Chris has said you probably don't want to knock out Delphox too quickly if you can avoid it. Though you're probably going to, I assume, a Rock Slide with Garchomp here to try to pick up the end of the turn, maybe attack more quickly with...
Oh, no! The worst possible miss for the Matcha Gotcha. Lorsy got Matcha got by that, but does get the burn onto Garchomp. We would have loved to get the damage onto that Basculegion, though. So Garchomp is burnt. Only damage onto the Garchomp. Basculegion is still healthy. There is the Dragon Claw into Sinistcha, trying to get as much damage onto that Pokemon as possible, recognizing that is going to be the most important threat here. There's the Cassip Berry going to reduce the power of the Last Respects, but with two of its allies down, that is just not going to be enough for the Sinistcha. And that is a big miss on the Matcha Gotcha. It's just going to be now down to the Delphox and the Garchomp, or sorry, the Basculegion on Lorsy's side to take down the Basculegion and Garchomp in. Sinistcha did its job, though. Trick Room being up means that Lorsy has the advantage. Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance. It's still awkward, but the burn is also a big deal to Garchomp. The RNG gave and took. You know, the Basculegion on Christopher's side of the field, you know, is stuck using that move because it is Choice Scarfed. So the Basculegion can probably just easily pick up a knockout at its opposite number here. I think it becomes a matter of, okay, well, what is Garchomp going to do? A Rock Slide probably not going to quite pick up Basculegion from this point. So maybe the Basculegion on Lorsy's side of the field could still clutch this one out, even despite losing damage to the Matcha Gotcha miss. Yep, there's the Last Respects from Lorsy into Chris's Basculegion. Chris's Basculegion will now go down. All about this Garchomp. Is it going to be able to deal enough damage? Just going for the Dragon Claw, just trying to clean it up, not allowing any missed chances from the Rock Slide. That does bring down the Delphox. Delphox is now KO'd, but this Garchomp is burned. Basculegion now has no friends, and that is how it likes it. Yeah, max damage from that Last Respect. We'll have to see how much it does. Garchomp getting worn down by this burn, so not just the reduced damage, but also you're trying to get it closer to this Last Respect KO range. There is big Last Respects damage. Not much in the format can survive a fully powered Last Respects from Basculegion. So that's going to be a big win for Lorsy in Game 1 here over Chris Hahn. Yeah, maybe the most Sinistcha turn ever, where we both lost and won the game on the same turn. It's like, oops, I missed the important one. Don't worry, I burned Garchomp, though. It's fine. Everything's fine. You know, a little bit of fun there. But a really great match by these two trainers where, you know, it came down to just a little bit at the end there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see two more games just like that. Again, really that was a great play by Chris Hahn. Not just like actually picking up the knockout, but, you know, the little pivot to get there to begin with, where he plays the first turn sort of conservatively, and, you know, I'm sure and now knowing what he played, I was like, oh, you know, I wish I flip turned the Delphox, but sort of an obvious protect there by Lorsy, so making sure you don't get stuck on the field by flip turning into a protect, and still getting the Charizard out there with great value. Yeah, and just being able to slowly chip down that Charizard with Psyshock, getting it in 2. There was the chance that it would have taken 3 hits on the Charizard, but Lorsy gets it in 2 instead. And like you mentioned, it really was the the Sinistcha winning and losing and then winning the game in the same turn there at the end. Really heads up play by Lorsy to go for the Trick Room there at the end and set himself up for that. This is the downfall of the Choice Scarf Basculegion. It was so powerful early on in the format before people had realized exactly how much damage Basculegion does. But it's really only there for a finisher, like when you don't have any other speed control going on. With the Trick Room option, with the ability to protect and use other attacks on Lorsy's Basculegion, really showed the advantage there. Yeah, I think it's very interesting with Christopher's team in general. It's like very much like the ranked battles, like special there with both the Choice Scarf Basculegion, which seems to be more common in ranked battles and in open team sheet tournaments, as well as this Garchomp build. So he's done very well for him so far. It's gotten to 9-1, but sort of interesting to watch this play out at this point in a tournament. Well, here is a new look for turn 1. Lorsy is going to be leading the Sneasler and the Delphox. So Sinistcha not out front this time around. And that's just fine because Chris did not bring the Basque Legion up front. Did not want to have to play those guessing games on flip turning or getting stuck.
Well, speaking of guessing games, both these trainers have the benefit of open natures here, so they might know which one's faster, except they're both adamant.
They are both adamant.
Fun. They'll have to guess if each other has opted to go for some stat point training into their speed or not.
All right, well, both players now are going to Mega Evolve their 2 fire types on the field. Delphox and Charizard both getting a significant boost to their stats by utilizing that Mega Evolution. Sneasler on Lorcy's side goes first, fakes out the Charizard, gets really important chip damage there, but no fake out coming out from Chris, which means that this Sneasler is just open to a Psyshock.
Yeah, that's a devastating turn there. Lorcy gets everything, gets that knockout. We never really find out which one's faster because of the priority there. Charizard flinching, and we see that things work out a little bit better in that 1v1 when Incineroar doesn't troll its friend by intimidating the Sneasler to allow it to move before Delphox.
Well, the other part of that is that Sneasler going down has powered up this Basque Legion that now switches in. This makes Last Respects a reasonable choice just to click and start spamming. Going to deal big damage to the Delphox, which has to retreat, deal big damage to the Sneasler, deal big damage to basically everything except for this Incineroar on Lorcy's team. As Incineroar comes in, will drop the attack of that Basque Legion as it fires off a Last Respects into the Incineroar on the switch in here. Very negligible damage because of the resistance and the Intimidate. Sneasler gets to fire off a Dire Claw into Charizard. No status effects there. Heat Wave from Charizard will miss the Incineroar, but hit the Sneasler. Probably the Pokemon you most wanted to hit, but Sneasler still able to survive at 16 hit points.
Yeah, that's a really important survival too, where still reasonably threatening on the field, right? You had another Dire Claw, might be able to pick this Charizard up, so now you're very motivated, I guess, to try to pick up the knockout into that with the Basque Legion, but then you're leaving the intimidated Basque Legion on the field, where Incineroar are going to have kind of free reign here, and either of these Pokemon are very threatening to it because the Choice Scarf Basque Legion isn't able to switch to a water type attack.
Yeah.
Also important at Christopher's side out too, where again, it's Choice Scarf Basque Legion. Even if you do opt to take it out of battle here, very close to getting knocked down to his final 2 Pokemon and getting locked into a move for the remainder of the game. Healthy Incineroar makes it a lot scarier. Incineroar looked pretty bad in that first game, but this is why you bring it, where it really makes it hard for this Basque Legion to commit to a move.
Yeah, well, the big benefit for Chris is that the Incineroar does not have a Dark type attack. It's Fake Out, Parting Shot, Helping Hand, and Flare Blitz. So Basque Legion is not feeling all that threatened here. And Chris, this is why Chris is 9-1, correctly identifying that Lorcy needs to protect that Sneasler and instead going for the double up onto Incineroar. And those 2 resisted hits are adding up. Here comes the Parting Shot into the Basque Legion, dropping it down to -2 attack and allowing the Incineroar to come back in to bring it down to -3. Really putting on the pressure for Chris to switch that Pokemon out.
Yeah, I think probably just healthy enough on the Incineroar too, where if you wind up a situation later in the game, especially with Intimidate, you should be able to fairly safely survive a Last Respects and sort of try to, again, make it difficult to decide what move to lock into. Basque Legion to come in here, I assume healthy enough now to survive Last Respects for the opposing Basque Legion, thanks to those 2 attack drops. So Basque Legion just got to try to pick up something on Lorcy's side of the field in order to get this down to a 2 Pokemon remaining situation for Christopher and stop that opposing Basque Legion from being able to do any switching in and out.
Yeah, the Basque Legion for Lorcy at least can survive 1 attack no matter what because of that Focus Sash, but you can see that the plan here from Lorcy, recognizing that Chris's Basque Legion, once Incineroar goes down, nothing else can stand up against it. So investing a lot into making that Pokemon, getting that Pokemon off the field or trying to keep it on the field and at reduced attack.
The final Pokemon is King Gambit. So that previous game we saw Basque Legion close things out, and King Gambit's going to make that much more difficult this time, getting in for free.
Yeah, the King Gambit is a huge shakeup for Chris and gets it right once again. Another turn that Chris has gotten correct, now firing off the Last Respects into Sneasler. That's going to get that KO, and Incineroar comes back in. Will get another Intimidate down on to the Basque Legion on Chris's side, but then activates the Defiant boost for King Gambit. And this Incineroar does not have a Dark type attack, but it does have Flare Blitz in the Sun.
Yeah, may want to use it given this situation, but with 3 Intimidates now, this Basque Legion that again is locked into Last Respect. Incineroar not threatened by it at all, so maybe staring down that opposing King Gambit. But increasingly things are getting a little bit spooky here, where Lorcy's losing a lot of resources by getting these reads wrong. Going to be very important now, I think, to like start picking up some knockouts quickly, because he's probably going to need a Pokemon advantage to finish off this Choice Scarf Basculegion later in the game.
Yeah, going to be really difficult for Lorcy to make it through here with both the Basculegion and the King Gambit healthy on the field for Chris. With that Delphox in the back, really wants to get those Pokemon off the field and down. King Gambit will protect, recognizes that it is under threat from a Flare Blitz. Instead, the fake out from Incineroar then will connect into the King Gambit, so no damage coming out from Chris's side. Last respects from Lorcy's Basculegion will be able to pick up the KO onto the Charizard on Chris's side. But now the Basculegion was able to reset its attack stat. It is coming back out on the field at max attack stat and the ability to, again, keep running over this team, but Basculegion still has its Focus Sash. Yeah,
so it's not going to be able to one-shot the opposing Basculegion, and King Gambit could try to help out with a Sucker Punch or even with Kowtow Cleave, but then you have to worry about being caught, doubling into a Protect. Incineroar also threatening a ton of damage to the opposing King Gambit, although his timing is really great by Christopher. Well, not only to catch Incineroar on the field, which is just kind of better because you really don't want your Basculegion to get intimidated, even if King Gambit's going to get a boost for it. But also the sun has just expired, so potentially able to survive that Flare Blitz now as well.
Also potentially able to go for a water type attack if you wanted to. Instead, Chris will just go for the Sucker Punch onto Basculegion on Lorcy's side. That will bring Basculegion down to its Focus Sash. That brings down to 1 hit point, and the Wave Crash coming out from Chris's Basculegion, dealing that 1 hit point damage, the final piece of damage necessary to knock out Basculegion on Lorcy's side. That is a huge deal. This Basculegion and this King Gambit are looking very, very safe for the rest of this game. A Flare Blitz without the sun, not even enough to pick up the KO onto King Gambit, and it's just Delphox and it's just Incineroar against this Choice Scarf Basculegion locked into Wave Crash and a King Gambit at +1.
Yeah, I mean, exactly the right play by Christopher. Able to position a way he's able to lock into Wave Crash instead of Last Respects against all these Fire-type Pokemon. And hey, it doesn't matter if you're firing a not very effective attack off and there's only 1 HP on the opposing Pokemon. So great job from him. He didn't shed the Intimidate too early, which I think would have been a temptation in this game. Moves out at just the right time, and now is a position where he's likely locked up this game too.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of pressure for like the last 3 or 4 turns to retreat the Basculegion to reset the attack stat, but very smart, very heads-up play for Chris to realize it's not safe, it's not safe. I need to get this King Gambit in safely, and then I can start resetting with the sacrifice the Charizard.
Yeah, and a great mix-up to have the King Gambit at all, right? Where he brought that out late enough that maybe that's not the Pokemon Lorcy was expecting, and he doesn't just go for the forfeit here. I think I agree. I just don't know how you win from there.
Yeah, there isn't a way.
Yeah, so really fun game there. Chris made some really excellent reads in the middle of that game. Just kind of really felt like he was soul reading him there a little bit.
Yeah.
A couple of very important reads he got correct, where I think there were like 2 or 3 turns in a row where Lorcy kind of just got no value, and that allowed Christopher to reverse an early game advantage. And then what a well-planned end game as well. Again, just such great timing on when King Gambit entered the battle, when he opted to sacrifice the Charizard this time in order to bring out that healthy Basculegion once again. And the Choice Scarf Basculegion, despite kind of just being the fast damaging Pokemon, in a lot of ways a little bit more difficult to play than the Focus Sash version, because you have to use a more pre-planning because you're less flexible. And Christopher able to get around that lack of flexibility by sequencing this game really well.
Yeah, this is the difference between me using Choice Scarf Basculegion on ladder and Chris Hahn using Choice Scarf Basculegion. It really is a difference of a lot of times players of my level or better will end up just saying, okay, I have this Basculegion as my ace later on, so I'm just gonna deal a bunch of damage and then the Basculegion will come out eventually and clean up. But it's actually very difficult to get into a position where Basculegion is, because it only has single target attacks, for it to swing multiple times to pick up those KOs. And Chris did a really good job of setting up and maneuvering around to set up that situation for the end game, where it really was just, all right, Basculegion has no checks at this point, and that's game, and you saw Lorcy forfeit because of it.
Yeah, if you're playing Basculegion at home, I think there's a lot of things to take notes on for the way that Christopher's played it in these sets. I think just in general, his willingness to use it early in the game and kind of find spots where he doesn't get punished for that. Didn't do a whole lot the first game. You need to lead it and get that flip turn out. So not afraid to expose it to some risk, and really paying dividends so far, where it's just a really fun set between 2 great players.
Yeah, this has been a great set between both of these players. This is exactly what I wanted to see out of our first Champions Regional here. two really cool teams here. You know, Lorsi and Chris both running sort of the fire type megas. It's really interesting because it is very much Lorsi feels like an early Delphox balance style team, and then you have Chris Hahn with the ladder special here with the Charizard and especially that Garchomp.
Yeah, both trainers sitting out their leads here. Remember, this is a very pivotal moment where the trainer who wins this game will at least have enough wins to potentially move on to that next phase. But because there's a couple or maybe even 3 trainers aren't going to make it based on resistance, they really need this win right now. It's a huge match against an opponent who's very skilled as well. So maybe they'll win a game for you in the next round if you're able to defeat them here.
Yeah, absolutely. These are 2 great opponents to have on your schedule if you are worried about your strength of schedule. So a win here will set up whoever wins here for a very strong chance at making it into our top cut later on in the day. Delphox and Sneasler the lead for Lorsi, and it's Garchomp and Basculegion for Chris. So Chris has now brought the Basculegion out once again, but no Sinistcha here to redirect or really threaten that Pokemon. So Basculegion might just feel safe to go straight on the offensive. And you can see Lorsi recognizes that, knows that Delphox cannot be out on the field without Sinistcha next to it if the Basculegion is also there.
And either side seeing exactly what they want you there. Or both sides switching in the first turn. Exciting to see what this Delphox go for. Last time we just saw a quick flip turn to the other slot by the Basculegion when these 2 Pokemon faced off in turn 1. What happens this time? Just to protect. Okay, doesn't want to risk Christopher changing his mind.
Yeah, very safe there to go for the protect.
They would have gotten hit. Okay, great read.
Yeah, huge read there from Lorsi to protect that Delphox, keep it around for at least 1 more turn here. But really great heads-up play from Chris as well to recognize that, okay, I have shown Basculegion, I know Lorsi needs Sinistcha on the field. Let me go ahead and bring in my Charizard to really punish that Sinistcha switch. Yeah,
now it's a tough spot where it's a similar spot that we saw with Sinistcha running into in that first game where Charizard threatening a big heat wave in that slot. And if you try to switch out into the Incineroar, this time it will not be a close combat, but instead perhaps a wave crash going into that slot.
Still a one-hit
or into the Delphox. So yeah, easily going to pick up a knockout. So a little bit different way to make the same sort of pin by Christopher. And both sides are going to have to make a really important decision here. Can you afford to sacrifice a Pokemon?
Well, Sinistcha will Rage Powder here to protect the Delphox. Lorsi really wanting to make sure that Delphox is able to deal some damage this turn. Wave Crash from Basculegion into Sinistcha deals a lot of damage for a resisted attack here. No Mega Evolution coming out from the Charizard to make sure that the Basculegion's Wave Crash is able to deal as much damage as possible. But that means that this Psyshock is able to deal good damage back. 88 damage there. I had done 84 and 85 previously, so Delphox should be able to pick up the KO here, but without the Drought, Wave Crash may have dealt more damage, but the Heat Wave did not.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a little different Charizard than we're used to seeing. And yeah, Sinistcha just surviving because of the decision not to Mega Evolve there. Anticipating a switch perhaps, or maybe trying to get a cheeky knockout on the Delphox. We don't know what Pokemon that Wave Crash was initially targeted at.
Right.
But instead, maybe get some room for Lorsi here. I think one of the reasons he opted for the Rage Powder instead of doing something else is because Delphox had burned the Protect in the previous turn. Now with the option of protecting for Delphox, Lorsi can play things a little bit more open if he wants to.
Well, there is King Gambit coming out on the field for the Charizard, trying to catch a Psyshock, but
catches an Intimidate.
Catches an Intimidate and a Defiant boost. So now at +1, while Lorsi goes for a Protect onto Delphox. Because he knew that he was switching out the Sinistcha, did not want to open himself up to a Wave Crash. And Chris showing there, most likely has just been targeting that Delphox down with Wave Crash.
Yeah, and I think a great read by bringing the King Gambit in. I think thinking the same thing I was, right? Oh, I understand why that Lorsi made the play he did. Now when he can protect, he probably will. So Incineroar's coming in just like he did last time. I got to punish that. Not like a super great position once again. Probably, I think the Drought might be better to have active than the lack of drought, question mark, the regular weather,
the normal humidity.
Yeah, it's Indianapolis weather. But it's still a fun spot for the Basculegion here. It has been intimidated, but it is locked into a water type move that I don't think either of these Pokemon really want to take anyway. So Delphix scared out of the battle anyway. Sinistcha going to come back in. Doesn't heal up Incineroar because he's still at full health, but will take this Wave Crash and be knocked out by it despite the resist.
Yeah, instead of healing up the Incineroar, it instead takes the damage that would have dealt 100% of damage to the Incineroar instead, and deals a little bit back to the Basculegion in recoil. And now Incineroar is able to fire off a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit without the Drought, not enough to pick up the KO. So now the lack of Drought is coming up big for Chris to protect the King Gambit. Iron Head just trying to get a little bit more damage down onto the Incineroar. Deals a decent amount, but Sinistcha going down is so bad for Lorsi. Without Sinistcha, there's not really an answer for the enemy Basculegion.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, one of the Pokemon we saw him counter that Basculegion with was his own Basculegion, who notably is a gray box for this fourth battle.
A gray
Third
box
battle.
and Sinistcha.
Let's just move forward.
So the gray box and the Sinistcha is already knocked out, so no trick room available regardless. And I really don't. It's going to take a miracle of positioning for Lorsi to be able to find a way to get damage down onto this Basculegion, because it's a ghost type, it can't be faked out, and this Incineroar, again, does not have a dark type attack. Basculegion is free to just wave crash for the rest of the game.
Yeah, who cares about Last Respects now? We're like, you've got two Pokemon weak against it, and noted defensive Dynamo Sneasler, who is going to probably look like it's weak to it, even if it gets a hold of it. And Incineroar can help out a little bit with Intimidates here, but it's not going to be so easy. And even Kingambit potentially very impactful there. The Iron Head is a little bit sad, that Incineroar, but depending how this Kingambit's trained, if this is a frail Sneasler, we learned before, actually, we learned last time Lorsi was on treatment, is a frail Sneasler.
It's pretty frail,
so,
yeah.
I think even at +0, I think you do about 50 damage minimum with a Sucker Punch. So pretty impactful attacks, even that direction if you get the chance. But first we'll see that knockout in the Incineroar. Certainly can't switch out for a Delphox, so kind of just have to take it.
Yeah, well, Lorsi does not run in fear of the Wave Crash. Instead, goes for a close combat on the Sneasler to the Kingambit. Even with the Chople Berry, that means that Kingambit will go down. So Basculegion instead went for the KO onto Incineroar to prevent any kind of Intimidate cycling or Parting Shot and Intimidate cycling to reduce the power of Basculegion. Does give Sneasler the opportunity to activate the White Herb, however, which means that it will be now faster than the Basculegion, and you at least have Dire Claw outs now.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to require one. Still has that Wave Crash available. Delphox is coming. I assume on the other side we'll see the Garchomp, who pretty excited about its opponents, where neither of them going to have a very easy time dealing with it, especially with that much larger threat next to them. We're like, can you really afford to attack Garchomp? But also you have to.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And like, okay, well, it's fun too where, well, Charizard probably less impactful for the course of this battle. Still potentially useful, where if you want to go for an Earthquake to knock out the Sneasler, you can still try to switch that in since Basculegion is sort of an active position. But first, Garchomp going to take a big hit. Yeah,
Garchomp takes a big hit from that close combat, but not big enough. With that Citrus Berry going to heal itself back up well above 50% as Basculegion once again just gets to fire off these Wave Crashes. One Wave Crash into Delphox, that's going to pick up the KO. And now Garchomp gets a turn here, going to be able to deal damage back to that Sneasler that has now taken a defense drop. The Dragon Claw picks up the KO, and Chris on 2-1. Dropped game 1, but bounced back incredibly in games 2 and 3. And he looked incredible piloting this team.
At the cusp of the requirement to make it to the World Championships. This year, it's kind of a similar story. Both of them sitting outside the top 80, not having attended too many events. This is going to be the last chance for them to really cement themselves for the 2026 season and give themselves a chance to make it to Worlds.
Especially going into NAIC, you want to give yourself the best chance possible to be up at the top of those leaderboards so that maybe your NAIC run doesn't have to be completely spectacular to get those last few points. Maybe it just has to be pretty good instead.
Well, here's one way to do it. Michael Zhang, one of our most creative team builders in BGC. Some really unique techs on these Pokemon that I think have probably brought him quite a bit of success. I mean, I think first and foremost, you have to look at the team Sand core, right?
Yeah.
We've seen quite a few of these pieces together, but instead of something like a Mimikyu, you actually have a Frostlass with the ghost typing that's going to fulfill a different role.
Not only does Frostlass have a different role, it's got a different weather as well. Of course, when it Mega Evolves, it gets that snow warning just out of the snow. It's carrying Weather Ball, which is not only a great single type move, or single target move rather. So if you have the snow up, it's a pretty strong ice type move you can use to get around Wide Guard. But if the sand is up, your Frostlass all of a sudden becomes a Charizard Y counter, which is something that is not very often you're going to see out of an ice type. It also can take advantage of, if Charizard has the sun up, you get a fire type attack, which is really valuable coverage for an ice type Pokemon. So really cool choice there from Michael.
You also have the Akaberry instead of something like the leftovers that we've seen a lot of Corviknight utilize in order to have a bit more sustainability. It's going to have that fire fire type, super effective berry. Hisuian Arcanine, not Intimidate. It's going to have the Rock Head ability.
Yeah.
And so this is not something that you've seen every day. This is going to make sure that this Arcanine doesn't take any recoil damage from Flare Blitz or Head Smash. But, you know, Head Smash can still miss, so use with caution.
Yeah, it is very funny to see Head Smash and Flare Blitz paired with a Focus Sash. Not exactly something that is completely intuitive, because that recoil damage will prevent the Focus Sash from having its full effect. But with that Rock Head ability, I think a really cool choice there. Again, you don't have Intimidate, which maybe you like a lot of the time, but you're not giving Defiant boost to something like this King Gambit.
Yeah, I think the Focus Sash is because Garchomp.
Yeah.
Garchomp, 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 Rock Slide, Rock Slide. Kleavor, of course, I think one of the cooler Pokemon that have come out of this tournament. And Justin Knox really showcased the power of this Pokemon yesterday during his set. It's got that Stone Axe move, and so that's going to be one of those kind of signature moves on this Kleavor. You deal damage, Rock-type damage, but you also set up the pointed stones from Stealth Rock, and that's going to be a great way for you to kind of get some chip damage into those Pokemon.
Yeah, Michael doesn't necessarily want those Stealth Rocks to be set up. The Arcanine would lose its Focus Sash, Frostlass takes super effective damage, everything else takes 1/8 of its HP except that Garchomp. So it could be a nice way for Justin to get some chip damage into his opponent's team, especially something like this Charizard doesn't necessarily want to see that Tyranitar, and if it is the Charizard that Justin opts to bring over the Floette, getting that little bit of damage into Tyranitar could help make up that matchup.
We also have this Garchomp that does have 4 different attacking options. It has the Roselli Berry attached, which is not going to be something that takes too much effect since there are no Fairy-type attacks on Michael Sang's team. But you know that then this Garchomp actually doesn't have a way to protect itself. We are going to see 1 Fairy-type hit the field, though, as we get into the first game. It's going to be the Mega Floette for Justin Knox alongside that Kleavor. And for Michael, it's the Hisuian Arcanine and Corviknight.
Kleavor in a pretty threatening spot here. You can either get a big Stone Axe off, do a lot of damage to this Arcanine, set up those Stealth Rocks, such that if you hit the Arcanine with the Stone Axe, you probably take it down very low. If Arcanine swaps out, it can't come back in without being knocked out by those Stealth Rocks. So a little bit of a precarious spot for Arcanine, especially considering this Choice Scarf Kleavor and the Floette should be outspeeding it, potentially able to double up on it and knock it out.
There at least is one way that you can get around the natural speed order of things, and that would be with something like extreme speed. If you know that this Arcanine might have to sacrifice itself in this game, at least you can guarantee some damage now, and then see if you can try to follow up with something later. You know that this Corviknight's in a pretty good position, though. There are not really many ways that you're going to be able to deal with this immediately. Mega Floette, though, still very powerful Pokemon with that Fairy Aura.
Especially with the Light of Ruin, that is the attack that this Floette is carrying. So if it is opting to go for a double up, Light of Ruin could make up a lot of damage here.
A Protect from this Arcanine is going to keep it safe from a Stone Axe, and that's also going to negate the secondary effect of it, so no Stealth Rock setup on this turn, as Floette is going to let a Dazzling Gleam rip. Corviknight with that Steel typing is going to help it take that Dazzling Gleam just a little bit better, but you gotta worry now about what's coming next. Corviknight set Tailwind. This Hisuian Arcanine ready to rock.
Great Tailwind here. Now Arcanine threatens a KO into the Kleavor with the Head Smash. Of course, being a Bug-type Pokemon doesn't want to see those Rock-type moves coming its way. Floette also pretty heavily threatened by Iron Head from this Corviknight. Get a little bit of damage on it, which could be important, but Floette really doesn't want to be taking that attack.
It's going to switch out as Garchomp now comes in to take its place. That will fare a little bit better, but the Head Smash is going to be an accurate move this time around. Gets the one-hit knockout into the Kleavor, and no Stealth Rocks set up in the game.
Yeah, no Kleavor, no Stealth Rocks, no recoil because of that Rock Head. And now Iron Head comes through into the Garchomp. That is a lot of damage. This Corviknight is maybe a little bit more offensively trained, because that is some really important chip damage into Garchomp here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the Corviknights that we've seen so far, they've had some type of setup option, bulk up, Iron Defense, something like a Roost to make sure that you can heal up a lot of that damage. But this one is just 2 attacks with that Tailwind and Protect. Iron Head's going to feel great into that Floette if you can make sure that that Corviknight is going to be back in front of it next time.
It is that adamant stat alignment as well, so really investing in offense with this Corviknight. But because you are investing in offense and not investing in defense, you're not carrying that body press. So this King Gambit actually a really strong option into Corviknight. One of the few times we've been able to say that this weekend.
Arcanine, though, will have maybe something in store for that King Gambit a little bit later, but knows that it's under a bit of threat from something like a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, as well as an Earthquake from the Garchomp. So it's going to get out of dodge here as Corviknight hopes to carve out a new opportunity for this Hisuian Arcanine to come back in and go for a Flare Blitz into that King Gambit later.
Wave Bird into the Garchomp does a lot of damage, but doesn't knock it out, and we see a Rock Slide come through. Hoping to get some good damage on Arcanine, break its Focus Sash, and then maybe chip this Corviknight down even lower. But this Garchomp for Michael has hit the field. Earthquake now threatens a KO into Justin's Garchomp, which again cannot protect itself, and King Gambit doesn't really want to take this Earthquake either.
Yeah, you might have to switch it out, but what else can you bring in? It's only going to be that Mega Floette in the back, and that's not a Pokemon that you want to switch in to an Earthquake either. So this King Gambit knows it's got to get something done here, and the Sucker Punch will do the trick to knock out this Corviknight before it can get a chance to move again. Unfortunately, though, with the Tailwind still active, Michael's Garchomp will move first. King Gambit hangs on as the opposing Garchomp falls, but the King Gambit also took a critical hit in the process.
Ooh, that could be important damage there. Another Earthquake would have done the job regardless of that critical hit, but that could be in range for a different attack from one of Michael's Pokemon that could make some of these endgame game plans perhaps a little bit simpler. This Arcanine, of course, though, a Flare Blitz would have been able to do the job regardless. Floette does re-enter the field. Michael's Garchomp does not have that Poison Jab that Justin's does, so the best damaging option into that Floette is going to be the Earthquake. But if you Earthquake, you gotta hit your own Arcanine, so you gotta protect that, and if you protect the Arcanine, maybe you're giving up the chance to make great use of this last turn of Tailwind?
Tailwind's over. Just expired.
Okay, great. So no Tailwind. Now Floette, I guess, is a lot more threatening, depending on how the Garchomp and Floette are trained. If Floette is faster than Garchomp, this is actually not a terrible spot for Justin here. Floette really doesn't want to take a Head Smash, and I guess it's not going to this turn either.
Head Smash can still miss, so maybe you gotta bank on that as the King Gambit tries to go for a Sucker Punch, potentially into that Arcanine to try to break that Sash, but it is just the Protect to make sure it's not going to be taking any damage from the Earthquake. This partner Garchomp is letting go. King Gambit falls. Floette now the final Pokemon in this first game for Justin, as it's gonna have to get a lot done right now. Dazzling Gleam is going to do a lot to this Garchomp, but they've often been quite bulky. This one not going to actually be able to save itself from the Dazzling Gleam, but there's still a fourth unrevealed Pokemon in the back that Michael has at full HP.
I think the fourth Pokemon kind of doesn't even matter here. At this point, the Floette isn't bulky enough to take something like a Flare Blitz plus Extreme Speed combination if their Flare Blitz itself doesn't even just knock the Floette out. Because this Arcanine has preserved its Focus Sash, this should be wrapped up for Michael here.
Yeah, and Arcanine's going to resist those attacks anyway because it's a fire type, so it is going to be tough. Froslass also naturally faster than something like the Floette, will be able to Mega Evolve here and go for something like a Blizzard or a Shadow Ball. So yeah, I think we really are starting to look at a game number 2, but Michael's still going to play this out as safely as possible to eliminate the risk of a miss. That's going to be a Protect Flare Blitz, knock out this Floette, and we think about game 2.
Even protecting the Frostlass there without Mega Evolving, you're not revealing perhaps the speed interaction between the Floette and the Frostlass. I'm sure Michael knows whether or not the Frostlass should be faster than the Floette, but maybe they're on the off chance that you think Justin's Floette might be extra fast and perhaps could outspeed yours. It's just conserving as much information as you can, which I think is a smart thing to do in this era of open team sheets. But just a really well-played game by Michael there. It felt like he was in the driver's seat the entire time. Once that Tailwind went up, and once the Arcanine was able to get that big Head Smash off into Cleavor, it opened up so much space for the rest of his Pokemon.
I wonder then if Justin considers bringing the Garchomp at the beginning of the game. Because Garchomp actually has quite a good matchup into most everything except for maybe that Choice Scarf Hydreigon or the Frostlass, of course. It's just such a tough call to try to figure out what your opponent is going to lead.
It's tough because it doesn't have Protect, right? It's just got the 4 attacks, which means that if you do lead the Garchomp into something like Frostlass or Hydreigon, you're essentially forced to swap it out unless you want to risk losing it. And that can be a little bit of a telegraphed play, so it could be something that Michael could try to capitalize on immediately. It just puts you in the back seat immediately in the games, which isn't necessarily how you want to start out. I like what Justin did with the Garchomp in this first game, because he switched it in front of the Corviknight and the Arcanine, which are probably the 2 things it likes to see the most, maybe the Tyranitar, but it swapped into a positive matchup there and was then able to make a little bit of progress. But if you're leading the Garchomp into Frostlass, that could be disaster right off the bat.
There's also a Whimsicott that could make an appearance. With something like Prankster Tailwind, you would be able to guarantee that speed before your opponent. And so we see that Whimsicott hit the field alongside the Kleavor this time around in game 2, as Michael's going to go back to what worked, Hisuian, Arcanine, and Corviknight.
I like this a lot. Making sure this Kleavor gets an attack off is important here. With the Stone Axe goes through and is able to set up those Stealth Rocks, it can make taking some of those KOs a little bit easier later on. For example, if the Arcanine does swap out and back in again, if Stealth Rocks are up, it will no longer have that Focus Sash, which could make it easier for Justin to take down before it gets too many big attacks off.
Stone Axe is going to hit, though, and that's going to bring this Arcanine right down to that Focus Sash and potentially even just knock it out if this Whimsicott goes for something like a Moonblast here. Let's see the Stealth Rocks, though. Look at them. They're so stealthy. Oh, it is the Moonblast.
Yeah.
So that's just a knockout onto this Hisuian Arcanine before it gets a chance to do anything major in this game. That was a huge thorn in Justin's side in that first game, eliminated right off the bat.
It's also a huge call out for Justin there. Going for a play that kind of hurt him in that first game. He went after that Arcanine immediately as it protected, and Corviknight went for the Tailwind. But with the Whimsicott out there, you knew that the threat of Encore was there. If Protect was selected, you go straight for that Stone Axe, you get the important damage off, and importantly, you set up those Stealth Rocks as well. If Frostlass is in the back for Michael again, it will hit the field and immediately lose 25% of its HP.
And this time around, there's no Tailwind that's been set up on the first turn. So this Kleavor still has that speed advantage with the Choice Scarf. You don't even necessarily need to set up the Tailwind here for the Whimsicott, as it is also very naturally fast. So no surprise here that the Whimsicott's outspeeding the Garchomp and actually just barely misses the KO. Is that going to be critical here? Garchomp does get a little bit of recovery back for the Citrus Berry, but I think another Stone Axe would have been able to take it out if the Rock Slide didn't connect onto the Kleavor first. This is a problem, though. This Corviknight means business. It does have Brave Bird at its disposal. Iron Head will also do the trick, so you're not taking that recoil damage. It's a double KO here. Does Justin have enough in the back in order to take advantage of how low this Garchomp now is with the resources he invested?
It might be difficult. Whimsicott going down without setting up Tailwind means that if Michael's able to get a Tailwind up here, he will have the speed advantage for the remainder of the game. And because this Corviknight still has taken 0 damage, I don't think there's a way for Justin to knock it out on this turn. You would have to rely on something like a Rock Slide Flinch to prevent a Tailwind on this coming turn. And with the Corviknight and the Garchomp still threatening a lot of damage from Michael, I think that is like kind of the only way you possibly have a way into this game.
This Corviknight is still going to take a lot. You know, a Fairy or a boosted Moonblast. I was going to say, I don't know about a Light of Ruin here, because that might be asking for a little too much. As the Garchomp is going to protect itself first, you could still hit it with something like a Rock Slide and a Moonblast and deal a significant amount to this Corviknight. Oh, but the Corviknight avoids the attack. I'm going to say a secondary effect might be that you just try to flinch it and stop the Tailwind altogether, or even an Iron Head if that's going to be going the way of the Floette. I don't know how much Michael actually ends up needing the Tailwind, but maybe for whatever is in the back, you just want to give yourself a full comfort. And especially when you don't know maybe for sure about the Garchomp speed interactions.
Right.
Nice to know that your Garchomp for sure is faster.
Tailwind there just makes a lot of sense. I think, especially given that Justin's Garchomp does not have Protect, you go straight for this Dragon Claw, take the knockout immediately, and now you've left Justin with just one Pokemon. That critical hit likely mattering a little bit. Oftentimes Garchomp struggles to knock itself out with Dragon Claw in that mirror, but this means Iron Head goes straight into the Floette, comes very close to knocking it out, and it looks like Justin is down to just 30 HP.
And the Dazzling Gleam here is going to pick off the Garchomp, but since this Corviknight is going to have the speed advantage with the Tailwind, this is just a game lock. That's unfortunate for the Kleavor and for Justin in this tournament. Michael Zhang is going to take the second game and take the set.
Yeah, it takes the set, putting him up to 10 wins and giving him a shot at making it that top cut stage of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Just really well played by Michael here. The way that he built this team, it was really hard for Justin to bring Charizard to this battle. You had Arcanine, you had Garchomp, you had Hydreigon, you had Tyranitar, 4 Pokemon that resist fire, and the Akaberry on your Steel type. But that Charizard is kind of the only thing that was able to deal with Corviknight because Justin just couldn't bring it. The Corviknight kind of had free reign.
There's only one. So the out here is like you have to try to get a double protect to stall out the tailwind and hope that, you know, for maybe you crit Dazzling Gleam on. I don't even think a crit onto the Corviknight is enough.
No, I don't. Unfortunately for Justin, I don't know if there's a way to win this one.
Yeah, the knockoff is going to finish the Floette for good, and Michael Zhang wins the set 2-0.
Very well played from Michael, just knowing exactly what he needed to do to set up those win conditions. The Corviknight would end at the big pressure moments of a top cut.
This team, though, is so fascinating. Nathaniel, one of the few Mega Gyarados players in our Phase 2, gets a chance to show us another Pokemon that is going to be going for things like Dragon Dance to get those attack and speed boosts, and then try to go all out with something like Waterfall and Lash Out.
Also, another Pokemon that can reasonably come to a battle but not Mega Evolve. Of course, that Mega Gyarados gives it a lot of stats, gives it that dark typing instead of flying. But if you don't Mega Evolve, you maintain that Intimidate ability, which can be very useful for helping set up that Floette.
That Floette is definitely going to be the key, I think, to a lot of this. You do have to worry about an opposing Mega Floette, but you have a lot of Pokemon that will be able to take at least neutral damage from this Pokemon. A Calm Mind boost, maybe you're able to get that with something like the Fake Out support from the Incineroar Sneasler, or a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha. All great ways to ensure that that Floette can also get that engine up and running.
Sinistcha also notably doesn't have Trick Room. It's got Machagacha, Life Dew, and Rage Powder alongside Protect. So that speed control option isn't there. There's really no speed control at all on Nathaniel's team other than that Dragon Dance, which you can kind of consider. You're altering the speed of your one Pokemon, just not really helping out the rest.
Yeah, but I think overall this team is pretty speedy, especially if you got you've gotten the Unburden boost on the Sneasler, you have that Focus Sash that has activated, then you're able to go for some really cool things, ensuring the Sneasler's faster than something like the Garchomp. Go for coaching. That's been a really unique adaptation as well. I think that's been a little bit under the radar for Pokemon champions to see those coaching boosts.
Yeah, we saw Colin use coaching very well on stream yesterday. Nathaniel trying to match that. Nick's Sneasler does not have coaching. It does have the Focus Sash as well, though, and notably is Poison Touch. We are not getting the Unburden speed boost from this Sneasler. We are instead relying on the Tailwind from that Talonflame for some speed control. Of course, a couple setup Pokemon here for Nick as well. We have the Calm Mind Floette, we have the Swords Dance Kingambit, and the Bulk Up Palafin. So another Palafin making its way into top 16 here.
I will say, though, that Kingambit means you're going to have to be a little bit cautious about the two Intimidate Pokemon on Nathaniel's side. Bringing them in could give over a big boost to this Kingambit. And when you have that Black Glasses to power up these two Dark-type attacks, and you've got Sucker Punch, that might start to get a little bit spooky. You don't have to worry about the Swords Dance anymore.
This is a cool look at some of these Pokemon from Nick. Again, 3 setup Pokemon on the same team isn't too common, especially considering there's actually no redirection on this team either. You do have 2 Fake Outs, which help out a lot. You've got the Intimidate on Incineroar alongside Parting Shot. You also have Will-O-Wisp on Talonflame that can help you, allow yourself to set up in front of some physical attackers a lot easier. But there's nothing stopping Nathaniel from just targeting those setup Pokemon with those single target attacks.
There are a couple of ways that Nick can try to put a damper in that. You do have the Incineroar and Sneasler of your own, both with Fake Out. You also have the Gale Wings priority boosted dual wing beats if that Talonflame is going to be at full HP. And so you can also try to get around some of those, like the Sneasler, for example. It's got Focus Sash. Dual wing beat should be able to take it down in, well, 2 hits, technically,
2 hits on the same turn,
dual
at
wing
least.
beat. But
We'll count
let's
it.
go into our first top cut match here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Top 16 between Nathaniel Sittler and Nick Navarre. We got the head nods already as we see the mirror of the Floettes and the Incineroars staring each other down.
Notably, the Incineroar for Nathaniel was faster than Nick's with that Intimidate activation. Could still potentially be a speed tie between the two of them, but Nathaniel knows at least there's at worst, a 50-50 shot. His Incineroar's Fake Out will go first on this first turn.
That means you can realistically stop the opposing Incineroar if you wanted to, or try to stop the opposing Floette. But if you take out the Incineroar, then you're guaranteeing a Calm Mind on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Floette speed interaction might be a little bit more important than the Incineroars. Of course, the faster Fake Out can be useful, or the slower Pivot can be useful. But once you get set up, once those Calm Minds are going, the faster attack from Floette will often be the one that comes out on top.
There's also another option here. You could go for Parting Shot, or if you are Nathaniel's Incineroar, you could go for Taunt.
Yeah.
So you could try to taunt Nick's Floette. As we do see, that is going to be the first one to Mega Evolve. as Nathaniel's goes second. So again, we got to kind of pay attention to how these Floettes are interacting with each other. But there's a Calm Mind on the table to stop this Floette from going for more taunt. Taunt, Calm Mind, you get the drift. Fake out first anyway, so what did I mean?
All right, another Calm Mind coming out here from Nick's Floette first. So that's 2 times this Floette has moved before Nathaniel's, building up some evidence that Nyx might be a little bit faster. And we just see, we saw Nyx and Incineroar flinch before the 2 Floettes, so it's pretty reasonable to assume that they both went for a Fake Out plus Calm Mind.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And now they're staring each other down again. It's like, well, you both have boosts, so now, now what do these Incineroar do?
Yeah, of course, the 2 Incineroar, the call-out of Taunt is really great there. If Nathaniel's Incineroar truly is faster than Nyx, you can even taunt the Incineroar to prevent a parting shot, which could be really useful.
It's just going to be offense, as it's going to be the Floette to move first from Nathaniel this time around. Looks like they are going to be speed tied, as Nyx Floette goes for another Calm Mind. If the taunt comes out now, it feels like it's too little too late, as you've already given over 2 boosts. The taunt instead goes over to the Incineroar, so it's going to be a Sneasler that falls for that taunt, meaning that this Sneasler on the next turn cannot go for Protect.
I don't think you necessarily want to Protect anyway on this turn. Close Combat and Dire Claw are both very tempting here. Get some big damage into either of Nathaniel's Pokemon. Of course, Fake Out, always very useful as well, making sure that, for example, the Floette can't get another Dazzling Gleam off, can't go for another Calm Mind. Create some room for your own Floette to either get another set up Calm Mind here or start dishing out some damage. Both of these Floette are carrying Draining Kiss, so this damage that Nyx Floette took from that Dazzling Gleam will very likely just be healed right off by a Draining Kiss later on.
Yeah, I think too, when you know that this Incineroar can't protect, but the Floette can, I feel like it's always kind of safe to try to go for that damage into the Incineroar, and that's exactly what we see. Close Combat will one-hit knock out Incineroar, and will kind of have to force out another Pokemon here, as now we'll see what these Floettes do. It's going to be the Dazzling Gleam first, single target at +2 from that Calm Mind into the opposing Floette, as the Dazzling Gleam fires back, and that's actually just a crit onto the opposing Floette! A double KO!
Huge break for Nathaniel there. His Floette was getting a little bit low after that Dazzling Gleam, and that would have been a great opening for Nick to try and bring something in to get that speed advantage on his Floette, to maybe start building up another Calm Mind or 2. But unfortunately, that critical hit breaks through the special defense boost, and now Nathaniel has traded his Incineroar for just the Floette and the Sneasler.
I mean, that's a trade you take any day of the week here.
Absolutely.
And Nick has no choice except to bring back out that Incineroar, and it's going to be a reveal of the Talonflame as the final Pokemon. Now, the Intimidate is nice because you are going to land an attack drop onto this Garchomp, but now what? How does this Talonflame or this Incineroar break through the Garchomp with attacks?
It's going to be really tough. Garchomp will resist the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. You do have the dual Wing Beat and the Throat Chop on the Incineroar, both good options for getting a little bit of damage into Garchomp. And of course, the Talonflame's Will-O-Wisp might be able to slow down this Garchomp too. But if you're targeting Garchomp with these attacks, you're still leaving this Floette open. It's not the most healthy, but it is still relatively healthy, and especially if you can get a Draining Kiss off into this Incineroar, it might become difficult to take down on its own. Not to mention, Nathaniel still has the 4th Pokemon.
That's the hard part is, well, you kind of imagine that maybe it's not going to be the Gyarados because you did Mega Evolve. Oh, but it's just going to be the dual Wing Beat into the Garchomp. I was going to say, no Fake Out actually coming out from this Incineroar, so maybe it is going to be the Throat Chop to try to take out this Garchomp right here and now. But that's going to leave this Talonflame vulnerable to the Rock Slide. That's extremely effective, 4 times super effective, in fact, into that Talonflame. And now this Incineroar is all by itself. I feel a fear that one Moonblast or even a Draining Kiss here is also going to do quite a bit.
It does a lot of damage. It's going to heal it up almost to full HP there, too. This Incineroar will get the chance to attack, but I fear for Nick that it's just going to be too little too late. It actually won't get the chance to attack with that Rock Slide flinch.
That's unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate there for Nick. That critical hit on his Floette really set him back, and I think, especially at the point the game was already, if Nick's Floette stuck around and was able to get a Draining Kiss off, that was a very close game that we were about to experience. Just the Dazzling Gleam critical hit, taking out both of Nick's Pokemon, just took away too many of his resources to come back in that game.
Yeah, I feel like otherwise, you know, that was a close combat KO onto the Incineroar. You know that there's a Garchomp lurking in the back. +2 Dazzling Gleam is almost certainly plenty to knock out that Garchomp.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes I think it's like you only need +1 based on the bulk, but yeah, that crit absolutely sealed it.
But there's also the Rosalie Berry Garchomp, so it might be able to take something like that +1 Dazzling Gleam with the reduction in damage for those spread attacks. But even then, that's just like your best option into Garchomp. If you get the Dazzling Gleam off, maybe Dual Wing Beat's enough to knock it out, maybe a Throat Chop's enough to knock it out after that. And of course, you just want your Mega Pokemon around, right? You want your Mega Pokemon with a boost. You've spent this time, getting that Calm Mind set up, and then you're trying to build your team around, attacking with it. Notably, the other two setup Pokemon available to Nick, the King Gambit and the Palafin, did not make an appearance in that game. So the Pokemon that Nick brought was really just centered around setting up that Floette, and losing it to that critical hit kind of destroyed his game plan.
I will say the King Gambit would have been, I think it could be nice if you are expecting something like the Incineroar or the Gyarados to come out. But since the King Gambit also only has Dark-type attacks, it doesn't have the greatest matchup into the opposing Floette. It feels like it's only going to be food for like the Sneasler. Even the Floette being able to do neutral damage to it just feels kind of bad when you can't strike back.
Looking at the Palafin too, if Gyarados does come, Palafin has a really hard time into Gyarados, also has a really hard time into Sinistra. I think the 4 Pokemon Nick brought make a lot of sense given Nathaniel's team. Just unfortunate that that's how the mid-game played out there.
Yeah, so maybe this time around, you just gotta hope that you don't get crit by Dazzling Gleam, and maybe you just try to run back the same strategy, because otherwise, if the crit doesn't happen, it does look pretty good. Sneasler's going to hit the field, though, in the front for Nick, and it's going to be able to find the Garchomp and the Sneasler on the other side, so no Floette right off the bat.
Big switch up from both trainers. I like the Sneasler adjustment from Nick, knowing that your Incineroar is slower, you're going to get the slower fake out. You bring in your faster fake out user. Unfortunately, Nathaniel also did the same thing, and this Garchomp for Nathaniel also very well positioned. That Rosalie Berry will certainly protect it from being knocked out by the Floette on this coming turn, and it doesn't have Protect, but you don't really need it because you're not going to get knocked out, and if, again, you're like doubling the Garchomp here, you just Dire Claw the Floette potentially.
There are stat alignments that are available information to both opponents. Nathaniel Sneasler is Adamant, whereas Nyx actually does have Jolly, so you're going to have a positive speed nature. So it's probably safe to assume your Sneasler is faster if you wanted to try to get the faster fake out. But Sneasler doesn't want to stick around for that anyway. Decides there are 2 physical attackers on the field. We're going to get the Intimidate drop onto both of those, and probably, Mega Evolve and Protect.
The rare Sneasler not holding White Herb just happens to be 2 of them in the same game, so this Intimidate will be very valuable for Nick here. Both the Garchomp and the Sneasler down to -1. There could be 2 poison attacks coming that Floette's way, but no, it's a coaching instead. Garchomp now back to neutral attack and +1 defense.
I was going to say that's so risky, but now it's going to be the poison jab into the Floette. And so you've already dealt a significant amount of damage. Floette just goes for the Dazzling Gleam here, so it knows that it has to fight through this Rosalie Berry, which will reduce the damage from this first Dazzling Gleam, but a second one will definitely pick it off. Could you imagine, though, without that Intimidate drop, that Garchomp was meaning business.
I love that play from Nathaniel there. Going for the coaching means that even if you get faked out on the Sneasler, your Garchomp still gets a full-powered poison jab off into this Floette. If you fake out the Garchomp, you're still getting that defense and attack boost. If the Incineroar swaps in there, you're mitigating that Intimidate right away. And now this Garchomp is still very heavily threatening to Nick's Floette. Of course, the fake out option from the Incineroar is there, and the Garchomp does not have Protect. But if you're trying to fake out the Garchomp, you're not going to knock it out with Floette, because Sneasler is still threatening a big Dire Claw to Floette here.
Yeah, you don't have a choice except to Protect, because you know that you are going to get knocked out by either of these Pokemon. A Sneasler is going to find the avenue to go for the close combat. Intimidate drop helping a lot to make sure that this Incineroar does not fall in one hit. And this Incineroar also has that Citrus Berry to help shore up some of this extra damage. As Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide, it maybe connects into the Incineroar here, okay. And now this Incineroar has got to fight through this battle. It got flinched in the last game, and it's not going to get flinched this time. Parting Shot does land into the Garchomp and help to reduce the attack boost that it got from the Sneasler.
Successfully gets that Parting Shot off. That's a big deal for Nick there. He's able to now bring in either that Sneasler to get another fake out, or we see that Talonflame for some very useful speed control. Notably, this Sneasler on Nathaniel's end is unburdened, but because the Focus Sash wasn't consumed, the unburdened did not activate. It does not have that speed boost. Now we have a priority Talon from Talonflame, and one Dazzling Gleam should knock out both of Nathaniel's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a retreat of the Sneasler as Incineroar comes out to take its place. Intimidate drop only going to matter onto this Talonflame, but it's an easy Tailwind and Dazzling Gleam here to get the knockout onto this Garchomp and also secure a good amount of damage to this Incineroar. That should be a nice, easy cleanup on the next turn by a double attack.
Great turn for Nick there. There was really nothing Nathaniel could have done to protect that Garchomp or Sneasler other than swap them out. Neither of them have Protect, I believe. The Sneasler dropped it for Coaching and Garchomp dropped it for Poison Jab. So a very vulnerable position for both of them. You don't really want to swap both out because I don't think you want your Floette taking that Fairy Aura boosted Dazzling Gleam before it's Mega Evolved. So you had to sacrifice one of them. I think Garchomp was probably the smarter choice there.
Yeah, you have this Incineroar now to be able to threaten something like Fake Out. You could try to Fake Out and break the Gale Wings on the Talonflame, or you could Fake Out the opposing Floette and probably guarantee a knockout with your own, since I don't think that Talonflame is going to be able to get you out of here in two hits, I suppose, with a dual wing.
They also have the option to swap in one of your other Pokemon if you're Nick, right? The Intimidate could be useful on the Incineroar, preserve an option for Fake Out on the following turn, but no swaps. We're just going to see the Mega Evolution from Nathaniel Silhouette.
Yeah, so Nathaniel has a couple of options here. You either want to go for a Calm Mind if you're kind of expecting that these Pokemon would Protect, but Incineroar doesn't actually try to go for a Fake Out here. And even if it did, you have the dual Wing Beat to go through. Dazzling Gleam comes out first from Nick's Floette, does not get the KO onto the opposing Incineroar. Wow! The opposing Floette doesn't get the KO either on its counterpart.
That's huge. That's a clutch survival from both of those Pokemon. The Incineroar sticks around to get this parting shot off into Talonflame. And of course, the Floette sticks around to threaten more damage throughout the remainder of this game. The Sneasler will come in and does threaten a KO with Fake Out. Not even just a flinch, just a knockout into that 5 HP Floette. But luckily for Nick, the Floette does have the option to either swap out or protect itself from taking any more damage. And the Talonflame, now at -1 attack, isn't necessarily going to be dealing the most damage, but the Sneasler being weak to flying and still being slower than this Talonflame, even though the Gale Wings is no longer active, can't really Fake Out the Floette unless it wants to leave itself vulnerable to this dual Wing Beat.
Yeah, there should be a way to get a KO on this one turn, but oh wow, Nick's actually just going to let this Floette go down with the Fake Out. You're at least going to guarantee that this Talonflame, if it can connect with the dual Wing Beat, and it does, get the knockout onto the opposing Sneasler, and like that, we are going to be getting, I think, maybe an even of the Pokemon count. I wonder if this Floette, okay, because I would say maybe this single target Dazzling Gleam actually does pick off the Talonflame, but it's a Calm Mind instead.
I think this is still a very good position for Nick to be in here. Nathaniel's Incineroar is very low. The Floette has taken enough damage that a Dire Claw should be able to finish it off. If you're able to knock out the Incineroar on Nathaniel's side of the field before your own Sneasler comes back in, I think Dire Claw should just clean it up for you. It's just a matter of getting that one last KO on Incineroar. I believe there's still one final turn of Tailwind, so your own Incineroar should get the faster Fake Out now, and that probably is the route that Nick goes here, just to make sure that you're wrapping up this game very neatly.
Yeah, it's still tough though, because you do have the Floette with +1 special attack. So maybe you Fake Out the opposing Incineroar, you guarantee the knockout.
Yeah.
Dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame to just get guaranteed damage, and then for sure you know your Sneasler can do the job.
Yeah, I think as long as you get the knockout on Incineroar here and the Floette doesn't heal all the way up to full with Draining Kiss, which I don't think is possible on this turn, Sneasler should be able to wrap up this game with a Dire Claw.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Let's do it.
Dual Wing Beat goes first here from the Talonflame. Look at that. That's actually so sad.
I know.
Wow.
It's -2 now, I think.
That's true. Yeah, all the Intimidate drops, but the Draining Kiss here actually doesn't even knock out the Talonflame, so even better here, I think, for Nick to be able to go for Parting Shot, get Sneasler in. Tailwind is also expired, but Talonflame, naturally faster, could set it back up.
I think that's probably preferable for Nathaniel to not have knocked out the Talonflame here. You want to have your Floette on the field in front of Sneasler with as much HP as possible, and if you can keep getting those Draining Kisses off until you bring the Sneasler back in, that might be your best option here. The Flare Blitz coming out in Tailwind does a lot of damage to that Floette, will also do a lot of damage to itself, denies some Draining Kiss recovery if that's what Nathaniel goes for, but just a Dazzling Gleam to take 2 knockouts.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
It's right in front of you, so why not?
I think it would have been very difficult to get Floette into a position where it could have taken the Dire Claw, so maybe you try and catch the Incineroar going for that parting shot in Tailwind into Sneasler or something, but now I think Sneasler is more than capable of finishing this game off.
Yeah.
And it's got the Focus Sash still,
Yes,
too.
yeah, it's going to take 2 hits to be able to do that, but Dire Claw should seal it up, and we get to go to a Game 3.
Exciting.
Very exciting.
First Game 3 in the Pokemon Champions Top Cut.
I'm just waiting for the animation to come through as Dire Claw finishes off the Mega Floette, and let's think about the Game 3. Oh, and a crit just for, you know, a treat.
Return the favor. Great turnaround from Nick in that game. This is probably about how he wanted that first game to go. Even though he didn't get the Calm Mind up on his own Floette, I believe, it was still able to pump out a lot of damage. He was able to catch Nathaniel's switches very, very well, and most importantly, position his Floette such that it didn't even need that Calm Mind boost when restoring knockouts on the Sneasler and Garchomp early on.
It's the tough thing about Floette, finding the timing where it's better to just push the aggression button, or do you need those Calm Mind boosts? Maybe it gives you a better matchup to deal with the opposing Floette, for example. But also just the critical survivals of both of those Floette was so exciting on that one turn. It
was. That made it a little bit more interesting, but I think the ground that Nick had made earlier on in that game made the end game a lot simpler for him to win than if Nathaniel was in that position. Just because you have the speed control with Tailwind, you're now making sure your Pokemon are faster and you have the Pokemon advantage, especially once the 2 Incineroars came back in and you had them staring each other down. Nick's Incineroar with the Tailwind boost, able to get the knockout with Fake Out. It's 2 Fake Out knockouts in the same game, actually. Pretty funny.
Look, Fake Out is just the, you know, I was going to say the underhanded threat, but that's not really what I meant. It's the sneaky threat.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
fake out for knockout.
Well, let's get back into it, shall we? Game number 3 between Nathaniel Sittler and Nick Navarre. Only one of them can move forward through the top cut into our top 8. So who will it be? For Nick, he's going to lean on the trusty partners of the Sneasler and the Floette. But on the other side of things, we're going to see this Mega Gyarados make an appearance.
I'm very curious as to whether or not Nathaniel still has that Floette, or if he's opting to go for a Mega Gyarados angle here. Mega Gyarados does have some pretty good matchups, but Sneasler and Floette are not 2 of them. The dark typing then making it weak to both Fairy and Fighting. So if the Gyarados does want to, you know, be the main damage dealer here, you have to make sure you're Mega Evolving after you can take those knockouts on either Floette or Sneasler, else you're opening yourself up to getting hit by those super effective attacks.
And as a reminder, Nick Sneasler is Jolly, so it is likely faster than the opposing Sneasler for Nathaniel. You can guarantee a faster fake out here, and at least deny something like a coaching if you think that's going to come through. Or maybe you're confident that your Floette is going to handle an opposing Dire Claw. But when it's adamant, I would not want to take that risk. So Nick decides to play it safe, fakes out the opposing Sneasler, and we will be able to see both this Floette and this Gyarados get to do something on this turn. Dazzling Gleam is going to chunk down both of these Pokemon pretty significantly as Gyarados uses this opportunity to weave in a Dragon Dance, increasing its attack and speed for the next turn.
Notably should outspeed everything else on the field, with neither of these Sneaslers having a speed boost from Unburden. Gyarados will be the fastest thing on the field, but is carrying the attacks Waterfall and Lash Out, so there's no Earthquake, there's no potential for that spread damage. You only have to pick one target. And with Nick presumably having that Incineroar in the back, could be a pretty good way to mitigate that damage, especially with Lash Out is something that can punish Intimidates. If you lose a stat, or if one of your stats gets dropped on the turn you use Lash Out, its base power doubles, but it is a dark type attack, so you're going to be resisted by the Floette and the Incineroar that could swap in, and the Sneasler currently on the field, so not necessarily the hugest threat.
Well, one of these Sneaslers is going to disappear as Garchomp comes back in.
Ooh.
I feel like it's still super safe to... Oh, actually, we're going to see the Gyarados go first here. Waterfall into the Floette. Not enough to be able to deal the finishing blow. We see the Dire Claw go into the Garchomp. I was actually going to wonder if we saw close combat there, just in case there was some type of switch, but we're going to see the Rough Skin actually break the Focus Sash as the Dazzling Gleam comes out, and not going to pick up the Gyarados, and that Roselli Berry really helping out for the Garchomp too.
Very smart to not Mega Evolve that Gyarados again from Nathaniel. That super effective Dazzling Gleam would have been enough damage. And good call out on the Dire Claw, actually breaking Sneasler's own Focus Sash due to that Rough Skin. That waterfall did a lot of damage to Floette. That's a +1 waterfall. It might be enough to pick up a knockout on Sneasler this turn as well, because again, there's no unburden on Nick Sneasler at all. Floette also now being pretty heavily threatened by either an Earthquake from this Garchomp or a Poison Jab.
This Gyarados was also faster than the Sneasler, so I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like an easy KO into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, what do? Do you have to bring in your Incineroar potentially, get yourself some Fake Out, get yourself some Intimidate onto these two physical attackers? But if you do that, like Incineroar swapping in on a Waterfall could be pretty devastating too.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be enough for a single, like for a one-hit knockout, right? But we're gonna see the Gyarados protect. It also doesn't want to mess around. The Floette is also like, I don't know about this one. And so now that's going to guarantee that this Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon on the field. Close combat, plenty to pick up this Garchomp from how much HP that it had left. And so Sneasler's still around to fight for another day.
But now Nathaniel has the option to bring his own Sneasler back in, threaten another Fake Out, even bring in his own Floette. Both the Sneasler and the Floette on Nick's side of the field are being threatened with a knockout here because that close combat's defense drops were not mitigated by a White Herb on that Sneasler. Now certainly is in Waterfall KO range from this Gyarados. So Nick now has to decide, am I okay giving up one or both of my Pokemon? If Nick's Floette loses a possible speed tie and Nathaniel's Gyarados knocks out Sneasler, you could just lose 2 Pokemon here for no gain.
Yeah, the speed tie is the thing that I feel like really does throw a wrench in the works. Is this Gyarados, it can guarantee damage now, but then what? Because which Floette moves first, essentially?
I think as long as the Gyarados is able to knock out Sneasler, you're probably fine losing the speed tie with Floette if you're Nathaniel. But not going to happen this time. We do get the Incineroar finally swapping in, hoping to get a very valuable Intimidate onto this Gyarados.
Yeah, that might help to make this survival just a little bit better because, you know, as a reminder, this Floette has only taken damage so far from a +1 waterfall from the Gyarados. And so bare minimum, you're able to get the drop there. But oh, the double protect is actually going to fail. So maybe doesn't get to get through this turn regardless. Incineroar is going to be the one to take the waterfall. But now it's in such a range where this Floette might be able to do some big work to it. As the Dazzling Gleam comes out, Floette gets knocked out for Nick, and Incineroar very close behind it.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a win for Nathaniel here. This Gyarados putting in a lot of work with just that one Dragon Dance. We don't need 3 Dragon Dances like a Tyranitar might. Just the one on this Gyarados is enough to do the job. Oh, actually, I thought Nick had... No, I thought Sneasler was Nick's last Pokemon. Not over just yet. We do still have the priority Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat from this Talonflame. Apologies, I thought Nick had lost 2 Pokemon there instead of just the one.
No, it's tough because when you think about how many red Pokemon are on the field.
That's it, too much red.
I'm just teasing. So the Incineroar freshly switches in, still can go for a Fake Out here that might be able to stop the Gyarados for 1 turn. You could also realistically go for a Tailwind here from the Talonflame and give your Sneasler the edge when it comes back in.
I think you almost have to go for the Dual Wing Beat here with Gyarados. The +1 speed Gyarados, I think, probably still outspeeds
yeah, so maybe you fake out the Floette.
You could fake out the Floette and try and knock out the Gyarados. If Gyarados swaps out, you're getting the Dual Wing Beat off into Sneasler, which is also very valuable for you here.
Well, you're gonna see the Sneasler come in and the Gyarados protect. So let's see where Nick actually decided to dish out the damage. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out into the Sneasler to bring it down super low, as Talonflame did try to go for the Dual Wing Beat into the Gyarados.
This Talonflame, luckily for Nick, does carry Protect, so it will be able to prevent a combination of Fake Out and Waterfall into it on this turn. And now the Sneasler and Gyarados are quite low on HP. Neither of them want to take that Dual Wing Beat, especially if Nathaniel doesn't have the capability of preventing that Dual Wing Beat on the following turn. You have to wonder if Nick might be able to come back into this game. Either Dual Wing Beat or something like Tailwind could set up that Sneasler in the back to try and close out this game.
Yeah, Talonflame protecting itself here to make sure that it doesn't get its Gale Wings broken, and then we'll see this Gyarados finish that up with a Waterfall into the Incineroar. So now we do have Nick down to his final 2 Pokemon. That Sneasler coming back in has that Fake Out, is faster than the opposing Sneasler for sure, but can it actually help mitigate this Gyarados.
I wonder if Nathaniel maybe didn't necessarily want to knock out Incineroar there, because getting this free swap into Sneasler for Nick, you now threaten Fake Out for knockout once again, but more importantly, Fake Out to guarantee your Talonflame can go for dual Wing Beat into the opposite slot and take a knockout. It's very likely that Nick does not take any damage on this turn, and the only Pokemon in the back for Nathaniel is that Floette, which if it swaps in on a dual Wing Beat, will take a good chunk of damage from it.
Yeah, I guess you could, because the other position that you have here is you could try to protect the Gyarados, but then Talonflame gets to keep the Gale Wings regardless because you're not taking damage.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the Floette that actually comes in. If the Fake Out goes that way, then you're at least going to kind of, soften it up a little bit, but here's the problem. Gyarados does get the Protect. You're not dealing damage with the opposing Pokemon, so it's still a safe play here for Nick. Oh, it's actually Dire Claw for the switch in too. Perfect. Floette gets taken down to a sliver of HP, and we're not going to see the Poison Touch or actually the secondary effect of the Dire Claw activate, but that's still really good damage.
The added benefit of including the stat alignments on Team Sheets is that Nick knew his Sneasler would be faster. You don't need to go for Fake Out when you know you can get that Dire Claw off first. Dire Claw would have been more than enough for KO into Nathaniel's Sneasler, and you have the dual Wing Beat with priority to cover for that Gyarados. Really, really heads up play by Nick there, knowing that Fake Out was just not as optimal play as when you can go straight for that Dire Claw to cover the switch.
Floette is going to protect itself, but the Talonflame finally hits the target. Dual Wing Beat connects onto the Gyarados, and that's going to be another Pokemon down. A 2v2 for the final game in this top 16 for the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Who's going to move forward? It feels like we are just 2 KOs away for Nick to make it.
Really well played endgame by Nick here in Game 3, navigating what was an early deficit in Pokemon and an early, what appeared to be kind of a back foot in this match. He lost his Mega Floette pretty early and had to rely on his remaining Pokemon, but very smart targeting with those attacks, smart move selection going for that Dire Claw to catch the Floette, and now after what is presumably going to be a double protect to get past this Fake Out from Sneasler, should have 2 Pokemon faster than Nathaniel's 2, ready to take those final knockouts.
Going to see the Protect just because you know that Fake Out is still on the table for the Sneasler that just switched in. So you don't want to lose your Gale Wings, and you also don't want your own Sneasler to get knocked out in the process by something like the Draining Kiss. HP would be one way that you can get this Floette back into the game. But now it is back in Nick's court. You can just go for a dual Wing Beat here into the Sneasler, a quick Dire Claw and a Floette, and secure the 2 knockouts you need to move into the top 8.
There might be a world where Nick plays it a little bit safer, like potentially you're not relying on dual Wing Beat to take a knockout, but it does have a 10% chance to miss, and Dire Claw should be more than enough for knockouts into either slot. Nathaniel does opt to protect that Floette, is potentially trying to go for some Dire Claw shenanigans with his own Sneasler here.
Yeah, well, Talonflame moves first, and then the opposing Sneasler does use the Dire Claw, and so, well, we switch the targets, but the same kind of concept here. That's going to be the handshake, probably the forfeit coming through here for Nathaniel, and Nick Navarre moves 1 set closer to another regional championship title.
I love the mix-up that Nathaniel made in that game.
Like not against each other too much. It is going to be very impactful this matchup as we take a look at Williams' team, where one thing to keep in mind with this Scoville is typically you have the second Mega with it specifically so you can avoid using it against Charizard. There's kind of an interesting rock, paper, scissors here where there is both Charizard and the Floette on the other side, and maybe if you read that your opponent's going to pick Floette, then you do pick Scoville instead, but I think likely it's going to be more the Espathra, Archelodon, Politoed part of a team that's going to need to win this one.
Absolutely. You can see here, this is very similar to the team that we saw in our final round of Swiss yesterday that Stephen Gillespie was running, and also we saw Billy perform on stage yesterday as well. Some key differences from that the final match that we saw yesterday. Dragonite over the Sylveon as well. This is the more traditional Leech Seed and Overheat Scovillain versus the Flamethrower Giga Drain that we had seen previously, and just the regular Mystic Water, not the Choice Scarf Politoed that we saw Steven have previously yesterday.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting to see how this one plays out. One interesting combination too is that if we do see Dragonite as the mega choice here, a pretty good target for that Espathra.
Excellent target.
I guess 2 different Dragon type Pokemon as Baton Pass targets in VGC. What a time to be alive.
There we go. We got the fist bump, and we are ready for battle here. As Arcelpuri here You can see the more traditional Sun mode of the Charizard versions of the team. So instead of going for the Basculegion, the Aerodactyl or Whimsicott versions, using the speed of Choice Scarf on Garchomp and the Chlorophyll on Venusaur to be able to adjust the speed and get yourself in a good position.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You mentioned the 2017 National Championships. Feels a little bit more like 2014 looking at this, where, you know, with that Charizard-Venusaur combo, with as much as we've seen Charizard hasn't been very popular. Of course, you know, Sleep Powder, very powerful, and very few teams have a immunity to it anymore. You know, I guess Billy does, but do you really want to use Scovillain in that situation where presumably you're also facing down a Charizard?
Well, it's going to be Sneasler and Espathra leading for Billy, and Arcel will have the Incineroar and the Sinistcha leading for his own sake. And so now this Espathra is out here showing that Billy is just going to go for the boosting version of this team.
Yeah, observant viewers probably noticing there something strange with the Sneasler, where the Intimidate actually sticks, not a white herb on the Sneasler. It is instead Focus Sash on Burden. So something we don't see quite as frequently. So going to keep its stat drops, but potentially be able to survive a big attack later in the match. Though. Right here, it's going to get chipped down anyway, so maybe not a lot. And it's such a great item, and Sneasler going to flee right away.
Yeah, Sneasler is fleeing for the Archaludon, and this is Espathra now out on the field going for a Lumina Crash, targeting down the Sinistcha. You can see Arcel trying to threaten the Espathra from passing on too many speed boosts here by also threatening the Trick Room, but there's the parting shot into Espathra to lower its special attack, so if it does get to pass some boosts, it's also passing some debuffs.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, you want to pass your stat changes away. Hey, oh, here's all of them.
Yeah, you can pass all of the stat changes, including your limited special attack. And now the Trick Room is set up by Sinistcha here, but good call from Billy to just bring in the Archaludon without passing any boost to it, seeing the Sinistcha on the field.
Yeah, and perhaps hoping there you get like some of those weaker attacks instead for a stamina boost, but still a nice change. And hey, Espathra now basically has one level of reduced speed as well because it's going the wrong way. So maybe making this decision a little bit simpler for him.
Incineroar being switched in for that Pokemon here on Arcel's side. So Sinistcha is out, Espathra is out as well. Not through Baton Pass, but just a hard switch into Politoed. It's going to set the rain that is going to activate the power of Archaludon's ability to fire off Electro Shots and start getting special attack boosts of its own. Archaludon does not need Espathra's help to start giving itself more and more power. That Electro Shot, of course, will raise the special attack of the Archaludon, but into the protect of the non-Mega Evolved Floette just yet.
Yeah, no need to yet. Still protecting, although I guess, it's possible if a Charizard is in the back, though highly unlikely in this situation, but keeping the threat alive as long as...
You at least bluff it.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, don't really need to Mega Evolve there anyway. Politoed coming in is impactful here. You'd assume there'd be a fake out in the Archaludon slot, and that would allow the Politoed to dish out some damage to Incineroar, so making the situation a little bit more complicated for that side of the field, where it's going to be a real cost if there's a fake out.
Well, Floette now does Mega Evolve this turn, no longer going for the bluff. Fake out into the Archaludon. Like you mentioned, it will prevent that Pokemon from going on the offensive, especially with that additional boost to its special attack. Weather Ball comes out from Politoed, just trying to target down the Floette, deal as much damage as possible. And with the Mystic Water, with the rain, deals so much damage to that Floette. I don't know that this Calm Mind's enough to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, especially, that Archaludon's already got a boosted level of special attack. It's got a same type of attack bonus, boosted Flash Cannon. Not looking so great there, and Politoed's still threatening the other slot with a powerful Weather Ball. So important to get an attack down if you have a bunch of special attackers like that before the Floette gets the first Calm Mind up and get more damage, enough that you have to play a little more defensively. Not what Arcel's hoping for there, but still some nice positioning by him after having the speed disadvantage to start out the game. Although kind of has it again where his own Trick Room kind of working against him here.
Kind of dangling that Incineroar in front of the Politoed to try to give Floette a free Calm Mind. Does not, like you mentioned, Billy is very smart about making sure to take as much damage as possible. Also recognizing that Floette is under threat, going for another call out here. Ice Beam into the Incineroar that is now a Sinistcha, and a double up. The Dragon Pulse now connecting onto Sinistcha, and Billy has gotten every single turn right so far.
Yeah, very smart is right. Excellent play there, anticipating the protect, picks up an easy knockout, avoids the threat of Trick Room being reversed since it's currently helping him out.
Loves this
Getting
Trick
a great
Room.
knockout. And now Incineroar's going to come in here and maybe at this point, Floette is healthy enough that it would be able to survive a weather ball and like Calm Mind again or something. But a lot of threat being put down here, and just not getting anything done of his Trick Room. I already lost a Pokemon. Still 2 more turns of rain, so Palutode may want to switch out and reset stats anyway. But also have the issue where the Trick Room is going to expire relatively soon. We still have those 2 quicker Pokemon in the back for Billy that are going to have to be dealt with once this Trick Room expires. Speed control has been just in Billy's favor almost this entire game, even though he hasn't used any speed control moves.
Absolutely. It has all been Arsenal trying to sort of react to what he expects from Billy, and Billy just sort of being one step ahead here. Incineroar will go ahead and continue to fake out the Archaludon, noticing that that is going to be the biggest damage threat to the Floette on the field. This time around, Billy does go up to take out the Incineroar with that weather ball. Huge KO coming out there from the Politoed. All of the multipliers stacking up. This is a Pokemon we are used to seeing just be very bulky and tank a bunch of hits, but it also can dish out the damage when it wants to.
Well, speaking of dishing out the damage.
Not quite as much as Floette can, but Politoed's been picking up KOs. Floette just dealt some damage.
Yeah, true. It's been important knockouts too, where now down to 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, so going to simplify things a little bit. Again, there's that quicker Sneasler in the back, and the Espathra and Venusaur winds up being the final Pokemon here. I might have expected that only to be used paired with Charizard, but no, Venusaur's going to come out in this matchup, and that is an interesting Pokemon here where it'll be a little bit difficult for the Sneasler to deal with it, though the Espathra is going to have a pretty easy time. So these 2 Pokemon on the field now kind of just need to go down in an efficient way for Billy not to get one of his remaining Pokemon weakened while the other one is waiting to enter battle.
Absolutely, and Archaludon's just going to protect this turn, so Politoed goes down. So Politoed is the Pokemon that will be sacrificed here from Billy, as this Floette with the 1 Calm Mind is ready to start picking up KOs. However, Sneasler is now able to switch in for free here and immediately threaten the Floette, or the Espathra can come in here and start chaining more buffs, potentially switching out that Archaludon to pass them back on to that Pokemon as well.
So Sneasler is the choice here, but yeah, there are a lot of great options. And now immediately a bunch of threat on both of these Pokemon where to make a difficult read if you're on Arsenal side of the field. And Direct Claw likely able to pick up a knockout and Floor in this position, so it's very threatened, difficult for it to move. But a fake out and then an attack into the Venusaur slot would be very devastating if that Protect does occur. The Archaludon did boost its special attack while Rain was still up, so Venusaur opting for the Protect here, anticipating that play.
Yep, Venusaur actually is the Pokemon to protect, like you mentioned, calling out the fake out from Sneasler. Great call there from Arsenal. That means that Floette gets to fire off a Dazzling Gleam and bring Sneasler all the way down to its Focus Sash. And now there are no additional Pokemon for this Espathra to pass any buffs to. And the only way here, this Sneasler needs to land a Dire Claw on that Floette.
Yeah, things have gotten interesting all of a sudden where it seemed like a big advantage, and there still is that fully healthy Espathra, but Venusaur is going to be a problem to deal with, right? If it's able to hit a Sleep Powder or pick up a knockout on that Sneasler in a way that transitions things effectively for Floette, things are a little bit scary. All of a sudden, the Venusaur does have that Focus Sash item, so it will need to be attacked by both of these Pokemon in order to be knocked out. And hey, you can't tap Venusaur twice and hit Floette in the same turn. So gonna have to hit a read here. Billy was very close. He had a huge lead, but all of a sudden he still needs to make one more read to close this one out.
Yeah, still needs to get this last turn right here. Floette protects from Arsenal. Billy looks very happy about that. There's the Protect. The Dire Claw actually connects onto Venusaur. Going to be the 1 hit into Venusaur and the Paralysis. Most likely not going to matter at all as this Lumina Crash cleans up the Venusaur. And that is big damage, a big KO. And Billy has played this first game so perfectly that 1 Floette, even with those boosts, just doesn't have it against 2 of these Pokemon here. And there's the forfeit from Arsenal.
Yeah, great being in the game though, where for a while there was like, oh man, Billy's really running away with this one. But it was actually very close, where I felt like there's like 3 or 4 turns where the players were kind of making a read against one another. Arsenal really only got it once, and despite only getting the 1 read, he's actually very close to winning this game.
Still made it very competitive.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm all that upset about how game 1 went, and certainly you'd rather be up 1-0 than down 0-1, but like it felt like a fairly favorable matchup in that regard, right? Where you can have that many things go your way, especially the Trick Room was like really disastrous, right?
Yeah.
Where Sinister really didn't do anything in this game except for help the other team, and despite that, it was still so close. I think there's real world where Arsenal kind of cleans this up a little bit. I might actually be thinking of adjusting a little bit if I was on Williams' side of the field in this one, just because I think it would have been very easy for that to go the wrong way if he didn't make so many reads correctly.
All right, here we go. Game 2. This is elimination for Arsenal if he loses this match. If William wins, that will be advancing to the top 4, a new best finish for that competitor. Espathra and Sneasler on the field, and this time it's the Floette and Incineroar on the field for Arsenal.
So we get the fake out wall once again, and poor Floette always just seems to be facing down some dangerous threats on the other side. Sneasler somewhat pinning it here, although I guess technically you could go for a fake out in that slot if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You know, since you can't both fake out or stop fake out and dire claw. Espathra just going to flee this time. Maybe doesn't want to be parting shotted again, and we see Dragonite as a switch up from the previous game.
Yeah, there's an adjustment like you were calling out, Scott. That's the Dragonite for Billy instead of potentially the Archaludon or the Politoed that we saw in Game 1. Floette will go ahead and Mega Evolve into the Mega Floette as Incineroar's Fake Out connects onto Dragonite. That was the Espathra. That just means that Sneasler gets fire off a Dire Claw directly into Floette. The Intimidate, though, is a big deal. Allows Floette to survive, but just goes for a Calm Mind here. And Arsenal is going to need to maneuver real hard to allow that Floette to make any use of that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that if there was a Dazzling Gleam, it could have been pretty scary there with Dragonite's multi-scale getting broken, but it's a I'm not going to say a free Calm Mind. That is definitely not what that was.
Yeah.
But a Calm Mind, which is still important with this team. I think probably likely going to see more of a protect the print sort of strategy here with Incineroar and Sinistcha likely in the back trying to help out here, rather than using the Trick Room as it did in the previous turn. You could go for a Protect and a switch to Sinistcha, although that was called so beautifully the last time around. It's a little anxiety-inducing perhaps to go for that one, but Espathra are going to re-enter the battle and likely see a switch on the other side as well. But no, the Dragonite is going to activate first.
Yeah, Dragonite is out on the field now. That is Mega Dragonite, gets the wings on its head as Espathra switches in for the Sneasler. Floette going for the Protect, trying to protect itself from a fake out, or sorry, a Dire Claw from the Sneasler. Hurricane misses the Incineroar, no rain up, so the Hurricane has only 7, much less useful.
Yeah, so we'll see the Sinistcha come in, with the switch sort of, just, the complicated multi-step version where getting the stat debuff in, healing up the Floette, and critically getting the threat of a Rage Powder on the field. But it's kind of an interesting pin on the Sinistcha here where I don't know if you want to take a fairy type attack in order to do it, but there would be the option of a double up into the Sinistcha with a Lumina Crash to lower its special defense before attacking.
Well, there definitely is still that option, and maybe Billy won't have any choice but to with Rage Powder on the field now.
Yeah, you gotta have to deal with it, right? And I think getting rid of it would still be a big deal because you'd avoid the ability for it to heal enough to survive another Dire Claw.
Well, there is another Protect coming out from Espathra to continue getting speed boosts. Sinistcha does go for the Rage Powder, wants to make sure that Billy is only targeting the Sinistcha and not dealing any damage to the Floette, and without the rain, this Dragonite just cannot land these Hurricanes. That's the second one that misses into the Sinistcha, and now here's the +1 Calm Mind boosted Dazzling Gleam, picks up the KO on Dragonite, easy peasy.
That's a huge knockout there. Getting rid of the Mega Ball Pokemon without it really getting to do anything. Unfortunately, missing both of its Hurricanes, so it's a lot of damage that could have gone down that didn't there. I don't know if Sinistcha was trained to be able to survive that or not, but certainly both it and Incineroar would be much less healthy than they are. The benefit is it does give a switch, which again, I'm not going to call free, into Sneasler, who is threatening a bunch of damage on the other side of the board, but there's still the threat of that Rage Powder. And unlike the previous Pokemon, you don't get like the natural synergy Blue Crash there, but Incineroar instead going to help out by intimidating these Pokemon, trying perhaps to get Floette protecting. Okay.
Yep, there is another Protect from Floette as the Incineroar's Intimidate will continue to lower the attack of Sneasler, but Espathra now finally starting to go for some boosts here. That's a Calm Mind, bringing its special attack back to even, and you have to start wondering, what is the target? Does Espathra just want these boosts for itself? It can't with the Incineroar still on the field, so is it the Politoed or is it the Archaludon that he's trying to buff?
You're right, critical information here. Certainly not the Scoville with Mega Evolution spent already in this more supportive set. But I think also, Arsenal's kind of stuck in a cycle, right? Where it's powerful, but it's really predictable. Where I guess breaking the cycle a little bit here by going for the immediate switch. But, just like every turn is like, okay, Protect, use a support Pokemon ability, repeat. And this time he's going to have to take some damage. But Espathra going to Calm Mind instead. Maybe get a little greedy, maybe feeling like, hey, this is just what I need to set up a win condition or break this cycle.
Yeah, and at least starting to get actual attack buffs onto the Espathra and whatever is in the back. Another Dire Claw connects onto Floette, but is not able to pick up the KO thanks to that Intimidate. Sneasler hangs on with 7 hit points, which is actually kind of important because it means that the Focus Sash does not activate, and so the Unburden does not activate as well. But Espathra is able to tank that pretty well now with those 2 Calm Minds and also a number of speed buffs.
Yeah, this Panther's looking pretty good here. Likely going to see a baton pass at this turn so he can learn this last Pokemon. And the pacing of this game, I wouldn't be shocked if Espathra was able to calm mind itself up back again later in the game.
Well, here is the play here. Espathra is going for the baton pass, but protects from Sneasler, protects from Floette. We do have a situation that looks like what Arsenal was trying to set up in game 1, getting all of these speed boosts passed over to the Politoed, +1 on the special attack, +2 on the special defense, but the trick room has now been set up on Arsenal. So now finally, that is working for him instead of against him.
Yeah, although Politoed's not the speediest, but well, I guess it is now.
It is now. It's got 3 or 4 speed boosts.
Yeah, so it's become Kyogre or something. So special stats, great. Speed, not so great, or a little too great, I suppose. You're threatening a bunch of damage the other direction, and Floyd is still very weakened, but you're still, again, have to break through that Sinistcha. Did not hit the Hurricane earlier in the game. I kind of wondered if Politoed had even come because of the attempt to fire all those Hurricanes without it, but Sneasler going to fail and protect here, and maybe Sinistcha will get to go on the offense.
Well, there's the Matcha Gotcha coming out from Sinistcha that will pick up the KO onto Sneasler, and you can see the benefit of those 2 special defense boosts onto Politoed. Only takes 44 damage there, a pittance with a super effective attack. There's the Moonblast coming out from Floette. It does have a Calm Mind boost, so it deals a lot more damage than the Matcha Gotcha, but Politoed is still able to hold on just barely. Muddy Water comes out that will pick up the KO onto Floette and deal a little bit of damage to Sinistcha, but that type resistance, that natural type resistance, has just been so powerful for Sinistcha against this Politoed. And getting able to dodge those Hurricanes, that's kind of a big deal for this Sinistcha.
Yeah, the Sinistcha hadn't been hit by the Hurricane, certainly not standing in the field anymore. Instead, able to pick up that knockout and continue to threaten this Politoed. And Espathra is going to get worse and worse in trick room every turn.
Until it gets better and better.
Right, yeah, he's got to make it a few more turns here, but I think that's going to be tough. At least this Politoed does not hold a Choice Scarf as the one we saw yesterday did, but likely not going to survive a Matcha Gotcha unless it dodges it here. And Incineroar has the option of targeting into that slot as well. Espathra threatening the Sinistcha, but not the Incineroar, who, despite the type disadvantage, it looks like the Fire Grass version of the Fire Grass versus Water playing out as opponents instead of allies this time.
Absolutely. There's the Matcha Gotcha coming out from Sinistcha, just trying to clean up damage on that Politoed and get a little bit more onto the Espathra as well. Heals up quite a bit of that health as well. In addition to all of that, the Citrus Berry actually activating here, meaning that this Espathra will continue to be more and more healthy. Throat Chop just trying to clean up that Politoed in case of a Matcha Gotcha miss. Illumina Crash connects onto Sinistcha, deals a decent amount of damage, gets the special defense drop. Does make it a little bit spookier over time, but it is just the Politoed here that Arsenal has to worry about because this Espathra is unable to deal any damage to the Dark-type Incineroar.
Yeah, it seems like it would need a triple protect on the Politoed, most likely to get through this one. I think,
2 more turns.
Yeah, both the 2 more turns of Trick Room, and I think 2 more Lumina Crashes probably needed to pick up this Sinistcha. At least now, after that last turn, Incineroar can't really risk trying to attack it, but the Protect is going to fail.
Yep, the Protect fails. No double Protect for Politoed, and the Matcha Gotcha is going to connect. Politoed goes down. Espathra is still on the field, and that is a Game 2 win for Arsenal because, again, only the Psychic-type Lumina Crash available on Espathra for offense, and the Dark-type of Incineroar makes it immune. So Game 3 coming right up here. Actually, we don't even have to worry about that because Incineroar will just clean it up for himself.
He's like, I heard Dark type.
let me chop some throats.
Really fun set so far. Interesting one, right? I think both the Game 1 and the Game 2 set were kind of uniquely difficult to react to, where like the first game seemed like maybe the player that won needed a little too many reads to get there. Second game, maybe the player that won needed a few too many misses to get there. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how these players opt to approach this third game, where I don't have like a super good feel for this matchup after the first 2 games because both of them kind of volatile in their own ways.
Yeah, and I'm going to be I think that I liked the Dragonite adjustment quite a bit from Billy, but having to go for some of those 70% Hurricanes when you had Politoed in the back feels real bad. But, you know, to Arsenal's credit, didn't give a lot of freedom for, you know, Billy to switch in that Politoed alongside the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, I think pressure is really important against these teams like this in the past, right? If you play with your food too much, it's going to get too strong and destroy you, so you have to play aggressively. I think it's also kind of the weakness of these teams, right? Where you can't just send out your Pokemon in whatever order you want if you have a baton pass-based strategy. But we have a very different strategy on the other side of the field with also saying, hey, you know, you haven't really been doing anything to check my Charizard mode, so check it out.
Yep, I decided that I got my win with the Floette mode, and now I would like to get a win with my Charizard mode. And that is potentially very threatening, especially that Venusaur having access to Sleep Powder can be a big deal in this matchup to prevent some of these big buffs.
Yeah, Venusaur protecting for now, so that's an interesting round. What if it's just a double protect the scout with the fake out? Oh no,
just
calling
calling
the fake
it out. And no Mega Evolution from the Charizard, so doubling up into the Venusaur on Billy's side. Arsenal calling that correctly, instead just getting off a free Heat Wave here, dealing a decent amount of damage to both of the Pokemon on Billy's side.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that the lack of Mega Evolution here is not even really bluffing Flo in the back, which I don't know there's like plausible doubt for with this lead. Instead holding the Mega Evolution in case of the Palatoad entering the battle, but a really interesting look here. Also a great call, blocking the double onto the Venusaur, and it's become a very interesting situation. Yeah, Sleep Powder very bad for this team. Squavillon almost certainly wasn't selected, and a really bold call to bring this after Dragonite was selected the previous game. Maybe you think, hey, it didn't work out so well for my opponent. I think he's going to drop it.
Well, that Venusaur is switching out for the Incineroar, going to get an Intimidate drops down onto the Sneasler, which does stick because there is no White Herb. This time, Arsenal wants the additional firepower of the Drought on the field and the additional stats for Charizard Y. Spathra, though, will just go for a Protect here to get another speed boost. Sneasler as well going for a Protect on its own, but, you know, that protects them from this incoming Heat Wave, but now leaves them very vulnerable to this Incineroar.
Yeah, kind of a great situation, right? How often does Incineroar get to switch in a double protect? So now these Pokemon going to be able to avoid a potential fake out here. I think very likely that this Sneasler wants to become a Palatoad to change the weather, but I'm actually not so certain that Espathra's going to survive a fake out in a weather ball.
Yeah, and Espathra has to retreat despite getting all of those speed boosts. Billy is not finding the opportunities to actually get those baton passes off. Instead, has to hard switch both of his Pokemon on the field to the rain mode. So Politoed out on the field is going to take a Weather Ball from this Charizard. Of course, it is water type because it is now raining out on the field. Steel deals good damage to that Pokemon as Incineroar, targeting down the Espathra slot once again, gets a very high value parting shot off onto that Archaludon.
Man, there's some really fun reads in this game where sure both players acknowledge the play I was talking about. William defended it, and then I was like, no, I'm just not going to try to do that. I know that you know. And Venusaur getting back out the field. Something looked like a pretty awesome Pokemon here. I certainly prefer the weather was a little bit different, but Palatoad likely not going to want to be hit by Sleep Powder here and kind of become much less effective. You really want to be threatening the Weather Ball while the weather is yours, and Archaludon wouldn't really want to be hit by it either. There is no grass attack on this Venusaur, so also not being threatened by damage, but sleeping Pokemon don't do any damage either.
Exactly. Sleeping Pokemon like this cute little sleepy Politoed are not going to be able to deal any damage until they wake up. So the Sleep Powder connects on to Politoed. Archaludon is able to start buffing itself up with the Electro Shot. And of course, Arsenal switched in the Garchomp, hoping to protect that Charizard. This is a Pokemon we have not seen out of Arsenal yet, and he gets the call correctly.
Oh, this is so like, this is the Sun strat here, right? You bait the Electro Shot, you get the Garchomp in, now you can threaten bringing the Charizard back in, have an Earthquake opportunity, trying to get both of these Pokemon who are vulnerable to it, and also a nice spot where even though it was Electro Shot, it's actually only neutral special attack because of the Parting Shot previously.
Yeah, really well sequenced there from Arsenal to continue to put Billy on the back foot. Recognizing that the Sun mode is likely to come back, Billy has to retreat the Politoed to give him the option to reset the weather. Sneasler will be the choice coming out from Billy to at least tank this Earthquake, potentially a sacrificial Sneasler here just to get that Politoed back in to control the weather.
Well, I mean, we'll get to see the Sneasler unfortunately going down there. I mean, you see the impact of the damage it took earlier in the game where if it had been full health, that's the dream play, right? You switch in, you get the Focus Sash activation, the Pokemon takes over the game. But because it was weakened before, again, great sequencing, right? Doing exactly the damage that it needed to do. You do at least get with the benefit of that, Palatoad coming back in here and reset the weather, but it didn't take its sleep turn, so it's not going to be doing anything this turn.
Still
potentially allowing Charizard to cycle the weather once again.
Yeah, and there's really nothing that Billy can do about that. Losing the Sneasler is a big deal. The Espathra was totally blocked from doing anything at the start of the game, and it really can't switch in right now and is not going to feel good about taking any damage. What's also not going to feel good about taking damage is this Archaludon that takes a lot of damage, and the Politoed in particular with that critical hit almost gets knocked out. Of course, it is still asleep, so it does not get an opportunity to do much of anything, but Archaludon continuing to go for those Electro Shots, and Arsenal keeping the Charizard on the field, not switching it out, just going for the Protect, keeping that Archaludon locked into nothing.
covering kind of all the options. There's like, hey, you know that my electric can be used in the field, so you think it's free to attack into the slot, and I have to cycle Charizard, but I don't, right? Where
I
now
protect.
yeah, exactly. Earthquake now very threatening, would certainly easily pick up the Palatone. Archelon is close after the stamina boost, but can easily fire an attack into that slot, or if you're anticipating a switch to Spathra, try to double that slot instead. But it's very close to over here, where this is a really excellent sequencing by the Sun team, and there is so much pressure being exerted by this popular Charizard Garchomp combination.
Yeah, and this Garchomp is Choice Scarf, so Billy is going to be at a speed disadvantage against that Pokemon until this Espathra can get at least 1, maybe 2 speed boosts to actually be able to outspeed this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Archaludon forced to protect itself from the additional damage coming out from this Earthquake. Espathra takes so much damage on the switch in there, but is able to eat its Citrus Berry and heal just a little bit up. There's Charizard trying to pick off whatever last little bits of hit points would be remaining on the Archaludon after that Earthquake, but instead just going to be into the Protect as Archaludon continues to recover its health with those leftovers.
Yeah, so we got a really close situation here. Now with the Espathra, at least with the option of speed boost, you can start catching up to that Garchomp, likely just quicker than it, when both are at +1, but this Espathra is not going to be one-shotting out of these Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the damage that Espathra can put out is negligible unless you get multiple opportunities to get Calm Minds or special defense drops from Lumina Crash. And Garchomp does not need any additional advantage, brings Archaludon all the way down to 15 hit points with that Choice Scarf Earthquake here, and that allows Charizard with this Weather Ball once again target down the Archaludon. The leftovers helped it survive the Earthquake, but it doesn't survive the double up.
Using its own rain against it, that's not a fire type Weather Ball, that is water type, but able to do enough damage to pick up the knockout, and now that's still sleeping Palatine, not going to be much use, so we see the forfeit locked in.
No opportunity there for Billy to get back into that game. Arcel showing the Garchomp there, the key moment.
It's Tyranitar.
Yeah.
It was actually a really cool set. I think that was with Terra Psychic on the Tyranitar as well, which was just like a really neat adaptation at the time. Terrestrialization is gone though. We've got Mega Evolution, which is going to bring a new power to these Pokemon. Frostlass, one of the newer Mega Evolutions that we've seen come out in Pokemon Legends CA. You will be able to get Snow Warning once you Mega Evolve. You get to set the snow, and that's one way that you can win out this weather war.
Whimsicott Glamora is a combo that was pretty highly touted going into this tournament as well. It was in response to the very high presence of Charizard plus Steel type plus Fairy type in the metagame, which we have seen do decently well here, but not the most successful composition.
It's been tough because I feel like Glamora is a bit of the matchup check. You really want to be able to have the power gems for the Charizards. There are only 2 in our top cut bracket. You've got the Sludge Bombs for opposing Fairy types, which is great when you have something like a Whimsicott or even a Floette, but Michael doesn't have either of those. And then Earth Power, sure, pretty good. But you got a Levitate Hydreigon on the other side, and that Tyranitar also gets a nice big bulk boost when it Mega Evolves, so that's a tough sell.
There's a lot of things that actually kind of like being in front of Glamora coming up on Michael's team, because Glamora doesn't pretty heavily threaten a lot of Michael's Pokemon. Might be left behind because Michael does have a lot of options here. The Garchomp, a very great Glamora answer. Hisuian Arcanine has that Focus Sash. The Snarl on Hydreigon is actually really good into this team too.
Yeah, that's going to be able to drop the special attack of things like the Frostlass and also dealing that super effective damage. But I'm really looking at a Pokemon like that Hisuian Arcanine. Is this another matchup where it can shine? Might have a bit of a tougher time versus something like the Frostlass, but you still have either a Head Smash or a Flare Blitz. And with that Rock Head ability, you are not taking recoil damage from the moves after you use them.
Jumping right into top 8B here at Indianapolis, we're going to have the Frostlass and Corviknight from Michael Zhang. Evan Scott is going to have the Glamora and the Whimsicott. So eating our words immediately, Whimsicott and Glamora making an immediate appearance. And notably, we have the Frostlass for Michael, which means it's likely going to Mega Evolve. We talked about some Pokemon that are great without Mega Evolving. Unfortunately, Frostlass is not one of them.
No, Frostlass, I mean, if you wanted to, I guess you're going to try to get the Cursed Body to activate and get rid of a move for your opponent's side, but there's a low chance of that happening, and it's a little bit better when you get that extra boost to your speed and your special attack. Whimsicott's gonna set the tailwind though, so that means Glamora gets to zoom its way into the first turn of this game as Power Gem just barely misses out on the knockout into this Frostlass. It means that Frostlass is free and clear to go for a Blizzard. It's gonna bring this Whimsicott down quite low, but not low enough to be able to KO it. Corviknight's going to match that tailwind, and so we're kind of back to square one.
No knockout with that Blizzard into Whimsicott. That's either a relatively weak Frostlass or a very bulky Whimsicott. It does not have that Focus Sash that is on the Glamora, the Fairy Feather instead. It is that bold stat alignment, so likely is just trained to be very, very bulky. Does hang on there, but I don't know if you love that if you're Evan. You might have wanted Whimsicott to go down there so you could swap into something that has a little bit better of an offensive matchup here. We saw that first Blizzard do 79 damage to Glamora. With the way those damage rolls work, another Blizzard could just take 2 knockouts on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Prankster Tailwind to let the Glamora outspeed the Frostlass, but I feel like now that you've also neutralized the Tailwinds by setting one of your own with the Corviknight, should be able to let this Frostlass do some good work here. So I can say Sui and Arcanine, not super afraid. Okay, you could attack with the Glamora, but then I'll probably knock you out. As Whimsicott tries to go for the Encore into the Corviknight as well to try to lock it into going for Tailwind. It will not do that, but the Weather Ball actually goes into the Glamora to miss out on the KO. That is one of the unique adaptations to Michael Zhang's Frostlass in particular, that it does actually have Weather Ball as that 4th move instead of something like Aurora Veil.
I love that play from Michael there. Going for Weather Ball means you're not knocking out Whimsicott on this turn. Whimsicott now kind of continues to be dead weight for Evan. Bit of a momentum sink in that slot after getting Tailwind up. But by swapping Arcanine in here, you are threatening the extreme speed to knock out Whimsicott before it can potentially lock your Frostlass into Weather Ball with Encore. Then you can continue to threaten with either the Blizzards or the Weather Balls. Notably, Weather Ball will be a little bit stronger than Blizzard with that single target damage, because Blizzard is slightly stronger naturally, but with that damage reduction, it's a little bit lower.
And now that the Whimsicott's out of here, then that doesn't matter at all. So could just rip the Blizzard if you want to from here. Weather Ball, though, is going to be the move of choice, guarantees the knockout onto the Glamora, in case something else had actually switched in to take that Whimsicott's place and keep that Blizzard as spread. But that's going to be a 2 Pokemon advantage for Michael Zhang in this first game, as we see Frostlass matched here by Evan Scott, and the Corviknight also almost looking in a mirror.
2 very juicy Flare Blitz targets for that Hisuian Arcanine. Again, does have the Rock Head ability with the Focus Sash item. So if it does use Flare Blitz, it will not take any recoil and will be able to threaten a big knockout into either Frostlass or Corviknight.
Really important to note that these Frostlass also have different stat alignments. Evans is going to be modest, giving it a boost to its special attack, while Michael's actually is timid, so you likely think it should be faster across the way.
Would be shocked if Michael's wasn't the faster of the 2 Frostlass. A big Shadow Ball and Flare Blitz could threaten 2 knockouts here. Let's see if Evan can weather that storm.
You got the Aurora Veil to try to soften some of the blows, but it's going to be the opposing Frostlass just using the Blizzard first. That's still a lot of damage into the opposing Corviknight, despite the fact that it's going to be resistant. Oh no! The Corviknight gets frozen solid. That is going to make it a nice target for this Arcanine. Arcanine still was going to be faster no matter what in this situation, likely, just because it's naturally a faster Pokemon, but still, that's a big knockout here, and...
It thought out! Speaking of things being faster, though, that Arcanine was faster than Evan's Frostlass. The Tailwinds are matched. There was no difference in speed control there. So that Arcanine with the Jolly stat alignment doing a lot of work for Michael there. That is actually huge information. Michael now knows that his Arcanine can potentially just outspeed and one-hit KO that Frostlass with a Head Smash later on in this match.
But right now, it should be a locked-up done deal with a double-up of a Flare Blitz and a Shadow Ball. The Tailwinds have both expired. Still, they were both active, so you know what. Neutralized speeds across the board. But yeah, Frostlass going for the Shadow Ball here, and if that's not enough to pick up the knockout, then the Arcanine knows what job is up next. But Michael Zhang takes game 1 of this top 8 set.
Really well played there. I really loved the use of Weather Ball from that Mega Frostlass, not giving the Whimsicott the opportunity to get knocked out, make better use of that Tailwind that it set up, and also not open the door for any Encore to mess up any of Michael's game plans. Smartly using Weather Ball to make up the damage when Blizzard may not have knocked out that Glamora.
Extreme Speed from Arcanine also showing off that it's got a couple of other nice tools in the kit. Even though we've put a lot of emphasis on the Rocket ability, making sure you're not taking recoil from the more powerful moves of Head Smash and Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed does give you that increased priority option to get around that Whimsicott, that pesky Whimsicott.
Freeze there as well. We're going to see another Frostlass freezing Corviknight. Luckily for Evan, ended up being completely inconsequential here, but again, this Arcanine is going to be huge for Michael. Knowing that it is faster than Frostlass, which typically you would not expect to see, is really big info for both of these trainers.
I'm still giggling at the fact that the Corviknight thawed out while he got knocked out. Hey, look, at least the game is keeping the Corviknight honest. Let's get into it, though. Game number 2. Can Evan Scott bring himself back into this one with a win so we can go to a game 3? Or will Michael Zhang punch his ticket into the semifinals? Let's see if the Frostlass and Arcanine can get the job done, or if Evan will be able to get some more work with this Frostlass and Whimsicott.
I really love this lead from Michael, especially knowing that you have the Arcanine faster than Frostlass. This Frostlass for Michael protects Arcanine from really the only thing that threatens it, which is that Garchomp. A Blizzard would easily be able to knock out Garchomp, allowing the Arcanine to take some free swings here. And we have the Whimsicott and Frostlass, both weak to that Flare Blitz. Neither wants to take a Head Smash either. This Arcanine is poised to do another big bit of damage on this first turn.
The biggest problem, though, is you do have one way around the natural speed advantage that Michael has, and that's with just the Whimsicott setting the tailwind. We already saw that it was able to take one Blizzard in that first game, so maybe it's able to hang on through this. Whimsicott decides, though, I really don't want to catch the smoke or the pause of this Hisuian Arcanine. It's just going to be a double protect here to scout out what Michael has actually locked into. This also gives Evan an advantage here to maybe get a good encore into one of these Pokemon as you see the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard come out. I don't know if you want to encore into one of those.
I mean, potentially if Michael tries to catch Evan being cute and goes for, or no, there's no Aurora Veil yet. I was going to say you could potentially try and encore that Aurora Veil. But I think just having the threat of encore, you make Michael reconsider what he's doing on this turn. It just adds at least one more variable to what is otherwise a pretty straightforward option.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution for Evan's Frostlass on this second turn, and so look at them. So regal. As Whimsicott goes for the tailwind to ensure that Evan's Frostlass can do something in this turn before getting knocked out. And the Frostlass opts to go for Shadow Ball. Maybe he will be able to get the KO, but it doesn't! It just barely misses it out, even though this modest Frostlass knew that it had one job. The Blizzard in response doesn't knock out the Whimsicott, a damage rule that we saw in that first game play out favorably here for Evan. But a freeze! This team cannot catch a break. I don't know what Michael's speeding that Frostlass, but I want to know. And Evans is going to get knocked out in return from the Flare Blitz.
Another freeze from the Blizzards. I think if you're looking for a team to use after this tournament ends, know that these Mega Frostlass have been doing really well
Jake,
with the freezes.
don't put that on the ladder.
This one's certainly more consequential than the Corviknight in the first game because now Whimsicott doesn't have the option to threaten something like an Encore, to protect itself from a potential extreme speed. It does have a chance to thaw, but it is not guaranteed until at least 3 turns have passed, thanks to the new freeze mechanics in Pokemon Champions. Glimmora hits the field and is threatening knockout with a Power Gem into Frostlass or big damage with Earth Power, but that Focus Sash is still intact.
Whimsicott does actually thaw out on this turn, so it does fire off a Moonblast to finish off the Frostlass. And that's going to be one Pokemon apiece. Both of the Mega Frostlass taken down for Evan and Michael, as a Power Gem is going to guarantee this Arcanine gets taken down to its Focus Sash. But what does Arcanine do next? There's 2 good targets on the other side for this move, and the Head Smash actually lands into the Glimmora. That is a huge amount of damage traded. We are just going blow for blow here in second game.
Yeah, big Head Smash there. Again, it does not do any recoil thanks to that Rock Head ability. Does activate Toxic Debris though, so 1 layer of Toxic Spikes spread on Michael's side of the field means that anything that's touching the ground will be poisoned when it comes in. Thankfully for Michael though, Corviknight is immune in a couple ways. Not touching the ground, it is a steel type that can't be poisoned, so nothing just yet. And now this Corviknight again in a really strong spot. You're threatening a knockout with extreme speed into either of Evan's Pokemon. I think you may want to target that Glimmora over the Whimsicott because Corviknight has a really, really good time against Whimsicott, and Glimmora is kind of the last thing left that can threaten it.
That's actually going to be the Whimsicott, though, for the extreme speed. Maybe worried about something like getting encored into Tailwind if this Corviknight is trying to stagger those turns. But you're going to trade the Arcanine for the Whimsicott, as Corviknight is the final Pokemon to move on this turn. We will end up seeing it go for that Tailwind, and so one more turn of Tailwind here for Evan that he gets to actually utilize here before Michael is going to take over the speed control for the rest of the game.
That is a great Tailwind. It means that for this next coming turn, the speeds are equalized. But then after that, there are 2 turns remaining where Michael's team will be faster. We do see the Hydreigon come out for Michael, matching the Corviknight for Evan. Now that this Hydreigon is holding the Choice Scarf, it does have to lock into 1 attack for the remainder of the game. There's only 2 Pokemon remaining for each trainer. But this Hydreigon isn't really being threatened heavily by any attacks here at all, especially with the speed advantage with the Choice Scarf.
Yeah, Dark Pulse is perfect. You also have a chance to flinch this Pokemon if you are so lucky, as Glamora fires off a Sludge Bomb. It's going to be the best option here, as you're not going to get the KO quite yet, as Evan's able to weave in a Bulk Up. But Corviknight, though, with the Iron Head, finishes off the Glamora with that 1 HP remaining, and it's a 2v1 here, as Evan's got to put the rest of these hopes onto the Corviknight.
I do think there's a chance this Corviknight could clutch it out, though. That Bulk Up means that it's going to take less damage from Michael's Corviknight's attacks, and of course, it boosted the power of Body Press. With the damage that the Hydreigon took from the Sludge Bomb, that might be enough, well not might, it will be enough for Hydreigon to be knocked out by Body Press, and Michael's Corviknight only has resisted attacks into Evans. The combination of that Bulk Up, the possibility of Roost on Evans, and the Leftovers.
There's one thing, though, Michael does have 2 different options to flinch this Corviknight with the Iron Head and the Dark Pulse, so you've got the speed advantage, you may as well try to use it and see if you can stop this Corviknight in its tracks, and that is going to be an unsuccessful turn. That's the Body Press to finish off this Choice Scarf Hydreigon, and so Michael just has to figure out how to get through the rest of this HP, but as you called out, there's a lot of different ways that this Corviknight can be the final raid boss that Michaels cannot get through.
You would probably need a couple of flinches, a few critical hits along the way here. Michael knows that. That Bulk Up came in huge for Evan. Just knowing that Michael's Corviknight is completely unable to threaten Evan's Corviknight with any kind of damage. Great identification of that win condition in the late game.
Great game too, for sure. And I think with the difference that we saw in terms of the leads as well as some of those adjustments, maybe you're thinking if you're Michael, like, oh dude, I really like the Hydreigon coming in the back if it was the Corviknight on the other side.
It also, the decision to extreme speed the Whimsicott there instead of the Glamora made a lot of sense. Knowing that Hydreigon was your final Pokemon, you really don't want to face down that Fairy-type Whimsicott. They cleared the way for that Hydreigon as much as you could. But that one Bulk Up, and I think importantly, the Sludge Bomb damage from the Glamora is what allowed Hydreigon to be knocked out by that one Body Press. If it had the chance to fire 1 more Dark Pulse into Evan's Corviknight, I think Michael is able to win that, but just couldn't ignore that Glamora.
Game 3 is going to be the deciding game between Evan Scott and Michael Zhang to see who will move on to the top 4 of the first Pokemon Champions Regional. Let's see what our competitors have brought to this 3rd game as we see the Frostlass and the Corviknight for Michael, and it's going to be the Frostlass and the Whimsicott once again for Evan.
Another opportunity for Michael to match a Tailwind on this first turn. I like this adjustment back to the game 1 lead for Michael. It's what saw him success in that first game, and most importantly, you're threatening a Tailwind, but also really good damage with Iron Head into either target.
Frostlass is not going to waste any time, though, as it does Mega Evolve and get ready to pull out all the stops. We'll see if there's a Mega Evolution that is matched here, and there will, so we see 2 Mega Frostlass.
2 Mega Frostlass once again. We've seen Michael survive a very powerful attack both games, whether it be a Power Gem or a Shadow Ball, so it's unlikely that Michael will lose that Frostlass this turn.
Tailwind here for the Whimsicott is going to let Evan's Frostlass move first. Shadow Ball did not get the knockout in that second game, and it will not get it again in the 3rd. So Frostlass here for Michael gets a chance to do some damage. Whimsicott is also going to hang on again, so really well trained on both parts to survive those super effective hits. But what did this Corviknight do? Tailwind matched, and we will have to move into this next turn knowing that.
Now, Michael does have the threat of being encored by the Whimsicott. Of course, the Frostlass on Michael's side could potentially get encored into Blizzard, which would prevent Evan's Frostlass from being knocked out. But if you're encoring the Frostlass, you're not encoring the Corviknight.
Frostlass is going to protect itself, so we'll see if Corviknight actually gets to do something here.
Oh.
As, yeah, Whimsicott actually tried to encore the opposing Mega Frostlass. Frostlass for Evan still gets a chance to get some damage down onto this Corviknight, and we've seen some really unfortunate freezes. So we'll see if this Corviknight can break through, and if it loves its trainer enough, and it does. Ironhead finishes off the Whimsicott. That's going to be a free switch here for Evan, but does he like the trade?
I don't know. I think this is probably favorable for Michael, knowing you have the faster Frostlass. You're now threatening Evan's Frostlass with even more damage with either that Shadow Ball or Blizzard. And of course, you're going to be able to break the Focus Sash of this Glamora if you do opt to go for Blizzard. It's going to be tough. Like, do you try to target the Frostlass? It looks like a Shadow Ball from Michael's Frostlass should be able to knock out Evan's. Do you prioritize maybe taking out this Glamora? If you have that Hydreigon in the back, do you want to make sure the Ice type is gone? It's a tough choice here, but I think Michael's in the driver's seat.
You got a great choice of targets on either side, but it depends on what you feel like you need to clear a way to move towards your path to victory. Frostlass protects itself on Evan's side, which is going to mean that this Blizzard still connects into the Glamora. And so will that be a return KO? Glamora, which should be able to get the knockout with any of its moves into the Frostlass, and so it's going to be the Power Gem, the attack of choice. Corviknight, though, if it is going to target into this Glamora, should get a nice knockout trade. It is the Ironhead, but it was going towards the Frostlass.
I think that's a pretty good mid-ground play for Michael there. You know that if the Frostlass doesn't protect itself, you probably get the knockout there. If it does protect itself, you're still getting to break that Focus Sash on Glamora, which is very important. Now this Arcanine comes in. I believe it's... Ooh, I'm missing the speed interaction between Glamora and Arcanine there. But even if the Arcanine attacks after Glamora, it does have that Focus Sash, and we know it's faster than Evan's Frostlass. Michael is now threatening 2 KOs here again.
Yeah, so the Arcanine should be faster. And actually a really nice play from the Blizzard the turn before. It did not make contact with the Glamora, so no toxic spikes to actually break the Focus Sash onto the Hisuian Arcanine. So it's free and clear. It needs to take 2 attacks of attention in order to knock it out. So the Flare Blitz is going to confirm the KO into the Frostlass, and I think this Corviknight knows the next job that it has ahead of it is to get rid of this Glamora. Because Glamora can only do so much into this Arcanine to bring it down to that Focus Sash with Earth Power.
The modest stat alignment on the Glamora comes in handy when you need to deal damage, but unfortunately it means it is slower than this Arcanine. And now Corviknight has the chance to respond with an Ironhead. Michael will take a 3-to-1 Pokemon advantage, and Evan is down to just 1.
Well, I mean, I've seen Corviknights do some ridiculous things.
True.
But with this Hisuian Arcanine as an adjustment in this 4th game, I think our 3rd game, excuse me, I'm stuck in round 4. We have, I think, a tough time ahead of this Corviknight.
We still have 1 Pokemon in the back for Michael, and because Corviknight hits the field for Evan and Arcanine is still around, you are going to be able to get a huge Flare Blitz off here. And because of that Rock Head, once again, you have to target that Arcanine with an attack to knock it out. And if you don't target it, it's just going to hit 2 Flare Blitzes and win.
Oh, I might only need 1 here if the Corviknight is able to follow up with anything, either the Brave Bird or the Ironhead. Body Press. Okay, great knockout for the Corviknight, but should be 1 more incoming as the Corviknight for Michael still has yet to move. I think both players know what's going to happen here as Bravebird for the Corviknight knocks out his counterpart, and Michael Zhang wins this top 8 to move on to the top 4.
Really well played there. That Hisuian Arcanine has been such a huge factor in both of the matches we've seen Michael play, especially in this top 8 match, though. The fact that that Arcanine was...
I expected to see some weather. We have seen basically exclusively weather so far, you know, and lots of sand, lots of snow, lots of rain, and sun. So all 4 weathers well represented here. And here's Alex's team here. The Dragonite, I think, is probably the Pokemon that is most interesting to call out here. This is the, of course, Mega Dragonite version, which means it is a special attacker, but not opting for the powerful Hurricane and not opting for the Rain mode for that Mega Dragonite. Instead, just 2 really good coverage moves, Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, 2 of the best, and then just Dragon Pulse to get that extra buff, extra boost to its damage from the Dragon typing.
Yeah, it seems likely we'll see that Pokemon in this game. Sort of interesting Mega decision. Either of them actually seem that great against the Steelix Tyranitar combination and Wolf team that's so critical for the attacking Pokemon, but you kind of need some special attacker in case Wolf goes with the Steelix option. You think that's reasonable. Dragonite has that super effective Flamethrower. I think that's somewhat likely. I think the fun thing on the Frostlass side would be at least it would help you deal with Sinistcha much more efficiently, which I think otherwise really going to be a pain for this team. But maybe a game where the physically attacking, non-Mega evolving Pokemon are critical for Alex.
Well, and Alex is, of course, an incredibly decorated trainer from the Pacific Northwest. We just heard Michael talking about hoping to get a fifth rematch against Alex here now in top 4. Should Alex win, he will meet his team building partner, Michael, in the semifinals. But in order to do so, you'll have to get through Wolf Glick. Of course, we have talked all about this team, the Steelix and the Tyranitar, of course, being the 2 highlights. The mysterious Talonflame, we're still not quite sure where it's going to come out. Is this the matchup that Talonflame comes out for?
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to see anything here if it seems particularly Talonflame weak. Maybe the Pokemon that's really catching my eye, this one actually is that Rotom again. It was sort of the MVP the last time we saw it, but with this kind of feeling like the physical attackers maybe in Alex's team are particularly critical, that Will-O-Wisp on Rotom could be integral, both to slow down their damage and maybe just to be a distraction where like this could be a difficult Pokemon to ignore. You'd assume Rotom, Sinistcha, at least one of the 2 Mega Evolving Pokemon probably coming to every game in this set.
Yeah, we definitely have seen how powerful that Rotom Wash was earlier on, both in getting Will-O-Wisps and, of course, also getting the Light Screen should that Dragonite come out or the Frostlass from Alex and need to protect like the Steelix or the Sinistcha from some big special damage. Really do think I agree with you that is likely to be the key Pokemon here. Wolf has been very vocal about Rotom being sort of the key Pokemon in this team and sort of the one that's been carrying it on its back.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen more of it, right? Where I think it was kind of like one of the big losers when we saw the usage stats, like kind of relative to what we'd seen before. And I kind of wonder if as we look forward to future tournaments, some folks are going to watch Rotom and this seems like, you know what, maybe I should try that one again.
Yeah, a lot of players, I think, went with the sort of easy mode with Rotom, which is the Choice Scarf to sort of help counter Basculegions, just to be able to have a fast Volt Switch to pivot. These bulky Rotom, you have to remember, bulky Rotom was a menace back in the day for a reason. It's very hard to take out if you don't have major super effective attacks into it in this low-powered format. And there it is on the field alongside Sneasler as the lead for Wolf Glick. That will, of course, be the Dragonite and Sneasler on the field for Alex.
So largely what we're expecting, both that Dragon and the Rotom that we called out. And hey, you're not sure what to bring. Steelers always a pretty good choice. Both sides facing one another down. Both the trainers will have a look at the natures of each to try to figure out who's going to move first. But once again, we have the same nature on both sides of the field. Mostly throughout the course this weekend, both trainers have been using Adamant Sneasler. This time, like, you know what, let's both be jolly. Yeah, remember the good time we made some time cut. Things are feeling pretty good.
Which makes sense with these 2 players. They're both very jolly fellows as far as we have seen on stream. Dragonite there is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve immediately, takes a fake out for its troubles, which crucially breaks the multi-scale on that Pokemon. You can see Alex knows to respect the Rotom and it goes immediately for a close combat into that Pokemon. Also activating the White Herb and boosting the speed of Sneasler with that Unburden, who will have to take this Will-O-Wisp in return.
So I think that both sides may be showing what we were expecting. A multi-scale breaking a Dragonite is nice, but like fairly likely that Tyranitar is in the back. The multi-scale may not have been all that valuable in this match anyway. Neither the Pokemon in the field, you're really threatening a huge amount of immediate damage. And then that burn going down the Sneasler as well as the target into the Rotom. I think both sides kind of realizing similar things, right? Especially if it's Tyranitar in the back, or I guess if it's Steelix either, you want to reduce the damage of those fighting type attacks, and Rotom pretty integral. So, maybe you want to not get out of there yet, but get healed up a little bit, able to survive some attacks in the turn. Maybe in a double target might even be able, not quite enough.
Yeah, there is a Dire Claw now into the Sinistcha, trying to get some damage onto whatever was going to switch in for that Sneasler. Dragonite deals a lot of damage with that Dragon Pulse. A double up would have picked up the KO on the Rotom. Instead, Alex splits damage, which means that this Rotom is able to get off the light screen. And now that Dragonite is going to be so much less useful. So here they are, both of the damage reduction options from Rotom.
And not even just a split damage, right? The hospitality from Sinistcha being really critical there. That would have been a knockout without it. So nice one move by Wolf. Alex maybe not expecting it, or maybe thinking that Wolf doesn't want to commit it when later in the game he's likely to want to heal his Mega Evolved Pokemon, but really pays off there. The previous game that Wolf had played on screen, the light screen has been really important. Even though it's only Dragonite, could be important in this matchup. I kind of wonder if Dragonite likely the only special attacker, right? Is that a hint to what Wolf might have in the back?
Well, Sinistcha switching out for Tyranitar, actually, so Steelix will be left back at home. It probably makes sense that Tyranitar gives you a few more options into some of the Pokemon on Alex's team. Another Dire Claw, but Alex has not been able to connect. And looks like Alex had the same thought, like, might be Steelix back there. What if it's Steelix back there? Going for the Flamethrower and the Dire Claw into that slot.
I feel a little bit better, but he fooled us both.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely helps. But the Thunderbolt picks up some good damage onto that Sneasler, which of course is going to be so important now that we know that it is going to be the Tyranitar in the back. Even burned, Sneasler's close combat will deal a lot of damage to it with extremely effective fighting type coverage.
Yeah, Dragonite potentially not nothing either. You know, if you think Tyranitar's not going to go for a protector, you could add some damage from you know, a Dragon Pulse if you wanted to. Or either side could also easily pick up this Rotom if it chooses to stay on the field, though. I kind of might not if I'm Alex, or like, you know, like, it's not really doing anything.
Yeah, it could stick around. Although I think another Thunderbolt plus the Sand plus the Burn would pick up the Sneasler at this point. However, Garchomp now out on the field as Dragonite will retreat, and the Mega Tyranitar now makes an appearance as Garchomp now out on the field. There's an appointment for a Protect here from the Tyranitar as it dodges the close
right on
combat.
time. Yeah, Sneasler showing up to that appointment, and yeah, maybe that Thunderbolt might be knocking it out, just like you said.
Yeah, there is good damage on to the Sneasler. Sneasler goes down thanks to the Thunderbolt, and now Garchomp on the field. Alex is going to be able to reposition here, and that Rotom has gotten a lot of value out. Got a burn on the Sneasler, eventually picked up the KO on that Sneasler and the Light Screen. But days are probably numbered here with the Garchomp and Basculegion out on the field.
Yeah, the effect of that Sinistcha has really been impressive, but at this point, this is a really nice play. It's kind of wild. I was like, okay, maybe ignoring the Rotom is okay. Tyranitar burns the Protect, and you know, while that's great to an extent where it didn't take any damage in that last turn for the close combat, now it's just a tough spot for Wolf, right? You really want to try to protect again, certainly not a very wise move, and then both these Pokemon are threatening a lot of damage, right? Garchomp could potentially knock out this Rotom. If you're playing it real risky, maybe you go for a Rock Slide. I think that's probably a little too dangerous. Then enabling the Basculegion to attack him as Tyranitar Slide. Do not want to allow a Wave Crash, so Wolf's in a really difficult position now. He's going to have to switch the Tyranitar out of battle. Can't start setting up yet.
Well, the obvious switch here is Sinistcha to bait out any type of water-type attacks from that Basculegion or ground types from the Garchomp. Not taking the bait, instead going on the offensive against the Rotom. Again, a second Hospitality, allowing the Rotom to survive an extra turn on the field. This Rotom is getting so much value. This Sinistcha is getting so much value, and a second Will-O-Wisp connects onto the Garchomp.
Yeah, this has been really impressive by Wolf's End, where not the way you're used to Sinistcha being used. Like, he's still kind of on the back foot, right? He's not quite got in a position where he's safe. There are a lot of threats to Tyranitar on this team, but slowly spreading those burns now. Yeah, Rotom, very weak, and you can imagine it's going to have a difficult time getting out of this one, but it's really made its mark, especially after it took so much damage early in the game. Twice now, Sinistcha has saved it, allow it to burn another Pokemon, and you know, it tends to be a lot of players play these sort of like Sinistcha support teams really linearly, like, oh no, I need to support my carry, but you gotta support your support that supports your carry sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Rotom has really gotten so much value. It's been, I suspect Alex has just been thinking, okay, that Rotom is off the field this time. That Rotom is off the field this time, and at both times, Wolf has been able to preserve it and get value out of it. Not just preserve it, get something out of preservation.
Yeah, perhaps this Rotom, instead of possessing a washing machine, has possessed a cat because it seems to have 9 lives.
Yeah, at least 3 at this point. It's on its 3rd. We'll see if it can do 7 more here as Sinistcha protects itself from any incoming damage. The Rock Slide from Garchomp will whiff into the Protect onto Sinistcha, but will connect onto Rotom, and now finally... Ooh!
Will it?
Okay, Rotom, I was not familiar with your game.
4 lives.
4th life
that's
for
gonna be the last
Rotom.
life.
And hits the Hydro Pump onto Garchomp. Oh boy, this Rotom is loving Wolf Quick right now.
Yeah, it's going to go down, but it certainly did more of its share of the work. What a run by that Rotom. Wow, showing off that Pokemon once again.
And the big part of this is that it now allows potentially for the Tyranitar to have the Sinistcha support so that it can actually deal with this Basculegion, which otherwise is in a really strong position to control the rest of this game.
Yeah, so both sides sort of having to deal with that, right? Where Wolf still is scared of both of these Pokemon, where both of them could do reasonable damage. And Garchomp has been weakened a little bit, going to have to try to Earthquake around a Sinistcha while being burned, and also having 2 teammates that aren't, like, one teammate who's not immune to Earthquake, and another who probably doesn't want to switch into battle here, being intimidated a little bit by the threat of a Rock Slide from this Tyranitar with the multi-scale broken on the Dragonite already. So sort of a tricky spot. Basculegion certainly threatening a lot of potential damage to either of these Pokemon, but how do you connect, and can you afford to take that damage, where a knockoff here would certainly be a knockoff?
Okay, that is going to be Sinistra retreated for the Sneasler, opening up the opportunity for Hospitality to give a little bit more health back to the Tyranitar, but no protects here. That means that it is going to be exposed to a wave crash. The Rock Slide connects and the Tyranitar flinches and shows that it is faster than the Basculegion, actually. But because of the targeting that Alex has put out, only targeting down the Sneasler and not enough damage to actually pick up that KO with only one ally fainted.
It does get some critical damage down, and Sneasler now going to be able to threaten a fake out into either of these Pokemon. The Basculegion is a Citrus Berry variant, so no Focus Sash to have broken from the sand, but probably in knockout range of a knockoff. All the same, though, could pick up the Sinistra with an Aqua Jet first, given the opportunity.
Yeah, the Sneasler out on the field,
yes,
although it does have the opportunity
many S Pokemon
to fake out the Garchomp and at least protect the Tyranitar a little bit more. Outspeeding the Basculegion, I think, is probably surprising to both, to me, probably surprising to Alex, although you do see the Jolly on Tyranitar, but it's still a lot of investment.
A little different Tyranitar than I think most of us are used to seeing, even for the Mega.
Ooh, and Sneasler survives after the rough skin, so gets the fake out down onto the Garchomp, faints to the Aqua Jet, but now this Tyranitar gets to do whatever it wants. All targets have been used. The knockoff now connects onto Basculegion. That is an easy KO because it already outspeeds the Basculegion with that Jolly nature, that Jolly stat alignment. No need to waste time going for Dragon Dances, and you can just go for the knockoff, and now Wolf is in a great spot. Yeah,
Sinistra can be able to come in, heal up the Tyranitar a little bit, protect it, and with that burned Garchomp, going to be pretty difficult to do too much with Earthquake. So just have to pick off this Dragonite, and Wolf could be looking at taking game one. A very strange game, but that Rotom so difficult to knock out of the field, really making it difficult for these physical attackers to take down this Tyranitar, even though the Light Screen wound up being, I think, completely ineffective.
Yeah, I don't know that there, maybe one attack went through the Light Screen from the Dragonite, but Rotom just got so much value. 2 burns, 2 Thunderbolts into the Sneasler, also the Hydro Pump into the Garchomp, bringing it so low. That is the true carry right here.
Yeah, the only thing that's tricky is I assume a knockoff is not going to go to the Dragonite because you cannot knock off a Mega Stone, so Wolf likely will have to hit his Rock Slide this time at least once, unlike the last time we saw him on stream, but pretty serious advantage. That's because there's a Rock Slide going the other direction this time, and the faster Rock Slide is always the scariest one.
Yeah, there's the Rock Slide coming out from Garchomp. The Flamethrower from Mega Dragonite is now enough to pick up the KO on Sinistra with no more Light Screen on the field. So now this Tyranitar doesn't get to move again. A second flinch on the Tyranitar here, which means that this Dragonite is safe for another turn.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little spooky for Wolf there, where he almost had it locked up, but does need to connect at least that one Rock Slide. Also no longer has the sand up, so he's going to take not just failing to have the reduced damage from Light Screen, but also from its own Sand Stream. So we see the Earthquake coming from the Garchomp, no protect from the Tyranitar. I kind of wonder if he might try to stall for burn damage.
Yeah, Alex has decided to just go for as much damage as possible, trying to get the KO on this Tyranitar right now. There's the Dragon Pulse coming out from the Dragonite, not enough to pick up the KO onto Tyranitar, and Tyranitar goes for the Dragon Dance. One Rock Slide, not going to be enough, Wolf says, to KO this Dragonite. I need the Dragon Dance, I need the extra power, and I need potentially to be faster and maybe get bailed by a flinch if I don't pick up the KO.
Yeah, it's going to be real close, I think, but now faster, going to do more damage, and also critically getting fast enough, he doesn't have to worry about getting flinched himself.
Absolutely. After getting flinched twice already from Garchomp's Rock Slide, now it is Tyranitar who Rock Slides. Garchomp goes down and Dragonite goes down. The Dragon Dance takes out the Dragon, and Tyranitar gives Wolf a victory in game one.
Incredibly close game there, by both of these incredible traders. Could have gone either way in the last turn, but Mega Tyranitar once again just able to clutch it out. Dragon Dance getting it just a step ahead on the dance floor.
Yeah, what a big tournament for Dragon Dance so far. Obviously, we had the Dragon Dance Gyarados looking pretty good earlier on in Top Cut, and now this is the second time we have seen this, well, the second match that we've seen this Dragon Dance Mega Tyranitar really show its strength. And I think people are so used to, no disrespect to our co-caster and good friend Len Duel, are so used to the really bulky, especially defensive Tyranitars from with Assault Vest previously. People forgot Tyranitar does damage.
Yeah, especially even in this format, right? Where I think throughout the course of at least the online portion of folks learning this regulation, we've seen a lot of like Adamant 3 attack Mega Tyranitar. So for me, it's like I'm a little surprised sometimes at how little damage Wolf's Tyranitar does relative to its attack boost, because it's built a little bit differently than is normal. But getting faster has been very impactful in all the games we've seen from him so far. Plenty of damage there. It's not like you needed a critical hit or anything. And also, like, that Rock Slide's been pretty critical in both directions so far in a lot of games that we've seen. So, getting quick enough, you don't have to worry about a flinch is its own reward.
Absolutely. Alex probably needs to go back to the drawing board, but it's unclear to what, because those did seem like the right Pokemon here. And the Dragonite, you really don't want to leave that at home just in case.
Hey, there's that Talonflame.
Let's
It's
do it.
real.
Let's go. Show it. What does this Pokemon do? I want to know. There is the sand on the field alongside the Talonflame, so it does have to go for an attack, or else it will lose access to its Gale Wings, unless it gets healed back up
Right,
again.
yeah, we've heard legends, as we were hearing in the lounge earlier, the idea of using Sinistra to reactivate Gale Wings, despite having kind of the natural anti-synergy of this Tyranitar who is passively going to break it, even if he doesn't get faked out. So usually two Pokemon that hate being at a team together, but we saw Sinistra do such a great job of supporting Rotom instead of Tyranitar in that first game, and instead now Talonflame offering a little switch up here. Something to keep in mind, I think something Alex will be considering as well, but regardless, Talonflame potentially threatening a ton of damage into Sneasler. Doesn't want to be hit by these fast flying type attacks, and a little different look once again from Wolf. Seems like every time he's on stream he shows us something different.
Yeah, there are so many different tricks to this team that Wolf has shown. Garchomp switches in instead of the Dragonite here, as the Tyranitar will go ahead and Mega Evolve. So Wolf immediately setting up the offensive pressure from the Tyranitar. Talonflame goes for a Protect here, does not want to take any additional damage, and actually a double Protect coming out here from Wolf. So that Talonflame will take some sand damage at the expense of, the benefit of avoiding a fake out this turn.
Yeah, so lose the Gale Wings here, but it's possible the Talonflame is still quicker anyway, though. We've seen, again, as we mentioned previously, both the Sneasler are jolly in this matchup, so a lot of very speedy Pokemon, maybe ready for this metagame, which seems to be just trading knockouts back and forth. Tyranitar also going for the Mega Evolution there. I think whether it stays in or not, and this Tyranitar being threatened by a lot of damage there, probably relatively unlikely it's going to want to do that. We'll make it a little safer if it's switching back in later in the battle, get all those boosted stats from Mega Evolution, where Wolf's such a cycling-friendly player.
Yeah.
You might want to have Tyranitar to be as bulky as you can, since, they'll go in and out. It does a little metaphorical dancing before perhaps doing the literal dancing later on.
Well, it is the King on the floor now. King Gambit has swapped out for the Sneasler to tank this Brave Bird from Talonflame. With the sharp beak as well, deals a little bit of extra damage, takes some recoil, will take a lot of damage from this Rock Slide on Garchomp. That's enough to pick up the KO onto Talonflame. But Tyranitar is still on the field, has not moved yet, may have the opportunity to set up another Dragon Dance here, and it does. What the Talonflame was able to do was scare off the Sneasler for one turn for this Tyranitar to get a Dragon Dance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing, but not a great trade. Sneasler to come out here and threaten a bunch of damage the other direction. It's like, I too can threaten a fighting move into a doubly fighting weak Pokemon, but I don't know if one Dragon Dance is kind of what you want enough to trade a Pokemon for. We saw how integral all the Pokemon on Wolf's team were in that game one, and that's a lot of resource to give up here. We saw also in one of Wolf's previous stream matches that he had 2 levels of boosted attack to almost KO that Garchomp. I believe that one was a little bit bulkier than this one, just trying to eyeball it. But, at the very least, one Dragon Dance is not going to be enough for knockoff to pick up this Garchomp. So, a strange situation. We'll see how Wolf wants to play it. Is threatening a fake out to either of his slots, or if he's really feeling cheeky at close combat.
Yeah, and this is the Black Glasses King Gambit, but it's the Black Glasses King Gambit that also has Iron Head. So it cannot be safely ignored on Wolf's side. Tyranitar does go for a knockoff into the Garchomp, trying to get that Pokemon off the field. It is the close combat now from Sneasler into the King Gambit. No Troupple Berry. That means that King Gambit goes down. So the Garchomp was able to protect itself from damage from this Tyranitar, and critically able to hold on to its Roselli Berry instead of getting knocked out. But that's actually just going to mean now another free switch in for Alex here. The Sneasler could pop in here, or it could be the Dragonite.
Now, the Sneasler, speaking of which, is now going to be much quicker on Wolf's side of the field if they're unburdened, though Sneasler going to come in and threaten a fake out on both these Pokemon, of course. Well, the Garchomp just protected in the previous turn. Neither of Wolf's Pokemon did, so there's the option of just protecting your way through this move, which there isn't like a super clear answer to it. And Alex's side, he doesn't have any stat boosting moves of his own. I could use his opportunity to get the Dragonite into battle, but probably don't want to do that. There's still 2 more turns of the Sandstorm, so if Dragonite were to switch in now, it would have its multi-scale broken.
Yeah, and it is totally safe for Wolf to just go for a double protect here on Sneasler and Tyranitar. There are no buffs that Alex could do here, and you do have the Unburden boost, but instead Wolf's going to go ahead and switch out the Sneasler for the Sinistcha, going to heal back up the little bit of chip damage that Tyranitar has taken, as well as avoid additional damage onto the Sneasler. Will still protect the Tyranitar with that protect.
Yeah, I'll say, I actually think this is a very good play because I don't think it was safe for Wolf to leave those Pokemon in double protected. The problem would have been, what do you do next turn? Where you have Sneasler who's just protected, you have Tyranitar who's just protected, you're facing down your own Sneasler. Both your Pokemon are in a ton of threat here where they're getting threatened. I think it's a very difficult turn to play. So Wolf instead getting Sinistcha in here, staying a step ahead. And now, even though this Garchomp isn't burned, it's sort of an awkward spot where you can't take both a close combat and Earthquake because Garchomp would knock out his partner to do that. So Sinistcha potentially protecting Tyranitar, and if instead it's just an Earthquake coming out with a Dragonite switch, and that's not going to be enough to knock this Tyranitar out, which maybe gives you an option to go for that second Dragon Dance.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we have seen one thing about Wolf when he has this Tyranitar out, he is always looking for an opportunity to get that second Dragon Dance, or the third Dragon Dance. Sinistcha goes ahead and goes for the Rage Powder knockoff onto the Garchomp. Not enough to pick up the KO in one shot. Would have needed the second Dragon Dance for that, but does deal good damage. Dragon Claw connects onto Sinistcha. Not enough to pick up the KO, is enough to activate the Citrus Berry and heal back all of the damage it just took. And with that redirection, no damage onto Tyranitar. Totally safe here, but got so much damage down onto Garchomp.
That's sort of a scary spot now where, certainly Sneasler not going to be able to do a whole lot to a Sinistcha, but uses Rage Powder now, and on Wolf's side of the field, you're getting real close to the point where Rock Slide might be able to pick up a knockout like Garchomp. I think if you get to that point, it's going to be very difficult for Alex to maneuver. Probably going to take a number of turns for Sneasler to burn through his Sinistcha, barring some added effect from Dire Claw speeding things up.
Yeah, well, that is always an option for the Sneasler, although it has become much less of an option here in Champions than before. And without the, this is going to be the Unburdened variant of Sneasler, so not even getting the additional poison chance from Poison Touch, which you do sometimes see on Focus Sash versions. Tyranitar there will go ahead and just protect itself from this turn. Garchomp, again, focusing down the Sinistcha, dealing with that damage with the Dragon Claw, but correctly identifying that if you just protect, your Tyranitar is still safe and you just get to launch a Machagacha. Why worry about a Rock Slide here and potentially open up an attack from the Garchomp or the Sneasler? Just go for the Machagacha. Sinistcha's safe. It's just going to heal all that right back up.
Yeah, and then now it continues to put Alex in a really tough spot here. It's going to be down to 2 Pokemon. Dragonite has to come out, and now what, right? Where you really don't want to get hit by a Rock Slide on this Dragonite, even though I believe Multiscale is still intact, and the Sandsword is expired, and things are a little bit awkward here, right? You're going to have to commit an attack from this Dragonite if you want to get Sinistcha knocked out this turn, which at least gets 1 Rock Slide for free, probably doing a bunch of damage and breaking that Multiscale, and then Wolf at that point is looking like he's 1 big swing away. It is going to be difficult to actually achieve that, though, because I think trading that, you're likely going to lose Sinistcha, and then it's difficult to control the opposing Sneasler. So we'll have to see what these trainers do. There's still the Sneasler in the back for Wolf as well.
Yeah, so Wolf will be able to have fake out pressure should Sinistcha go down. The speed interactions here are very important. That Sneasler will be faster than the Dragonite, most likely just because that means that Sinistcha should be able to tank 2 attacks, leaving that Tyranitar, again, totally safe. Dragonite goes for the Protect this turn. No Mega Evolution used just yet at all. The Rage Powder comes through from Sinistcha, again redirecting fighting type attacks from the Tyranitar. There's the Rock Slide coming through. Won't do any damage to the Dragonite, and Sneasler will dodge the first Rock Slide.
Oh. And this negates that speed interaction. We get to see a critical hit. The critical hit certainly does it. The sleep matters a lot. Okay. I was going to say the crit, not such a big deal because Sneasler would have knocked it out immediately this turn anyway, but now that it's asleep, not capable of using the Rage Powder, so immediately at close combat is being threatened into that slot, and Wolf is suddenly in deep trouble.
Yeah, just 1 turn there from Sneasler. Getting the sleep roll onto Sinistcha is putting Wolf in a lot of trouble. There's really no way for Tyranitar to protect itself super safely. You get to protect this 1 turn, but then what happens on the next turn? Here comes the Mega Evolution from Dragonite. Alex Underhill going to go ahead and Mega Evolve that Pokemon, giving it a significant boost to its offensive powers here and keeping the multi-scale ability. Tyranitar is forced to protect here because it cannot withstand a close combat from Sneasler, and actually calling it out. Alex Underhill close combating his own Dragonite to activate the White Herb, to activate the Unburden, so now there will be no risk of getting flinched by Rock Slides.
Yeah, going to be quicker than the opposing Sneasler. 2 lost its boost switching out of battle. So sneaky little move there. Has to trade his multi-scale to do it. But hey, he's like, I think I have checkmate with this Unburden boost. I don't need it. I'm just going to double protect on this fake out here and then see if he can just win the 2v2. A really bold move by Alex, but smart move. A very predictable play by Wolf after the sleep. He really didn't have a choice. Right? Would have been too risky to do anything else. And Alex doing a great job of taking advantage of a board that just wasn't very flexible.
Well, the Sneasler on Wolf's side is still very healthy and does threaten fake out for this turn. So both Sneasler and Dragonite now forced to protect away from the fake out. Does open up the opportunity for another Dragon Dance on that Tyranitar, but 2 Dragon Dances aren't going to be enough to outspeed the Sneasler. Needed an extra one.
Yeah, and I don't know how you I guess at this point you just hope that somehow Sneasler can knock out its opposing number before Tyranitar's protects run out. But
you got 20%.
A lot.
You can get a paralysis, and you can get a sleep from Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler, and then you're back in.
Yeah, which hey, we've seen one Dire Claw already.
Well, there is a protect coming out from the Mega Tyranitar on Wolf's side. Close combat coming out from Sneasler, from Alex into the protect. No damage here. There's the Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler. Does Wolf get one of the 2 rolls he needs? He does! The paralysis connects onto the Sneasler from the Dire Claw. Dragon Pulse comes through from Dragonite. Not enough to pick up the KO onto Sneasler. And this is a disaster for Alex. If Tyranitar can land these Rock Slides, it's over.
Yeah, Sneasler gives and Sneasler takes, and now we may be about to see that worst strategy we've ever seen. Everyone, the Paraflinch thing, not usually a real thing in competitive play, but Sneasler's been paralyzed. Now the Rock Slide going to come down, and could be a pretty low chance of his Sneasler getting moved. Shouldn't even be so fortunate to get the chance to try with the opposing Sneasler freed up to try to dish out some damage now.
Yeah, everything changes with each of those Dire Claws. Dragonite goes down to the Rock Slide. Sneasler takes a large amount of damage, has a very low chance of actually being able to attack through the flinch and the paralysis, but may not even get a chance because Wolf Sneasler goes first, picks up the KO. Wolf Glick advances to your semifinals.
Wow, what a strange endgame there. Really excellently played back and forth set from both sides. And then, Dire Claw doing Dire Claw things in both directions. Yep. The sleep very big on the Sinistra. Maybe even more important the other direction where that paralysis was almost game-ending there, where Tyranitar would have...
Again, a 2-time regional champion, multiple top cuts at other regionals and international championships, has the potential to take home any tournament he enters. Is always a fun player to watch because he also always has these cool teams that I think not a lot of other trainers come up with.
Yeah, we saw in it earlier that there was a speed tie for the Floette Mega Evolutions on both teams, but it was still a very powerful Pokemon in its own right. It's going to be the only Mega Evolution that Nick has on this team, and as you called out, again, one of the Pokemon that can actually go for setup. With something like Calm Mind, you've got Dreaming Kiss to be able to recover a lot of that damage that you've taken as well, and different ways to support that. But yeah, what do you pick when you know that you've got 3 different setup options?
It's true, and it's 3 setup options, but all those Pokemon don't necessarily need to set up to deal good damage. That is a nice part about his team as well, especially looking at something like that Black Glasses King Gambit. Even if you don't get that Swords Dance up, a Black Glasses Kowtow Cleave is pretty scary to a lot of things, especially if you are weak to it. But also some great support. I mean, when we saw Nick close out Game 3 earlier today, without that Floette, he didn't get a Calm Mind up at all. He relied on that Talonflame, Sneasler, and Incineroar to get the damage into his opponent's team at the end of the match. So it's not just, can I set up? He's got a few other options too.
I'm excited to see how MJ is going to fare. Obviously, MJ, this is a breakout performance for them, making it into the top 8, the first Pokemon Champions Regional, and also with a pretty creative team. Of course, you have the Charizard. Everybody's been looking at Mega Charizard Y as sort of public enemy #1 coming into this tournament. But the way that MJ has decided to support it with the Mega Garchomp as a secondary Mega option on the team, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's a Mega Charizard Y, great. Has a second Mega option, cool. The Aerodactyl's holding a Focus Sash, and the Garchomp has the Mega Stone. Really different look at a team like this from MJ, and possibly what gave him a big edge coming into this tournament, because a lot of people prepped for Mega Charizard Y plus the option of Mega Aerodactyl. When you flip that on its head, this Focus Sash on Aerodactyl can be very important. You have Sunny Day, which is a really cool tech option on Aerodactyl. Gives you a nice way to combat those Tyranitar's you see throughout the tournament. But in this case, that Sunny Day into Nick, probably not as useful.
No, I would think, like, you know, maybe the Incineroar gets a chance to take advantage of it, but the Talonflame actually doesn't have a fire-type attack that can really utilize the Sun. More kind of consequential for the Palafin, or even just, like, making sure that Kingambit's, like, really gonna get knocked out, you know? Just in case. But there's some really cool tricks on this team, too. I look at the Farigiraf holding the Twisted Spoon. It does get a nice increase to its Psychic-type attacks that way, and it's Twin Beam.
So actually, a really important thing to note here is that Nick's Sneasler is Focus Sash. A lot of them have been White Herb, in which case you don't need Twin Beam, you can just use Psychic to knock it out. But Twin Beam has the unique property of attacking twice, so that first attack of Twin Beam can lower your HP, make sure you're not at full, so Focus Sash can no longer activate. Then that second hit will finish off the Sneasler, so it could be very important here.
Final top 8 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Only Nick or MJ can move into the top 4 and round out our semifinalists. Let's get into game number 1. We've got Charizard the Rowdy next to that Incineroar, and we've got Incineroar the Sleepy versus Floette.
MJ's Incineroar does have that adamant stat alignment, so with the Sun from MJ's Charizard is looking to be not only a supportive piece with that fake out Parting Shot and Intimidate, but a big source of damage as well. Opting to use Darkest Lariat over Throat Chop just for that little extra boost in power too.
That's going to be really nice to have for some of these other pieces, you know, but I think right now you're really looking at the fact that this Charizard, is it really going to be threatened by getting knocked out by a Mega Floette?
No, I don't think so at all, and this Floette does have to worry about these very powerful Fire-type attacks, both from this Incineroar and Charizard. The Intimidates are traded immediately, not consequential on the 2 special attacking Mega Evolution Pokemon, but the 2 Incineroars not only face down an opposing Fake Out, but are at -1 attack as well.
It's going to be a Mega Evolution of the Floette first to start out this turn. It may give us a bit of an indication on how these Pokemon are trained if the Mega Evolution is happening for Floette, and we see a follow-up here of the Charizard. So likely this Mega Floette faster than the Charizard Y on MJ's side.
Should be. They both are modest. Floette is naturally a little bit faster. That's kind of the expected speed interaction between these 2 Pokemon.
So then you have an opportunity here to go for a Calm Mind on this Floette, but we do see the fake out from MJ's Incineroar first, just to stop the opposing Incineroar in its tracks. You can't stop the Calm Mind here, so you get a +1 to your special defense before this Charizard actually lets a move rip. It's going to be the Weather Ball. Single target attack into the Floette still takes it down at 50%.
But notably, this Floette with that special defense boost before Weather Ball comes in means it does take that a little bit better than it would have otherwise, and you still have the option for that Draining Kiss. The Floette looks like it would be very close to being 2-hit KO'd by Weather Ball, which is slightly stronger than Heat Wave when you factor in that spread damage reduction. But because this Incineroar on MJ's side does not have Protect, you do get the chance to go for that Draining Kiss. With the +1, with the Fairy Aura, you're doing a lot of damage to it and healing all the way back up.
I feel like, though, you might end up, I don't know how much, if you, I'm wondering if you actually heal up enough HP that you survive a double up of a Weather Ball and a Flare Blitz. Because I think that's the part where I worry about for this Floette, and maybe Nick might be worried about it too. Opts to protect the Mega Floette, as Charizard is going to go for spread damage this time around with the Heat Wave, able to connect into the opposing Incineroar. Both Incineroar still yet to move, and so we'll see MJ's go first. Flare Blitz, definitely looking in that Floette's direction, so the Protect going to save it for now, as Nick's Incineroar decides to go for a Parting Shot, dropping the attack stat again of MJ's.
I like the choice of the Parting Shot into the Incineroar and not the Charizard. You're now getting Incineroar down to -2. You already have the special defense boost on Floette, so you can patch up the lower defense on Floette with another Intimidate later on if you want to swap that Incineroar back in. But of course, Nick does have plenty of those support options that can come in here, maybe create some more space for this Floette. And now once you get the Floette attacking again, maybe something like Sneasler can fake out the Charizard, give you room to get that Draining Kiss healing off. Maybe Talonflame comes in to get that Tailwind up.
Oh.
Gambit though.
Ooh, that's not a fun Pokemon to have on your side of the field, and you know that there is a Charizard in the sun in front of you and a Farigiraf that could be creeping in the back.
That's true. If you want to try and go for something like a Sucker Punch and a Draining Kiss into Charizard, attempt to knock it out before it can knock out your King Gambit, Farigiraf could come in and block that.
But then it's likely that the King Gambit switches out and Incineroar comes back in.
Right.
Probably get that -3. Yeah, King Gambit's like, I'm just here to show off a little bit. I'm in the back, don't worry about me. Incineroar the Sleepy comes back and gives a -3 attack stat over to the opposing Incineroar. Draining Kiss now going to heal this Floette up. Yeah, basically to full as you
Pretty
predicted.
much.
But this Heat Wave plus Flare Blitz combo, I don't think that knocks out from here at -3.
I would expect it to not.
Oh.
Big critical hit on Incineroar does bring it down pretty low. It does have the Citrus Berry to heal a little bit of that back up. And Flare Blitz will come through into the Floette, and those 3 attack drops coming in very handy here for Nick.
This Floette can finish off this Incineroar now with the recoil damage that it took from using Flare Blitz. Should put it in range for Draining Kiss to pick it up. Now you have your Incineroar friend here too to help you out with a fake out.
Dazzling Gleam is probably enough here as well, if I had to guess, which could give you the chance to get some damage on Charizard. You are doing a good job keeping this Floette around. You get the Draining Kiss to allow you to survive those 2 attacks, but you also have yet to do any damage to this Charizard. And Floette is pretty decent at going up against a lot of Pokemon, but Charizard with that fire typing, one of the better options into Floette.
Fake out connects onto MJ's Charizard as the Draining Kiss to follow up just secures the KO onto Incineroar. Kind of for the best, as Incineroar was not lending too many paws into this battle. And you get to bring out something else. If it's the Aerodactyl on the back, for example, now you actually get to bring that in. Could use something like Wide Guard to force this Floette, only to use Draining Kiss.
Wide Guard would prevent you from using Dazzling Gleam, but also you have the option to Rock Slide that Incineroar for a potential knockout. Sylveon comes in though. This is a really cool option. The Fairy Aura from the Mega Floette does not only affect Nick's Pokemon, it affects the entire field. So Sylveon will benefit from that Fairy Aura, a 30% boost to damage from Fairy type attacks, which includes that Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice. Probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, especially with that Fairy Feather. And in combination with Charizard, is threatening a knockout into Floette as well.
I think you just go for like rip the Hyper Voice Heat Wave.
Why not, right? I mean, even if the Floette gets a Draining Kiss off into Sylveon, you're going to heal a little bit, but it shouldn't want to KO Sylveon. And then these Charizard and the Sylveon have the chance to throw those attacks that way.
Keep in mind, though, that there is still a +1 special defense boost on the Floette, as it did get that Calm Mind up earlier in the game. We're going to see the Charizard actually switch out in favor of the Farigiraf. Talonflame revealed as the 4th and final Pokemon here for Nick, as Floette is just going to play it safe. But Farigiraf makes kind of the perfect switch in, then the Hyper Voice is going to break this Talonflame's Gale Wings anyway. Oh, actually now, isn't that interesting?
Right.
You really don't want your Gale Wings right now with that Farigiraf on the field.
Yeah, that's not at all a bad thing. Talonflame comes in and takes a lot of damage from Hyper Voice, but you really don't want that Gale Wings active, because if it is, you cannot deal damage. The Farigiraf's Armor Tail will block a priority dual Wing Beat. Thankfully now, without full HP, Talonflame's dual Wing Beat is neutral in priority. Talonflame should still be the fastest Pokemon on the field, has the option to get some damage off into either target with dual Wing Beat, potentially set up a Tailwind, but in front of a Farigiraf that's threatening a Trick Room, maybe not the best option.
Farigiraf's just going to go for the Helping Hand instead. I think we need to rename that to Helping Hoof.
Helping Leg?
The dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame actually does take the Sylveon down low enough that this Floette's probably going to finish it off. For Draining Kiss, though, actually goes into the Farigiraf. So splitting up the damage here means that the Sylveon is free and clear to go for a Helping Hand boosted Moonblast. This plus special defense on the Floette is going to help it out pretty considerably here. So maybe it would have been nice to be able to get the knockout onto the Talonflame, but you got to keep this Floette in check.
The choice of Moonblast there, Moonblast is slightly stronger than Hyper Voice, especially considering that spread damage reduction, so MJ trying to get as much damage into Floette as possible, but Draining Kiss showing why it's so valuable, keeping Floette so healthy. It's been under half HP 3 or 4 times already and has gone all the way back up to full.
This Farigiraf doesn't really have a choice here if it wants to just try to get, the Helping Hand with a quick attack. That is one way to get around the fact that the 2 Pokemon on the other side are faster than you, but that is just not quite enough to get the knockout onto the Floette before it's able to fire off another attack. A second Draining Kiss into this Farigiraf will also finish it off, and we're just down to the Charizard remaining.
It's a really cool option there. The quick attack giving Sylveon a little bit of priority is still boosted by both the Fairy Aura and the Fairy Feather. Just unfortunately, that modest stat alignment means you do lose a little bit of power on your physical attacks, which made it not enough. Nick doing a very good job playing Protect the Floette this time around. Did have those support from Talonflame and Incineroar. Didn't see the Sneasler this time around. I think makes a ton of sense considering that Farigiraf is kind of anti-Sneasler tech #1 in the metagame, but that King Gambit still able to threaten damage, while really just the Draining Kiss here was the star of the show.
I think it's so hard because when you look at, because that's that is the thing, right? The physical attack of the quick attack is kind of your best hope if you know that this special defense boost has caused you so many problems.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that the Floette is healing off all the damage that you've done to it already. It just commands so much attention, and unfortunately just wasn't quite enough to get the job done. I think maybe if there had been a couple of different decisions made in the earlier parts of the game where the Incineroar gets even like a -2 Flare Blitz into the Floette instead of that -3 Flare Blitz in the Sun, maybe this game does look a little differently. But that's kind of the battle going into the second game. Can MJ find either physical damage to knock out this Floette, or just damage outright to get it out of there before it starts to run away with things?
MJ had to kind of give up more resources than Nick was throughout the entire course of that first game. Of course, you are setting up that Calm Mind, and then you're only attacking with Draining Kiss moving forward. But when you're trying to trade damage with Floette, MJ was trading damage decently well. It just happened that the Floette's damage output kind of equaled healing at the same time, and it was unable to overcome that healing from the Floette. You gotta kind of burst it down a little bit more quickly, get that full-powered Flare Blitz off if you can, get a Weather Ball off without a Calm Mind, potentially go directly for more Weather Balls instead of Heat Waves. That's a little bit more powerful. We saw it go down to 12 HP at one point, and I think maybe one more attack without one of those negative modifiers could have been a difference maker.
I wonder if you want to consider a Trick Room option. You know that your Charizard and your Sylveon are slower than the opposing Floette, so maybe you consider just like setting up the Trick Room for a Charizard of all things. Hey, why not? As we actually see the Charizard and the Farigiraf on the field together.
Yeah, very well could start out with the Trick Room here. The Charizard would then be able to attack before both Floette and Sneasler. And the Farigiraf leading the field into that Sneasler, which we didn't see at all from Nick in that first game. A great adaptation, just making sure that the Sneasler, if it wants to attack, if it wants to go for something like a Dire Claw, like a close combat, is threatened with an immediate 1-hit KO through that Focus Sash.
So then that has to be another decision. Do you want to try to knock out the Sneasler here first, or do you want to try to set up Trick Room? Either way, I don't think there's a chance for you to deny a Calm Mind on this Floette.
There's not, no. If Nick wants to get this Calm Mind off, he will be able to. Floette is faster than Charizard, as we saw in that first game, will be faster than Farigiraf under almost all circumstances. And so if a Calm Mind wants to happen here, it will.
Mega Evolution first, though, as we start out the first turn of Game 2. Nick Navarre up 1 game in this series. MJ needs to win this one in order to keep himself in it. We're probably going to see a Mega Evolution of the Charizard as well.
Makes sense. You don't really want to leave that Charizard on the field without that Mega Evolution. It's your best chance at getting as much damage into Floette as possible here early on.
But what happens next? That's the interesting question to be answered here after we see the Fairy Aura and the Charizard actually get their drought started. It's a helping hand from the Farigiraf. Sneasler goes for the Dire Claw, so there could be some extra shenanigans that happen on this turn, and it is going to be the Poison guaranteed there from the Dire Claw, and Poison Touch giving just an extra bit of chance for it. Floette goes for the Calm Mind, getting a nice boost to its special attack and special defense, or critically the latter helping out with something like a Weather Ball from this Charizard, but it's helping hand boosted this time. Does a considerable amount, but just not enough yet.
A lot more damage than we saw in that first game, but we also saw the impact of that Draining Kiss healing. And if the Floette gets a Draining Kiss off into this Farigiraf, which notably cannot protect itself, the combination of Draining Kiss and Dire Claw or Close Combat could just knock out Farigiraf while also healing Floette to the point where another Weather Ball may not be able to knock it out. Thankfully for Farigiraf, if you do want to go for a Helping Hand here, it will attack with that Helping Hand before either Floette or Sneasler. So the Helping Hand will come into effect. But also, we saw so much damage from Dire Claw into Charizard. if you're gambling that helping hand, Sneasler could just Dire Claw again and eliminate all of your damage that turn.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe this turn then has to be like a protected Trick Room. Because I wonder if the Farigiraf gets knocked out to a double up of that, but it's just going to be the close combat into the Farigiraf. There's no protects here at all. So Farigiraf gets taken down to below half, and a Draining Kiss to follow that up will be a knockout.
Yeah.
As we see the Floette go for it, Farigiraf gets knocked out before it gets a chance to move, and I think that was the Trick Room avenue closed down. If it wasn't Trick Room, Twin Beam also would have been a great option to be able to remove this Sneasler. Charizard has to go for the Heat Wave. It misses the Floette. It just feels like it's not meant to be as the Sneasler gets brought down to its focus sash.
You at least connect with the Sneasler, bring it down to that sash, but you really needed to hit the Floette there. The damage from that Heat Wave might have put Floette in range for something like that Sylveon Quick Attack, and because of that Draining Kiss healing again, Floette is very, very healthy. Charizard, between that Dire Claw and the Poison, is getting very low. Looks like it should be able to be knocked out by the Floette in one more turn, and we still have a Pokemon in the back for Nails. I would be shocked if Nick didn't have that Incineroar in the back that's ready to come in, lower MJ's Incineroar's attack, and prevent it from taking a knockout in the sun.
Yeah, I think it's just tough because I think you definitely on that turn wanted a knockout of some kind, and it would have been much better if it had been something like the Twin Beam, but the fact we saw the Heat Wave, it's just so tough. Sneasler is going to take a reprieve, as it is the Incineroar, as you called out, to get that Intimidate drop down onto MJ's Incineroar.
It's crucial, right? You really need that Incineroar to be at -1 if you want a chance at surviving. Charizard does not want to take that risk, though. Sylveon comes in as Floette. Doesn't want to take any damage this turn.
Sylveon comes in then for free. Doesn't actually end up taking any damage here, as the Fake Out would have gone in that direction.
I like that swap from MJ. You're exerting offensive pressure on both the physical and special side. The Charizard is no longer at risk of being one-hit KO'd by the Floette from that range. Now, I don't think Floette can KO either of these Pokemon in just one hit, so it's probably going to get a Draining Kiss off here, but which do you target? You're going to heal all the way up, but of course you can't block both of these Pokemon from getting off an attack this turn.
But I think that Nick can guarantee a KO onto either. Flare, this Incineroar does have Flare Blitz here for Nick, so you could just go for a Flare Blitz. You could also go for a Throat Chop. That's going to be the tech move of choice on Nick's Incineroar, so you could shut down something like a Hyper Voice. It's just a Fake Out, though, as Floette is going to follow that up with a Dazzling Gleam, and oh my goodness, Incineroar almost got knocked out in one hit by a Dazzling Gleam. Hyper Voice does crit the opposing Incineroar, but you have that Citrus Berry to make sure that's a little bit more comfortable. If there's no follow-up damage on this turn, and I think Floette has put itself into a position where Draining Kiss on the opposing Sylveon takes you out of Flare Blitz range.
It does, and even a Dazzling Gleam could just knock out both of MJ's Pokemon. You have to worry a little bit about that Quick Attack still, but without the Helping Hand boost from the Farigiraf, I think you're still very comfortably out of range for a Quick Attack. That Dazzling Gleam did just over half of Sylveon's HP. You say 91 out of 180 damage. Not going to risk it just yet, though. We're going to protect the Floette. Make sure you're putting yourself in a position where you can guarantee a win later on.
You want to make sure this is as clean as possible. You're giving up your Incineroar in the process, but you're able to bring in something else like the Sneasler. You've got Fake Out refreshed for the upcoming turn, and there's still another unrevealed Pokemon in the back.
I think Sneasler will just do the trick, though. You can bring Sneasler in, fake out that Sylveon, prevent it from getting something like a potential critical hit, Quick Attack, or anything like that. And between the Fake Out and the Dazzling Gleam, should be enough to knock out Sylveon. Charizard can't switch in. I think will also be knocked out by the Dazzling Gleam here, so Floette's in another position to just wrap up this game.
Protect the Floette. That was objective number 1. And if Nick can continue to do this in the second game, he will be moving on to the top 4 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I feel like there's still a small window here for MJ to get back into this, but it requires you to get these protects correct and maybe be able to go for a Fake Out, a Quick Attack on the next turn into the Sneasler.
That's gotta be it. The Draining Kiss here. Smart play by Nick. Get even more HP back on this Floette. And now that you're over half, I don't even know that a critical hit Quick Attack does the job.
I was thinking on this turn, though, had the Floette actually protected into the had the Floette gone for Draining Kiss into the Sylveon, that would have been your window, right? Because you wanted to have both attacks into the Sylveon, have the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, put this Floette in Quick Attack range. But unfortunately, Nick one step ahead, knows that that Incineroar is the biggest thorn in his side and that Pokemon in the way of appearing in the top 4.
Now it's just a matter of Floette closing out this game. The Sylveon still kind of close when it comes to that Dazzling Gleam, but you have help from the Sneasler. You can follow it up with a Dire Claw. If the Sylveon goes for a quick attack, that means it's probably not taking out this Floette. What can MJ do?
It is just a double protect, and I mean, it puts it into a for sure range that you can actually get this Charizard cleaned up with the Dazzling Gleam. But the Floette is faster than both Pokemon. You're just like letting this Charizard get itself knocked out with the poison damage.
I mean, smart, right? If there's any chance in your mind that you think Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO Charizard there, really smart thing to do. That's essentially unpunishable by MJ, is that double protect. So you get Charizard even lower with that poison. For sure, Dazzling Gleam or Draining Kiss will knock it out now, and you can follow it up with something from that Sneasler to take a knockout.
Sylveon does get to fire off one final quick attack to KO the Sneasler. Make sure that it's not going down without a fight. But the Floette, using Dazzling Gleam, should get a double KO here and send Nick Navarre into the top 4.
Congrats to Nick, making it into the semifinals of the Indianapolis Regional Championships, showing just why he has so much experience in these latter stages of tournaments. Gets all the way back to top 4 after not making it this far for a while now. Huge rebound for him. It's so exciting to see. This top 4 is so...
Champions era.
Yes, Michael Zhang, so excited to be the first champion of the Pokemon Champions era with that Frostlass team. The champion of the Pokemon Champion. Getting into the champion tier here at the regional. With this Frostlass team, of course, the Frostlass has been kind of the breakout Mega alongside the Mega Tyranitar. Michael Zhang showing both of those two as sort of the more consistently strong Megas that we've seen in the latter part of here Phase 2 and the top cut.
Yeah, I don't know if I was expecting to be at this point in the tournament talking about Frostlass being the one Pokemon, or Mega Evolved Pokemon at least, that we have a chance of seeing a mirror of in the finals. But how about that? Proven to be a really excellent Pokemon. A bunch of other fun techs in this team. Very anti-Charizard. So, Michael, if he gets through this one, probably rooting for the Charizard player, the other semifinal matchup, just to maximize his odds. But a lot of really fun stuff here. I always love Michael's team. Such a great player to watch. Arcanine also, I think, worth pointing out. Not necessarily for this matchup, although maybe it'll show up, but I think mostly just because probably the most unique individual Pokemon remaining other than Wolf Steelix.
Yeah, and of course this is the Rockhead version of the Arcanine, so it's not actually the Intimidate variant, which I'm sure helped Michael quite a bit against some of the King Gambit in the field.
Yeah, I think making note of that Corviknight as well. You know, it is that more aggressive attacking Adamant. Corviknight, no bulk up. I think with bulk up, probably a bigger matchup problem for Wolf's team. So I'll be curious to see what Michael's approach to this one is. Again, it's just, you know, not a matchup that I think either of the trainers had considered before a couple of hours ago, probably. So should be fun to see what they opt to go for. This is round 4 of the Wolf Glick Regional Championship as he appears on stream once again. We've seen a lot of different modes from his team. Like the first appearance is very Steelix oriented. The second 2 very Tyranitar oriented. We did finally get to see that Talonflame, although
brief cameo.
Well, it's undefeated. It mostly just kind of like hung out for a moment, did like 15 damage, and then got knocked out. So
and forced Sneasler off the field.
Yeah, it's true. And then it was also forced off the field, but by having its health bar reduced to 0. Yeah.
And also that Rotom Wash, cannot overstate how important that Rotom Wash has been, especially in the previous sets that we've seen today for Wolf, in keeping all of these 2 big offensive threats of the Steelix or the Tyranitar, or potentially even the Talonflame, up and at it with the Will-O-Wisp and the Light Screen as well. And this Steelix is kind of the big deal on this team, but we've also seen the Dragon Dance mode coming up from Tyranitar, and they both play so differently, it's going to be very difficult for Michael to get a jump onto Wolf into this.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what both trainers opt to do here. I think it's a little bit difficult just to anticipate just because they probably don't have choreographed lines, so I know they have time to prep with their friends. I'm sure they've got pretty good plans coming into this one, but for now, we see some familiar friends on both sides of the field with Rotom once again trying to lock up its tournament MVP honors, and Frostlass on their side of the field, who would be another contender for that award if we actually awarded it.
Yeah, absolutely. If either of these Pokemon, whichever one of these Pokemons makes it to the final, would definitely be one of the contenders for that MVP award. But this is the classic lead we've seen a few times now from Wolf, just having the Sneasler and the Rotom to give him a bunch of different options of, do I want to go for the Light Screen? Do I want to go for Will-O-Wisp? Do I just want to go for damage? And the Rotom is actually threatening quite a lot here.
Yeah, Rotim's in a very good spot here. Light screen against the Frost Slash would be very effective. Of course, a fake out and a Hydro Pump would pick up a knockout on that Arcanine should the Hydro Pump hit even through the Focus Sash. So some options from both sides. The Arcanine feeling a little bit threatened, but the Frost Slash not so much, right? It has to worry about Light Screen reducing its damage eventually, but this turn it's relatively free to do what it wants.
Yeah, and what it wants to do right now is Mega Evolve and set the snow. There's the fake out coming out from Sneasler, breaking the Focus Sash onto Arcanine and preventing it from moving this turn. The first Blizzard comes out from Frostlass, connects onto Sneasler and Rotom. Sneasler takes about half its health in damage from there, and there is the flinch on Arcanine. Moving before the Rotom as Light Screen is the selection for Wolf, just trying to reduce the damage of those Blizzards.
That really consistent behavior we've seen from Wolf so far, always wanting to value the Light Screen over trying to pick up a knockout, where in that case, he had a fairly good chance of getting a turn 1 KO on the Arcanine, but no, he wants to set up his Light Screen. He has a plan with this team. He needs to build up his defense and then set himself up to try to sweep with one of his Mega Evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point, the threat of close combat onto the Arcanine is doing the job of that Hydro Pump.
Right, so yeah, Rotom able to escape here, maybe come back later, help deal some of these Pokemon in the back, but has a pretty good matchup too, such as Corviknight, Tyranitar, or Garchomp.
Yeah, Tyranitar feeling so safe to switch in here. With no more snow, that means that Blizzards are less accurate. They're also going to be heavily resisted by the Tyranitar with the Sand boost to the special defense and the Light Screen dealing very little damage. This Arcanine is able to fire off a Head Smash that is going to deal a lot of damage right back, though. Head Smash is so strong, and the downside is usually just that it takes a bunch of recoil in return, but with that Rock Head, Arcanine really showing how much damage it can do.
Yeah, I don't know how safe it was feeling after all. That is about as much damage as we've seen this Tyranitar take in early in the game, and that's going to be tough. It's a little bit more than a single Hospitality is going to heal up there. So Tyranitar going to be a tough spot for the remainder of the game, and now we're at a point where if Frostlass were to switch in and out or be feeling a little risky, Blizzard might be right on the edge of being able to pick up a knockout.
Well, here is the Sinistra for the first Hospitality, but like you mentioned, Wolf is going to need another round to get that Tyranitar back to full health, or at least healthy enough to survive another one of those Rock Head attacks from Arcanine. There's the Mega Evolution though, so getting a boost to its stats as well as threatening a lot more damage. The extreme speed actually coming out from the Arcanine onto what was the Sneasler is now the Sinistra. Does no damage, and Weather Ball comes out from the Frostlass, deals negligible damage, and here we go again. Another Dragon Dance on the Mega Tyranitar.
I'd like to say I can't believe that Wolf was willing to Dragon Dance in front of those Pokemon, but at this point I am. Very bold play by Wolf where he was getting pinned there, and I think a Head Smash into that slot likely would have sent us right into game 2. Instead, calls that no, there's no way you think I'm going to leave this Tyranitar open, despite the low HP, at least healing up enough that that Weather Ball wasn't able to knock it out, though I think it would have survived anyway. But no longer in extreme speed range, which I think would have been a real threat without the Hospitality, and suddenly threatening a quick Rock Slide that could have knocked out both of these Pokemon. So the Hydreigon going to enter battle, though I don't know if it would be especially excited about taking one of those attacks either.
Yeah, Hydreigon, another Pokemon that is the Steelix kind of forces Michael to bring, because if you don't bring that Pokemon, then you might just end up walled by Steelix, but it does not have a great matchup into this particular setup here. Those Rock Slides are hurting. That is over 100 damage to that Hydreigon. It is within range of another Rock Slide, and now Sneasler's on the field. That is Choice Scarf Hydreigon. Fake Out is so free there, and now that would be an easy double KO should the Rock Slides connect. Yeah,
we saw previously the attempt at going to the extreme speed of a Sneasler, and maybe that's an option, but that's probably a trade that Wolf is willing to take at this point, scoring 2 quick knockouts maybe. However, maybe the prioritization to Sneasler on Michael's end indicates he has a Pokemon in the back that don't want to deal with Sneasler, so Wolf playing a little bit safer, getting the Sinistra in to heal up the Tyranitar. Feeling like, hey, I'm not going to get knocked out by this Hydreigon anyway. And yeah, Sinistra does catch that extreme speed a second time.
He can't keep getting away with it. The extreme speed into Sinistra again, the Earth Power into Tyranitar, the Light Screen, and the Sand Boost doing so much for the Tyranitar as it's a clean double KO after one Dragon Dance.
And again, it's just great play by Wolf, right? Why sacrifice your Sneasler there if you can switch in and wind up in a position where your Tyranitar is basically the same amount of HP it would have had anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. The light screen now finally wears off, but with Hydreigon out of the field, it's just going to be the Frostlass that's threatening special type damage, and that is going to threaten the Sinistcha very severely, and the Tyranitar is now pretty low, but you're feeling pretty good if you're Wolf, because you still got those.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf is real close to checkmate there, right? Where, a knockoff into the Frostlass slot, you just have to find a way to safely get the Sneasler in to threaten a close combat into the Tyranitar slot, and the game could be locked up.
Yeah, the targeting on the Sneasler previously, really telegraphing that Tyranitar in the back like you called out. Setting the sand again, which means that Frostlass still does not have access to fully accurate Blizzard. So if it does get an opportunity to attack, it's not dealing a lot with Weather Ball, we already saw. It may be able to hit a Blizzard, but it's going to need to hit those Blizzards or get a big Shadow Ball off into that Sinistcha.
Light screen is at least expired, but at this point I think Wolf would love it if Sinistcha were to get picked off here to give him the free switch, and Frostlass maybe trying not to provide that opportunity.
Yeah, Frostlass protecting this turn, Tyranitar protecting this turn, Sinistcha protecting.
Wolf will never let the Sinistcha go. It's too important to his strategy.
We need the Sinistcha. Crucially, though, you did get to see the order of speeds from those protects. Tyranitar protecting first, Frostlass protecting second. That means that Frostlass has nowhere to go this turn. Forfeit locked in from Michael, and we are headed into game 2.
Yeah, that made it so that, I guess it was pretty overlooking anyway, but yeah, Frostlass would have needed a double protect to avoid getting knocked out by the knockoff anyway, or a rock slide even if Wolf was willing to risk it. And then, at his leisure, he could have brought in the Sneasler to finish off the Tyranitar. So that game very over, and wow, really impressive first game by Wolf, where the beginning of the game always looks a little strange with this team, but correctly calls it that Head Smash isn't going to go into the Tyranitar slot, takes that cheeky Dragon Dance, and the game's kind of just over from there. Really aggressive read by Wolf, where that switch into the Tyranitar, like, oh man, like, Wolf, what are you doing? But hey, he's showing how he got here. Makes a great read to dig himself right back out of the hole he put himself in.
Yeah, despite having a Steelix, which is an extremely defensive Pokemon, this is one of the most aggressive Wolf teams I've seen in a while, and he is playing it so aggressively as well. Like you mentioned, that Tyranitar has been sneaking these Dragon Dances over and over again, and it really just takes one for the game to completely flip on its head.
Speaking of Steelix, by the way, did Wolf kind of just trick us all yesterday? Like, did he deliberately have this Steelix, really like a highly Steelix-oriented strategy, knowing that everybody was going to watch him at the end of Swift? So then, like, well, we keep having these team previews where I'm sure everyone is really afraid of the specter of the Steelix that we haven't seen in almost 24 hours.
Yeah, you get all the whispers around the venue of, oh, there's a Steelix. I think Wolf's running Steelix.
He's going to get the title?
She's got the Steelix admirer.
He's admiring in his Pokeball.
Yeah, not even a professor yet. That should be the giveaway. Not enough wins on that Steelix just yet. Here is the leads for game 2. It's Arcanine and the Garchomp up against the Tyranitar and the Sneasler. This Garchomp looking much better here than the Frostlass in the previous game.
Yeah, this Garchomp has a triple kill in its eyes, or triple knockout, I guess. But yeah, there's no way it's actually going to go for that, right? Where certainly, I guess with the Sash, you could do it if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But, I think interesting position, though, because there's so much damage being threatened on the board here. The Garchomp could go an Earthquake, super effective on either of these Pokemon. We saw how much damage the Head Smash did last game. So Sneasler going to do a very defensive fake out there, understanding he does not want to deal with this Garchomp, even though with Arcanine not protecting, it would have been an Earthquake anyway.
There's the Head Smash into Arcanine. Tyranitar going down to about a third of its health, but that is not enough to prevent a Dragon Dance. And this is what it has been over and over and over and over again. One or two Dragon Dances and this Tyranitar just pops off.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure the end of the world would stop Wolf from using Dragon Dance, where it's going to happen no matter what. The question is if you can stop Tyranitar after it's done the dance.
Sometimes the rhythm's going to get you, man. You got to watch out.
This Tyranitar loves to move, and it's moving quickly now. It should be the quickest Pokemon on the field other than perhaps Wolf's own Sneasler. So great pin here by both these Pokemon, but is going to protect. Sneasler maybe trying to get some damage off here before an inevitable Sinistcha switch in to heal up this Tyranitar once again.
Really important close combat onto the Arcanine to bring it down to that Focus Sash. The Head Smash coming out from Arcanine has been so powerful into that Tyranitar. Another one would pick up the KO. That does mean that the Sneasler is able to get its White Herb activated, and if it is able to survive this turn, it will be the fastest thing on the field. There's a Head Smash into Tyranitar. Here comes the Dragon Claw onto Sneasler. Not going for the Earthquake because of the Arcanine next to it. That just means that Sneasler gets away with it. A full 169 damage into that Arcanine.
Yeah, so interesting play though. Tyranitar burning to protect, so now there's the opportunity where even if Sinish is coming in, an Earthquake would actually hit it. Again, it would require either a switch on the Arcanine or a sacrifice, or we've seen so many attempts to go for this extreme speed of a slot. Does he do something different this time, or is this a third catch?
Sinistcha out on the field, going to heal up the Tyranitar. Still has not Mega evolved. That is just still a base form Tyranitar. A little bit of extra damage from the extreme speed coming out from the Arcanine, and the knockoff not quite enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp. Brings it down so low, however. Here comes the Earthquake, will pick up the KO onto the Arcanine, onto the Tyranitar, and deal a little bit to the Sinistcha. Just a double KO, not a triple, but came pretty close.
And it was his own Pokemon as one of the two, right? So that was the one I was thinking he would want to try and pick up. Big knockout to get the transfer there. We've seen how critical this is to Wolf's offense, though it is interesting he didn't Mega Evolve, right? There could be two reasons why he made that choice. It could be that he wanted to hold it in order to get weather control against the Frostlass, or it could be that Steelix wasn't an illusion after all. We'll find out really soon, but this battle looking a little bit spooky if it's not the Steelix in the back, and even if it is, not going to be able to use that Sand Force ability unless the opposing Tyranitar helps out again.
Okay, Corviknight coming out now from Michael. We did not see Corviknight previously. This is a great Pokemon into Wolf's team, as it does pretty much completely wall that Steelix should it still be in the back. Now the Sneasler on the side for Wolf, being able to threaten more fake-out pressure.
Yeah, this is an excellent adjustment, the Corviknight. We could be running into a situation like we saw with his first game on stream, right, where does the rest of his stuff even matter? Unless Talonflame or Rotom is in the back, it's going to be very difficult to knock this Pokemon out. And unlike the other Corviknight we've seen, it doesn't need to build up, right? Its high end is a lot lower because it doesn't have something like Bulk Up, but it's adamant. It can do some serious damage. Sinister likely already in KO range from it, and this Sneasler going to knock out this Garchomp to avoid being knocked out itself.
Yep, there is a KO onto Garchomp. Wolf has now picked off both the Arcanine and the Garchomp from Michael's team. Corviknight, though, as you mentioned, still very threatening against both of the Pokemon that Wolf has showing right now. Brave Bird there connects onto Sneasler, so we'll pick up the KO there. And now we will be able to find out which Pokemon is the final Pokemon that both trainers have brought.
It is the Trick Room from
okay, I think I know.
So,
I think I know.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's not Talonflame.
Probably not the Talonflame here. So it's just setting the Trick Room here, and now both players picking their final Pokemon to come out.
So this is extremely interesting. You got to assume it's probably the 2 Mega Evolve Pokemon. It is the Steelix of Wolf, the crowd favorite, making an appearance. It's the Tyranitar, not the Frostlass. So very interesting there. Either way, there would have been a type advantage for the Steelix, but now 2 physical Pokemon facing down one of the premier physical walls of yesteryear with Steelix, yearning for the days of gold and silver, perhaps bringing them back in this tournament. We'll see a Mega Evolution pretty quickly, and without Frostlass, we will, at least for one more turn, get the access to that Sand Force ability.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really important. I think we are headed to a Steelix versus Corviknight showdown pretty quickly, I think. It may come down to if this Sinistcha is going to be able to get a Matcha Gotcha burn onto that Corviknight. Otherwise, Steelix and this Tyranitar are probably going to go fight each other, and then the Corviknight's just going to pick up whatever's left.
The trainer's like, I'd prefer not to be fought, actually, and get the Protect up, hoping to get a free attack from the Steelix in, or from this Corviknight in, rather. Steelix going to attack into the Protect, so this could be a free attack for the Corviknight. We'll have to find out if it's free or not if this burns.
Matcha Gotcha connects on to Corviknight, does have a high chance to burn on attack. The Corviknight gets burnt. Matcha Gotcha too hot from the Sinistcha. And now there is a clock on the Corviknight, and what was looking like a one-on-one showdown that would stall out completely is now looking more like Wolf getting to time this out to make it to the finals.
Yeah, that's still the berry activating on the Sinistcha as well, so going to heal up enough that it can probably survive for a couple more turns here. And Matcha Gotcha going to be pretty serious on this Tyranitar. That sand expiring, while it reduces the damage of this Steelix's damage output, will both do a lot more damage to Tyranitar and also thus heal a lot more back. So the Sinistcha might actually hang around for a little while here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Michael, I just don't see a big out for him, except for potentially dodging a high horsepower and a Matcha Gotcha coming out out from this Sinistra. Does not dodge the high horsepower, just takes the big damage there, and the Macha Gacha also connecting onto Tyranitar, picks up the KO. Tyranitar goes down. Corviknight takes a little bit of damage. Yeah, that was a critical hit, but okay. But more critically, that burn previously means that this Corviknight has no way of recovering its health, which means that all Wolf has to do is wait until the timer ticks down.
Yeah, this is a very impressive game by Wolf that burned critical on the Sinistra, where I think this endgame would have been much closer, though I imagine Steelix probably wins it anyway. It's really not two Pokemon I'm used to watching fight each other in the Pokemon Video Game Championship. But the Pokemon is locked in, and Wolf is moving on to the first finals of the Pokemon Champions era.
Wow, an incredible tournament run from Wolf so far, and really well played in that 2-game win. On Arsenal's side does not actually have a grass-type attack. Instead, it is running it's running Sludge Bomb and Earth Power and Sleep Powder. But that means that this Palafin over here is not going to be super threatened with a one-hit KO by that Venusaur, but won't be able to deal a lot of damage back. However, Palafin, once it gets rolling, Jet Punch and Wave Crash are just as strong, if not stronger, than Aqua Jet and Wave Crash from Basque Legion.
Yeah, absolutely, and we kind of seen it throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, unlike the first time we saw Palafin, a team go really crazy. No coaching on this Sneasler, so Palafin's going to have to buff itself, but it could be an option in this match, certainly. It's going to be challenging for it to find the opportunities to do this in this game, but perhaps if the right Pokemon are selected on the other side of the field, it can snowball a little bit too.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting game, and I also want to point out that this is the Swords Dance variant of the King Gambit, so another opportunity, 3 setup mons on Nick's side. So Floette, King Gambit, and Palafin, if any one of those 3 Pokemon gets a free turn, you're in danger. Yeah,
I think this really is the matchup that typically you use that sort of King Gambit for as well, with the Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch after the held item there, going to one-hit KO at Charizard pretty much no matter how it's trained. So maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't, but a fun thing to be threatening here with that moveset.
Also, seeing the Choice Scarf Garchomp makes you feel pretty happy about that, knowing that there is at least a Choice Scarf Pokemon that I am guaranteed to be able to Sucker Punch into if I want to. And should be a really interesting matchup here. Again, like we mentioned, this is more of the sort of grass type, chlorophyll type, plus a drought version of Sun here, as opposed to just sort of the balanced good stuff of the Charizard Y teams.
It actually feels like kind of a delightfully awkward matchup for both trainers, where like, I don't know, but like, I guess Nick's team in general is like not really a variant of a standard archetype. It's kind of a new thing that we're discovering this weekend, but I think it's a little bit awkward for the more traditional Sun team to handle. And then I think in some ways that this matchup is also a little bit more awkward for Nick's team than the version of Sun that we were expecting to see this weekend. So another one where it should be fun to see what the players came together and figured out here, where again, maybe not something they had super clear lines into coming in the weekend, but likely during the other semifinal match, spent some time preparing for this matchup once they knew what it was going to be.
Yeah, you have to expect that that is what our players were doing in their downtime. Another mirror here, the Floette is also Calm Mind on Arsenal's side, so 2 Calm Mind Floettes here, so it could end up being a damage and a buff race between those 2 Pokemon, depending on what Pokemon are actually going to be brought for that Mega slot for this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind, not a whole lot of speed control in these games. There's the Tailwind for Nick and the Trick Room option, actually, on the other side of the field, even though, as we mentioned the last time he was up, not like a whole lot of Pokemon that actually want to be under Trick Room unless the Tailwind is set up by the other team.
Well, there's the classic Sun lead here. It's Venusaur and Charizard up against the Sneasler and Floette. So Nick, of course, only has the Floette as a Mega Evolution option, so has opted to bring that, immediately staring down the Charizard that resists all Fairy-type attacks, and the Venusaur that also resists those Fairy-type attacks and threatens big damage with a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, onto both these Pokemon, right? This is why it doesn't know any Grass-type moves, because it can threaten Sleep Powder in either of these slots, or try to go on the offense because it has the Earth Powder that Sneasler's weak to, and the Sludge Bomb that Floette's weak to. So probably exactly the lead that Arsenal was hoping to see here, and I think he has the advantage to start things out.
Yeah, great point. This is exactly why that Venusaur is not carrying a Grass-type coverage move. Instead, the Poison and Ground typing. Sneasler and Floette, 2 of the most common Pokemon in the format. Palafin, less so.
I think also, you've seen the Mega Evolution media, so Drought's going to be active. This is one of the things that could be a little advantage for both players, right? Right now, definitely better for Arsenal, but there are 2 Fire-type Pokemon on Nick's team, so we'll have to see what happens as this match plays out.
There's the sun set by the Mega Charizard Y that is going to boost the speed of the Venusaur, activating that Chlorophyll ability, while Floette is going to Mega Evolve itself, get a big boost to its stats, and also activate the Fairy Aura to further boost the power of its Fairy-type attacks. Nick does go for the fake out onto Venusaur, breaks the Focus Sash, prevents the Venusaur from going for Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, or Sleep Powder, any one of which would have been fine. There's the Calm Mind coming out from Floette to potentially, absolutely raise its special defense and protect against a Heat Wave, while Sneasler also just protects against the Heat Wave by dodging.
Yeah, hey, you like that, where I was about to say, oh, this looks like a lot like we saw in the final quarterfinal match where, the Floette got the Calm Mind immediately every turn and immediately got Weather Balled. Instead, we see the Heat Wave there, which could have been more total damage, but wasn't. And these fully healthy Sneasler now, a bit of a problem where it's the Doctor position for the Floette, where a double target here, even with the Calm Mind, would be pretty gnarly, but hard to do that, just ignore the Sneasler where the Floette has the option of protecting. So we're in a situation this second turn where both players are going to have to make a read, try and figure out what their opponent wants to do and make the most of it.
Yeah, the Venusaur, of course, with the Chlorophyll being the fastest thing on the field, means it does get to have the agency of going first. And the Sleep Powder connects on to Sneasler, so that Pokemon will not be able to deal any damage here. It does use its first turn of the mandatory turn of Sleep, while Floette gets a second Calm Mind here. It is going to start becoming very difficult to break through this Floette if it can keep getting those Calm Minds. It's down at about a little bit below half health, potentially still in range of a double up from the Venusaur and the Charizard, but then you're letting that Sneasler have opportunities to wake up.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of an interesting part of his call. Do you use Heat Wave again and risk knocking out Sneasler into a Floette Protect, which might actually be good for Nick in order to provide the free switch, or do you, just kind of go for the double up into Floette with Heat Wave probably and Sludge Bomb and hope you pick up a knockout because Floette tries to catch you sleeping as it did on the previous turn. Another interesting position, and unlike what we just saw in the last round, it's not like we have something like Sinister to switch in and heal up this Floette, right? Like it needs to be able to attack to heal up, and I can also do that where if Sludge Bomb alone isn't enough, Draining Kiss would certainly put it out of KO range from anything Charizard does, even though both these Pokemon are going to resist it.
Absolutely. The Floette sitting in between the Venusaur and the Charizard, threatening the ability to heal all the way back up with a big Draining Kiss now that it has +2 special attack. Venusaur Sleep Powder targeting into the Sneasler, catches the Incineroar on the switch-in. Speaking of catching, I'm sleeping. Incineroar is now down for the count here as the Draining Kiss connects onto Charizard. Resisted damage, so it doesn't actually deal a whole lot, but the big news is all of that health that Floette just gained back. Another Heat Wave comes out from the Charizard, bringing Floette right back down exactly where it started.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And Charizard takes that very well despite there being 2 Calm Minds there. So again, interesting to imagine whether or not this could pick up a knockout if there was to be a double target of its slot, though. Floette would have to not heal for some reason for it to be realistic to be a knockout. But excellent catch on that Sleep Powder, where neither of these Pokemon have taken any turns of the sleep as well. So going to be pretty difficult to actually get in a position where they can act again. And Floette's friends kind of abandoning it here, where get those Calm Minds, that part of the win condition's done, but actually being able to use them is proving to be a greater challenge.
Yeah, someone please help me, Floette says. And here comes Sneasler, hoping to potentially maybe get caught by that Heat Wave to give a free position for Nick. Still asleep, doesn't want to have to roll the dice. It was able to take the first mandatory turn, but has still a very low chance to wake up on each individual turn. There's the Heat Wave into Floette's Protect, and there it is. Connection on Sneasler. It is now not just asleep, it is now fainted. But that does mean that Nick is able to bring in whatever Pokemon he wants. Probably not that Incineroar, so we're going to learn it's the Talonflame.
It is. So Talonflame now checking the Venusaur with the Gale Wings ability. Floette able to now not really pin the Charizard slot, but it looks like it's pretty comfortably a 3-hit knockout, so it could fire off a Draining Kiss into that slot if it would like to, heal itself up, and then continue pressuring the Charizard. So it's still not a great position for Nick, with 0 turns of sleep taken by the Incineroar. Yeah, it was 1 on the Sneasler because it dodged the Heat Wave, but still a very advantageous position for Arsenal, but no longer quite as dominant as it looked before, where now finally there's real pressure coming the other direction.
Yeah, the timer is also not Arsenal's friend right now, as this was the final turn of Sun. So Charizard has to retreat if Arsenal wants to have the Sun up for later on in the game. Venusaur takes the first dual wing beat, takes the second, hangs on with just a little bit of health, but crucially, hangs on. Venusaur is going to launch another Sleep Powder. 3 for 3 on Sleep Powder connects, and now that Floette that has done a lot to boost its special defense is staring down a physical attacking Incineroar.
Yeah, this Venusaur looks like Vivian out there, where you can't miss a Sleep Powder. That's big. 3 different Pokemon have been put to sleep again, none of whom have taken 8 turns of sleep. And Talonflame not exactly known for its ability to stay on the field for long periods of time. I think a really great job understanding exactly how much damage that dual wing beat was going to do. Surviving pretty comfortably there, though he would not have without the help of the Intimidate from this Incineroar. And now you could go for a fake out to protect the Venusaur if you wanted to, though it's kind of done its job, so like maybe you're fine either way. Really great start for the game so far.
Yeah, absolutely dominant positioning here from Arsenal now. Still has the Charizard in the back to potentially boost Flare Blitzes from that Incineroar should Arsenal need to do so. But yeah, this Floette getting hit by that Sleep Powder, there was a lot invested into that Pokemon. +2 special attack, +2 special defense, and now it is special defenseless in front of this Incineroar. Dual Wing Beat connects onto Charizard, deals good damage there, but would have loved to have gotten the KO onto the Venusaur last turn. Floette now finally taking a turn of sleep here, and then the Flare Blitz connecting onto Floette, and it goes down.
Yeah, easy knockout there, but I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, right? I think switching out of the battle and losing the Calm Minds is probably kind of just forfeiting anyway, and with it actually being knocked out, Nick does lock in the forfeit. So very decisive first game. Venusaur really dominating that game with the help of its friend Charizard speeding it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, Venusaur doing its best Pavilion impression, just getting the chlorophyll active, being the fastest thing on the field, and just saying, okay, I'm going to either threaten damage, like chip damage on your Pokemon, or I'm just going to take them out of the game for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one to think about running back too, where now that it's 1-0, how do you approach this for your Nick, right? I think if you're looking at the matchup, like, well, even if he leads Charizard Venusaur, what are the odds he hits 3 Sleep Powder in a row? Not very high. However, it's already happened once. So, if you just play this out twice more, the odds of it happening again, probably higher than you're comfortable with, right? So is there some way you can disrupt this? Do you bring out Talonflame sooner? We've learned that there is that option of just switching in the Incineroar to survive the dual wing beat, maybe trying to burn the Talonflame down, but I think it came out a little bit too late in that one, where unless Nick just thinks he's going to win via like kind of having better probability in the next one.
Yeah, either better probability or, maybe just trying to get a little bit different positioning on there. But yeah, like you mentioned, it was really difficult. The Talonflame coming out so late meant that Venusaur was just never really threatened during that set.
Yeah, and it feels like a tough matchup for Nick, right? Where it's tough to bring Palafin against Charizard, where you're going to be doing reduced damage the entire game. It's tough to bring King Gambit, where nearly every Pokemon on the other side is effective against it. It doesn't have any ability to hit a non-resisted attack onto the Floette. It's weak against Charizard. It's weak against Garchomp. It's weak against Incineroar. It's actually weak against Venusaur also, where both Sleep Powder is pretty annoying, and it has the option of a super effective Earth Power, although it's a little risky because you could activate Defiant.
Well, it's going to have to be a big decision for Nick, because he needs to win this game or else he will be eliminated from the tournament as a semi-finalist. Arcel, on the other hand, is only 1 win away from making it to the finals here in Indianapolis, and that would be such a huge accomplishment for this player who has had some decent success in the past, but a finals appearance, that's different.
Yeah, every new game, it seems like there's a player who just breaks out that first tournament, does really well, and then it kind of it's the start of something great. So maybe he'll be that player.
Well, there is the Incineroar now catching the Talonflame and Sneasler from the jump. Nick did make the adjustment that Talonflame probably needs to be out here ASAP, but Arcel, of course, recognizing the obvious adjustment here and saying, okay, you can bring Talonflame, I'm just going to bring Incineroar. Yeah,
it continues to be a step ahead on this turn 0 play, and that makes turn 1 to his advantage again. Not awful or anything, but you probably need to get this Talonflame out of the field, right? We saw how powerful Venusaur was last time. There's still such a high chance that it's in the back. Like, do you really want to risk giving up your Talonflame this early? An awkward start, but on the other hand, Sneasler is in a decent spot. It could try to go after the Incineroar if it wants to. I could try to go for a Protect, perhaps. We saw Heat Wave is nearly a one-hit KO in the last game, and you really don't want to get Sneasler burned down either, I think. Again, with the potential of sleep in the back, losing Pokemon early makes that sleep that much more powerful when you kind of run out of options.
Yeah, there's the safest possible switch that Nick had available to him, his own Incineroar. We'll be able to get an Intimidate down onto Arcel's Incineroar and resist any Fire-type damage coming out from this Charizard. However, that is a big momentum sink, having to retreat the Talonflame turn 1. Now, Charizard has Mega Evolved. It does have the Drought set up now, so it has boosted the power of all of the fire types on the field. There's another Heat Wave that Arsenal has opted for, dealing no damage to the Sneasler because of the Protect, and dealing good damage to the Incineroar on the switch-in.
That's okay, because that's a lot for that makes more sense. Okay, critical hit, so great start on that regard. And then also get the parting shot, right? So I get to make the switch after seeing the Protect and after seeing the switch-in. So excellent position again, once again, just kind of staying a step ahead.
When it's Garchomp coming out here alongside the Charizard, another extremely dangerous combination here. There is nothing stopping Garchomp and this Charizard from just going Heat Wave, Earthquake, Heat Wave, Earthquake.
Yeah, that's the dream with this team, right? We saw the Venusaur version of this strategy last game where you kind of see the slower play. Okay, I'll support you while Charizard knocks things out. Garchomp, let's just speed this up, right?
Yeah.
Where gets in for free, doesn't have to worry about intimidating more. Doesn't have to worry about a fake out potentially, but you can only fake out one, and both of them are threatening a ton of damage to this team. Sneasler is also like right at that point too, where if it was able to take rough skin damage, Heat Wave would be pretty close to picking it up based on what we saw in the previous game. So attacking Garchomp would be a little scary. It's gonna get out of dodge instead, but I don't know if a Talonflame's gonna be super excited about a Heat Wave either, so probably gonna see a fake out into that Charizard slot.
Yeah, Nick is trying to do whatever he can to get
the Rock Slide.
The Incineroar dodges the Rock Slide, the Talonflame does not. Arcel is rewarded by making the call, not going for the obvious Earthquake, recognizes that Talonflame is in the back. And you know what? Why not just go for Rock Slide here? It's going to deal good damage to the Incineroar, and at least it'll break the Focus Sash on Sneasler.
Arcel just feels so oppressive when he really gets to play the Sun move. We saw the same thing the last time he was up here, where he just like perfect switches every time. He knows exactly what his opponent wants to do. He's making great reads when Pokemon switch in. You know, if you're kind of wondering how did he get here with this team that people were kind of expecting, it's not because he's hitting sleep powders the way he was in the first game. It's because he's making reads like that.
Yeah, he's making reads like that, and he is really positioning these Pokemon and giving himself the opportunities where even if he got the read wrong, he was still in a fine position. There's so much time and so much space for him to come back from getting, you know, a Rock Slide wrong, Rock Sliding into the Sneasler instead of the Talonflame. But when you get it right, boy, is he in a big advantage right now.
It is interesting that he's leaving the Garchomp in here, where potentially, you know, a big pile of HP for Floette to absorb some health from. I do think Garchomp potentially still important here because Sneasler is a difficult Pokemon to remove, especially if he's able to, or Nick's able to stall at the side.
There's the Rock Slide, connects onto Incineroar and Floette. Only deals a little bit of damage to that Floette here. Does activate the Incineroar's Citrus Berry, so will heal up all the damage it just took. Floette does not flinch from the Rock Slide, instead gets to start setting up those Calm Minds. So there's the first Calm Mind. Arcel presumably just saying, okay, I think I have an opportunity to potentially fish for a flinch here and still be pretty safe. And looks like he was right there as the Floette went for the Calm Mind, did not go on the offensive. But now Nick is able to start positioning and pivoting here. Getting that parting shot down onto the Charizard is actually huge because it basically gives Floette one extra Calm Mind to the special defense.
Yeah, potentially at least, where I guess he had the damage trade. Yeah, I mean, I think what actually happens in this turn is really interesting, though, where Caesar now threatening a fake out likely into that Charizard slot, and now the Garchomp can't protect. I think because of that, you kind of can't leave the Garchomp in. If you do and you get a Rock Slide flinch, you almost definitely win the game right there. However, if you don't, Floette knocks you out in one shot and takes all of your HP, and then you start fighting with a huge snowball the other direction, where Nick probably wins the game almost on the spot. So likely going to need to cycle this Garchomp. Unfortunately, I think whatever is in the back also going to be donating a lot of HP to the Floette fund. So a pretty critical turn. We'll have to see what's in the back.
If it's not Venusaur, that Floette is still going to be recovering quite a bit of health.
And even if it is, I mean, giving a free switch to a Venusaur who's now threatening a super effective damage on both these Pokemon, just like it was at the beginning of last game, which could instead enable some sleep powders. So I think kind of regardless of what's the back here, if it's Venusaur, Arcel's pretty happy, and there it is.
Yeah, it's very, very safe here to bring in the Venusaur. Actually, a double switch here. The Charizard also going to switch out for the Incineroar, putting down the Intimidate onto the Sneasler and allowing Arcel to bring that Charizard back in to reset the Sun. There's the Draining Kiss coming out from Floette, connects onto Venusaur, does a decent amount of damage. Looks like it might be it's a 3-hit KO, maybe a 4-hit KO, and not recovering quite as much health on that Floette, which is a big deal as Arcel is really trying to break through the defenses there.
Yeah, I love the pace that he's playing at, though. Now, again, another great switch, right? Okay, well, I know Charizard's going to get flinched anyway, so, like, why leave it in, especially after the parting shot? I should just get my own Incineroar in here. Is now going to instead reduce the damage of my opponent and, again, make it difficult for this Floette, right? Threatening a fake out into either of these slots. You know, if you go after the Floette and you hit a Protect, you're probably giving up Incineroar for free, which may not even be the end of the world because you get a free switch, but you don't need to do that probably, right? You can just go into the Sneasler slot potentially instead if you want. Some pretty good options here.
That's sort of the running theme of this set so far for Arsenal is plenty of good options available. There's the Protect coming out from Floette. Venusaur does opt to target down the Sneasler with that Sleep Powder. So Sneasler now is going to fall asleep. Will take its mandatory turn of sleep here. And now Incineroar gets to fire off a Flare Blitz. The last turn of Sun here would have dealt big damage to Floette, but Floette just had to protect itself. But at the same time, it just protected itself, and now it is, again, extremely vulnerable to a Sleep Powder.
Yeah, and Charizard can come in here and just reset that Sun, right? Not a lot of pressure going the other way with Sneasler having fallen asleep on the previous turn, and the pace that Arsenal's playing at just wonderful. You know, when he's playing this quickly, this well, and hitting all the Sleep Powders are real tough to beat.
Yeah, this is one of those, the way he's playing is just, you can tell that he's in that flow state. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do. He is feeling himself here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in the your time, right? Where Nick's about halfway done, and it seems like Arsenal's barely spent a minute.
Well, there's the Draining Kiss into Incineroar, deals good damage. No switches here. Arsenal does not need to bring in the Charizard just yet. Citrus Berry will recover some of the health from Incineroar as well, but there is the double up. There is the Sludge Bomb into Floette, deals good damage to that Pokemon. And now here comes the Flare Blitz from Incineroar. There is no Sun, but it is not enough damage. Floette hanging on with 5 hit points. Incineroar takes a little bit of recoil damage, and now it is potentially a little spooky, but you always have the ability to bring in the Charizard and activate the Chlorophyll again. Yeah, and I think at that point, you know, it's looking really bleak. Sneasler probably not going to pick a one-hit KO unless we see another crazy Dire Claw, perhaps. Venusaur really checking this team well. We're also like really close to the point where I think even with the Draining Kiss, it might not heal enough to get out of Sludge Bomb range. I think it was like 60-something damage in the last time. So looking at Incineroar's HP, I'm not sure that math checks out. Yeah, that's definitely Floette is in danger right now from all sides on Arsenal's team. And this has just been so well played. I love this Venusaur. The Sleep Powder, Sludge Bomb, and Earth Power is really putting so much pressure onto Nick. Yeah, especially, you know, the missing grass move hasn't really mattered, right? Like, are you really going to pick your water-type Pokemon into this anyway? I don't care. Why do I want a grass-type move? What am I hitting with a grass-type move? Sneasler? Nah. There's the Charizard now out on the field. Floette forced to protect, trying to buy time for this Sneasler to wake up. Sneasler does have the ability to wake up this turn, does wake up, is going to be able to fire off an attack. There's the Dire Claw into Venusaur. Needs something big here. Not a KO, no critical hit, and no procs on the Dire Claw. Ooh, that's tough. So now the Floette is still totally pinned, either going to be knocked out here or have to switch out with 5 HP. Certainly no chance of setting up again after that. And things are looking tough here. If it is knocked out or whatever other Pokemon that slot is, because you could just go try to fish for that Incineroar maybe within Earth Power now with how weakened this Floette is. You know, a single target Heat Wave would definitely knock that Sneasler out based on what we've seen before. Yeah, the Sneasler does have the Focus Sash, so as long as it's still at full health, it can still make something happen here. Yeah, and I guess you're close on the Dire Claw damage there. Or like that and a Fake Out would do it, I guess, but I just don't know how you get in position to do that and also turn things around for the Floette to do enough damage. Yeah, that's the big problem there. The Floette sitting at 5 hit points needs to be able to get a Draining Kiss off, but there are very few opportunities. Goes for the double protect, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Venusaur targets down the Floette with that Earth Power, just hoping to catch, potentially catching the Incineroar should it switch in here. But now Floette is down. Sneasler with the Dire Claw connects onto Venusaur, is able to pick up the KO with that second Dire Claw. Should Floette have hit that double protect, it may have been a little bit different here, but like you mentioned, single target Heat Wave, Sneasler down to Focus Sash. It's Sneasler and Incineroar, and Arsenal Puri is so close to becoming the finalist. That'll do it. The burn will knock out the Sneasler, and now it is just Incineroar. No options remaining for Nick Navarre. Arsenal Puri is going to make it to your finals here in Indianapolis. And what an incredible set by him. I mean, there's not much that Nick could do. Every Sleep Powder hit, every read was perfect. He's playing so quickly, especially in that second game. Just every turn, rapid fire. It seemed like he was kind of turn ahead out of team creep.
There are a couple of things at play. One, speed interactions. Is it going to be the solar-powered Venusaur with that chlorophyll ability to give Arsenal a bit more of the natural speed with these Pokemon? Or are we going to see Trick Room set by Wolf's End so you can play at the slower end of the speed spectrum with something like that Steelix?
Arsenal also has the option for Trick Room on that Sinistra. If Wolf goes for that Dragon Dance Tyranitar mode we've seen him use so many times, Sinistra could be a way to flip that speed on its head, use the speed that Wolf builds up with that Tyranitar against him, and have a chance to fight back.
And then that brings up another interesting question. If it isn't about the speed, it also has to be about the weather.
Yeah.
So that's another side of the equation that needs to get solved. On the one hand, you do have this Sun team from Arsenal, but for Wolf, Charizard's #1 enemy are these Tyranitars that can set the sand, take away that weather. They Mega Evolve and they get a second opportunity to reset the weather.
Tyranitar does have a bit of an edge in this weather matchup here. Not only does it have the Sandstream ability before it Mega Evolves, but on top of that, it's just one of the best answers to Charizard in general. Those Rock Slides can be devastating, if not scoring big one-hit KOs, coming very, very close after perhaps an Intimidate. But on top of that, the Steelix is there to threaten the Floette if Arsenal opts away from that Sun mode. Let's say Tyranitar scares off the Charizard and you bring Floette instead. What do you have to break through this Steelix?
It's a tough call because Steelix does have those very high physical defenses. You maybe look at that Garchomp as something that you would otherwise like to have into maybe some of these other supportive pieces, like the Sneasler. Talonflame, of course, doesn't want to be at the other end of a Rock Slide. And the Earthquake is going to be mighty good into the Tyranitar, but that's something that Steelix really can wall with that physical defense side. But can you push past that with a lot of special attackers on Arsenal's team? That's something that Wolf can also try to throw a spanner in the works for. They have that light screen on the Rotom. So what is going to prevail here? The Sun from Ulcer Puri, or is it going to be the Sand from Wolf Glick? One way to find out. Jumping into game #1, Wolf is going to be leading with the Steelix and Tyranitar. We're going to see the Garchomp and Venusaur for Arsenal.
Right off the bat, both of Wolf's possible Mega Evolution Pokemon showing their faces. Tyranitar setting up that Sand immediately means that this Venusaur is going to lose its Focus Sash unless it swaps out on this turn. The Steelix and the Tyranitar can both Mega Evolve, but you can only select one per battle. The fact that Steelix has come indicates that Wolf is probably going for that Mega Steelix mode in this first game.
Steelix would be a great call here. Something that would be not taking too much damage from something on the Venusaur side. Has a good matchup into something like the Sludge Bomb. And the second attack that this Venusaur has is Earth Power. So we'll see this Tyranitar make a switch out for now as the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Something else that doesn't necessarily want to end up taking any chip damage here from the Sand at the end of this turn, unless it breaks its Gale Wings. But that's not going to matter when the Garchomp's going to do that for it. Sleep Powder from the Venusaur comes out into the Steelix, but that Protect keeping it safe for now.
And a huge turn from Arsenal right off the bat. There's a lot of damage into Talonflame, and this Choice Scarf Garchomp will be able to outspeed and KO it because this Talonflame's Gale Wings is no longer active. Venusaur does lose its Focus Sash to that Sand, but you are threatening a Sleep Powder into this Steelix, and if Steelix wants to swap out into something that can absorb that Sleep Powder like the Sinistra, I don't think that Hospitality would even be enough to save the Talonflame.
Talonflame gets out of dodge. Sinistra comes in to take its place, and there's not really anything to help to be hospitable to. Steelix is at full HP, but it's here to Mega Evolve. And staring down at the competition, Garchomp and Venusaur, they're looking onward as the Garchomp lets out another Dragon Claw, taking that Sinistra down to about 2/3 of its HP. And the Sleep Powder hits. The Venusaur is accurate, and Steelix has got to take a nap on the job.
Still really keeping up that offensive pressure is Arsenal. Another Dragon Claw into that Sinistra does almost half when you count that Sand damage. A combination of Dragon Claw and Sludge Bomb may be able to finish it off. Steelix also put to sleep by this Venusaur. Garchomp not threatening at all with that Dragon Claw, but Venusaur is also packing Earth Power, a super effective special attack.
That would be one way to get through this giant defense stat on the Steelix. Another way that you can help to keep it in check is going to be with this Incineroar switching in. If the Steelix does wake up, it is going to be doing less damage since it took that Intimidate drop, but it looks like only a second Earth Power would be enough to knock it out. Steelix wakes up though, and it's going to come in with a Heavy Slam under the Venusaur, just barely missing out on the KO. Can the Sand damage pick up and finish up the job? Sinise just sets up the Trick Room.
Twisted Dimensions mean that Steelix will be attacking first. The Sinistra, the Incineroar takes sand damage. Venusaur barely hangs on, but only one more turn will finish it off. And especially since Trick Room just went up as well, a Matcha Gotcha or an attack from the Steelix could take it out. Wolf gets that crucial first turn wake with the Steelix to get a huge heavy slam off into the Venusaur. Incineroar coming in means that Venusaur didn't get knocked out thanks to that Intimidate, but I wonder if you would rather get knocked out here so you don't have the sitting duck Venusaur on the field.
Charizard's actually going to come in and take the Venusaur's place, but you cannot take away the sand just yet. You're gonna have to wait for this Charizard to Mega Evolve on the next turn as the Incineroar is able to fake out the Steelix to prevent it from attacking on this first one. So now, with the Matcha Gotcha, great, you get a little bit of damage down, but the biggest thing here is that this Charizard's going to want to Mega Evolve and take away that Sand Force from the Steelix.
If it Mega Evolves, it will set up the Sun and threaten some very powerful Fire-type attacks, but Arcel has to be very careful about when he chooses to Mega Evolve, because if he does, Tyranitar can immediately switch back in, set up the Sand once again, and the combination of that Sand going up and the Wide Guard from the Steelix means that there is no available Fire-type damage if the Sand is up.
Yeah, you would look at something like the Weather Ball, but of course if the Sand is active, that becomes a Rock-type attack. That's not going to be doing too much damage to either Pokemon standing in front of that Charizard.
That's tough too. The Charizard now not really threatened heavily by any type of attacks. The Sinistra with Matcha Gotcha, we saw it do barely anything. And the Steelix's Heavy Slam, still a decent threat, but at -1. And with that resistance on the Fire type, Charizard can possibly stick around this turn without going for that Mega Evolution and try to fire off a Heat Wave.
You see the Tyranitar switch in for the Sinistra, and there's only one turn of Sand left. Is that going to get overwritten as we do end up seeing the Charizard stay on the field as another switch comes through? Charizard's actually not even going to Mega Evolve here. Great patience from Arcel to just let a Heat Wave through. Tyranitar takes that much better than the Sinistra that would have been on the other side, as the Sand is now expired.
Really smart option to not Mega Evolve the Charizard there. I think by not going for that Mega Evolution, you're keeping one of your resources in your pocket. You can now threaten the Sun to go up here, and Arcel or Wolf would have to swap out the Tyranitar, bring it back in, but in doing so, you probably lose your Talonflame or your Sinistra to an attack from this Charizard. Are you willing to make that trade immediately? Sand ending as well means that there's no more chip damage, there's no more special defense boost on this Tyranitar, and of course there is no more Weather Ball changing into a Rock type. I think if Charizard's going to attack on this turn, it probably turns into the Sun.
I think so. That would be a really tough one for this Steelix to take, knowing that it already took over half from that Earth Power from the Venusaur earlier. Still 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, though, for Wolf to take advantage of as the Incineroar swaps in for the Charizard. Wants to get a nice Intimidate drop onto both of these Pokemon, and Steelix lets out the Heavy Slam. Not going to be too much for this Garchomp to handle, though, as the Tyranitar is hoping to follow that up with a Rock Slide, connecting into both Pokemon. The Garchomp has yet to move. The Incineroar takes a lot as it switches in.
Without the Sand, that Heavy Slam doesn't get the boost from Sand Force. Incineroar, after eating its Citrus Berry, will be relatively healthy, but Garchomp flinches from the Rock Slide, probably trying to get off a huge Stomping Tantrum on this turn to potentially knock out that Steelix, take the Pokemon advantage, but Rock Slide prevents that from happening, and now Wolf is facing down this Garchomp and Incineroar with all of his Pokemon remaining.
One more turn of Trick Room left, and then we will see if it can get set up again. Incineroar hitting the field means that there's a fresh Fake Out available for either the Steelix or the Tyranitar, and maybe another chance for this Garchomp to finish the job.
Stomping Tantrum would be great into either Steelix or Tyranitar, but quite bad into either the Talonflame or the Sinistra. So Arcel had a window on that last turn to get off a crucial attack here, but it might be closing.
Steelix gets faked out, though, knows that this is going to be a tough Pokemon to get through, especially with that physical defense, as Tyranitar goes for the knockoff. Barely misses the KO here, but you are actually getting rid of a pretty critical piece. The Choice Scarf removed from the Garchomp, letting it pick something else. It had locked into Dragon Claw on the turn before, and now you've gotten rid of that extra speed advantage the Garchomp will have outside of Trick Room.
The knockoff means that Garchomp no longer has that Choice Scarf, no longer will outspeed that Talonflame. You don't have to worry about your Gale Wings being broken by taking some damage. You will be able to outspeed Garchomp, either finish it off with that dual Brave Bird, maybe go for something like that Swords Dance too, but crucially again, the Garchomp is no longer going to attack before Talonflame. You also got some really good damage off with that knockoff. Garchomp can be a little bit difficult for Tyranitar and Steelix to deal with, but now in range for attack from any of Wolf's Pokemon.
going to be the Sinistra to come back in, because if there's anything that the Steelix can stand tall to, it's likely the Garchomp and the Incineroar. But can they actually withstand the full test? Wow, an interesting order of events here. It's actually going to be the Hospitality to heal up the Steelix before it switches out, and the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Sinistra takes another Dragon Claw, letting itself eat its Citrus Berry after the damage that it's taken, and the Parting Shot into the Talonflame will drop its attack.
Smart order of swaps by Wolf. I think you really wanted that Hospitality healing on the Steelix there to make sure it is healthy for later on in this battle. What Arsal's doing very well is using these Dragon Claws, guaranteeing that you're getting good damage out. If you're going for Stomping Tantrum on this turn, for example, you're either hitting a Grass type or a Flying type. But now the Sinistra can't really take too many more attacks. These Dragon Claws are adding up from this Garchomp. Wolf does have the speed advantage with the Talonflame, but what are you going to do with it?
You have the option to go for Brave Bird or Flare Blitz. Those are your two attacks. You've got Sharpig on the Talonflame, so you'll get an extra boost if you do decide to go for a Brave Bird. But if you hit into the Garchomp, that's Rough Skin Recoil that will be happening on top of the recoil you will take from using either of those moves. It's going to be Incineroar to come back in. There was a -1 attack stat onto that Talonflame. Make that -2 as the Intimidate will help that out too. The Sinistra protects itself, knowing that this Charizard is going to be threatening something here. Talonflame does unleash a Brave Bird, and that's going to go right into the Incineroar, but that's not going to hurt as much as you wish it might have because of that -2.
Arsal also refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard, continues to be very smart about conserving that resource. The Heat Wave coming through because of all those Dragon Claws into the Sinistra would have been knocked out even without the Sun and the stats from Mega Evolving. Now if Tyranitar comes in, Sand will get set up, and then Arsal can go for that Mega Evolution. If Steelix comes in, you have to swap in that Tyranitar if you want to prevent any kind of Sand. But if you swap in Tyranitar on this non-Mega Charizard and then it Mega Evolves, the Sun goes up. Refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard is really, really smart from Arsal here.
It's proving to us that it doesn't need to hold a Focus Sash or a Life Orb. Charizard in its base form is doing plenty. But you're right, the timing of this has been very critical to let Mega Evolution go on this Charizard. You get a nice boost to your special attack output as well, but with this Tyranitar hitting the field, I think this might be the door that Arsal needed to be opened.
The Tyranitar is also so weak, a Solar Beam should be able to knock it out. Maybe even a combination of Heat Wave and Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. If the Tyranitar is faster than Incineroar, though, you would have the chance to go for that knockoff. We've seen it Dragon Dance. It's probably a very speedy Tyranitar. So you can try to go for that Rock Slide, immediately take out that Incineroar, but if you do, you leave yourself vulnerable to this Charizard. Arsal now has the option to pull the trigger on that Mega Evolution, set up the Sun with Drought, activate either Solar Beam or Weather Ball.
There's also an option here for a Rage Powder from the Sinistra. Is that something that might be able to protect this Tyranitar? If you are thinking that something like a Solar Beam might go that way. Sinistra doesn't want to find out. It's going to switch out for Steelix now, come in and take its place. So then is this risky? Charizard is Mega Evolving. It's going to set the Sun. It's got Heat Wave at its disposal.
If Heat Wave comes through and knocks out the Steelix, the Sun will be up for the remainder of the game.
Let's find out what happens with this Charizard. It's got a couple of different options here, but we know one thing's for sure. Tyranitar is not going down on this turn. Charizard unleashes the Weather Ball, which is going to catch the Steelix on the switch in and knock it out.
I think Arsal just wins this game. Sinistra cannot redirect attacks from Venusaur, and Charizard has a very clean Weather Ball into the Sinistra for the remainder of this battle. A Earth Power from this Venusaur without that Sand special defense boost might be enough to just knock out this Tyranitar and get game one for Arsal.
I think you're right. The patience has been key here, as this Charizard is going to keep the weather sunny all day for the rest of this game number 1.
No need to worry about Heat Wave here. A Weather Ball into Sinistra will finish it off. The question is, does Earth Power KO Tyranitar without the special defense boost from the Sand, without the Mega Evolution special defense buff? I think it might be.
There also might just be, I was going to say, I don't know if it's a cleaner way through the game, but did you just try to rip Sleep Powder into the Tyranitar if you expect that you're not going to be able to protect here? Or Rage Powder it away? Sinistra is going to protect itself in front of this, but yeah, you're right. Your power just comes out, and it's a knockout onto the Tyranitar, leaving the Sinistra by itself to have to battle a 1v4.
I don't know if Sinistra can do that, Rosemary. It's really powerful at helping its teammates out, but when it comes down to winning games on its own, not what you want to see. Arsal takes a commanding game 1 over Wolf Glick. refusing to Mega Evolve that Charizard until the timing was perfect just put Wolf in a really tough spot. The use of that Dragon Claw on Garchomp was huge to ensure that you're consistently pumping out damage and not letting these defensive switch catch you off guard.
Wow, and Sinistcha almost gets taken down by that final Sludge Bomb, but is nice enough to let its partner Charizard finish it up. Game 1 in the Masters Finals goes to Arcel Puri.
That was so well played by Arcel that entire time. Wolf was able to get Trick Room up with that Sinistcha, but it really never felt like Arcel was on the back foot. Even with that flinch on the Garchomp from the Rock Slide, you maybe lost a little bit of ground there, but again, you got that damage off with Dragon Claw when you needed to. And even though you had to take a few attacks, Garchomp barely hanging on from that knockoff was what it allowed it to set up the Pokemon on Arcel to take those KOs for the late game.
And that was after we saw an early wake up from the Steelix after getting put to sleep in the beginning of game number 1. Heavy Slam onto the Venusaur did soften it up quite a bit, but the Sand Chip didn't take it out at the end of that turn.
No, luckily for Arcel, it was able to stick around and be the determining factor in that end game. The Heat Waves coming through from the Charizard without the Mega Evolution, still enough to take the KO in that Talonflame after some Brave Bird recoil and that crucial Dragon Claw from Garchomp. That Choice Scarf Garchomp is such a great tool for Arcel here. Even in Trick Room, Wolf's Pokemon just don't have a great way to eliminate it quickly.
I wonder if then you think about leaving the Steelix at home.
You have to wonder.
If you leave it at home and then you rely on the Mega Evolution of a Tyranitar, you do get to play a little bit more within the timing of the Mega Charizard on the other side, but it's still going to be a run back of the Tyranitar and the Steelix as we see the Garchomp and the Venusaur for Arcel.
I like it. You stick to your guns. Arcel did very well with this lead in the first game. Wolf knows that he could potentially play this a little bit differently and turn it around in game number 2. But right off the bat, once again, Venusaur threatening a big Earth Power into Steelix, threatening Sleep Powders into either of these Pokemon, trying to create some space for Arcel to not take much damage in the next coming turns.
We see Tyranitar protect itself as Steelix will do the same. Doesn't want to fall to a Sleep Powder, but you also get to scout for what this Garchomp is going to go for with its Choice Scarf, locking itself into Dragon Claw in the first turn.
I like that from Wolf, just making sure you know what this Garchomp is trying to do. If by chance Arcel switches it up and tries to go for a ground type attack here, you know your Talonflame and your Sinistcha are much safer. Now knowing the Dragon Claw is the move locked, it's unlikely that Venusaur and Garchomp can double up for a knockout into either of these two Pokemon, so it's a lot safer for Wolf here. No Mega on Steelix though.
No Mega on the Tyranitar either, so it's going to be a Sleep Powder to put the Steelix to sleep and a Dragon Claw to bring this Tyranitar down to about half. Steelix has to take a mandatory turn of sleep, but Tyranitar has gone for Dragon Dance to give it a bit of a speed boost for the next turn.
Wolf taking a page out of Arcel's book and not Mega Evolving when the timing seemed right. Really smart here, because if the Steelix gets put to sleep as it Mega Evolves, you've given up that Mega Evolution, you've removed the option for Tyranitar to use it, and if Steelix didn't get put to sleep, the Heavy Slam still does a good chunk to Venusaur, maybe even to Garchomp. You're probably not taking a one-hit KO on either way, so the drop in damage that you traded potentially by not going for that Mega Evolution is very worth keeping it in your pocket.
Now you get your choice, as Incineroar is going to come in and you make that decision a little bit easier. Intimidate drop onto both the Steelix and the Tyranitar, but you've got to figure out when the Steelix is going to wake up. It won't be this turn, as we do see that Steelix get back into its Pokeball to let some room for the Sinistcha to give a Hospitality Matcha boost to this Tyranitar. As Rock Slide comes out, it is faster than the Venusaur, might be able to get a flinch here, but more importantly, ends up getting some major damage down onto this Incineroar to bring it down into Citrus Berry range, and Venusaur does flinch. Tyranitar understood the assignment.
That's a huge bit of damage into Incineroar there, thanks to that Dragon Dance. That was still a full-powered Rock Slide after the Intimidate. Now with a few more turns of Sand damage, a Rock Slide could take it out. And of course, Venusaur does not want to take one more Rock Slide. That flinch is huge for Wolf here. You've prevented your Tyranitar from potentially going to sleep or taking something like an Earth Power, which could put it in range for that Garchomp to come in later and knock it out. Sinistcha also is here to protect that Tyranitar a little bit. Can't redirect the Venusaur, but did give it a crucial Hospitality boost.
Gotta protect yourself this turn though, because with that Incineroar switching in, you don't want to get faked out, and you also don't want to get Earth Powered on the same turn. Sinistcha going to protect itself too. Let's just scout out that this Venusaur really is going after it. Has its number there with the Sludge Bomb, as the Flare Blitz would have been a double up into that slot. If you want to just think about switching out the Sinistcha on this turn.
Yeah, this Sinistra isn't really doing a whole lot on the field right now. If it does stay on the field and potentially take a Sledge Bomb and Flare Blitz, you might lose it and lose access to Hospitality. If you swap it out and bring it back in, you get another bit of health recovery on this Tyranitar.
One turn of Sandstorm left. So will we see this Tyranitar actually give up this Dragon Dance boost? We won't. Incineroar is going to miss that Rock Slide as the Garchomp comes in to take that Venusaur's place. And that is a Pokemon you did not want to miss with that super effective Rock type attack. Leaves this Incineroar to go for the parting shot and drop this Tyranitar's attack stat.
Rock Slide gives and takes away. Missing that Incineroar means I don't know if it would have knocked it out if it did connect, but you do lose a lot of damage on that Incineroar, and you potentially lose your shot at that flinch on the Incineroar as well. Machagacha coming through into Garchomp has a chance to burn it, which could make it even more difficult for our Saul here, but it looks like it did not. A little bit of recovery there, and of course no damage on Charizard. This is where the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp is crucial. With that Choice Scarf, we'll still be able to outspeed Wolf's Tyranitar at +1, but because it is Choice Scarf and doesn't have something like a boosting item, no Soft Sand to power up those ground type attacks, will an Earthquake be able to knock out Tyranitar before it can Rock Slide the Charizard?
That's a tough question to answer because you still have a a speed boost on this Tyranitar. It's only at -1 as well, thanks to their Dragon Dance and the extra work put in by the Incineroar to drop it below neutral. But now you got to think about the timing of the Mega Evolution.
Yeah.
Which weather would win?
If both Pokemon Mega Evolve on this turn, it would actually be the Sun that remains up. Tyranitar is faster than the Charizard thanks to that Dragon Dance, but there's no Mega Evolution, there's a swap out. We're dropping that speed boost to give yourself a chance to attack with this Talonflame.
And Charizard's going to protect itself, so we will see this Garchomp actually go for Earthquake, something the Sinistra is going to handle very well, and the Talonflame will be immune to thanks to that flying typing. Sinistra, look at that. I mean, it's going to get another chance to go for like a Machagacha here and actually try to get a burn onto this Garchomp.
A burn and maybe more importantly some more damage to put it in guaranteed KO range for Brave Bird. That Garchomp takes a lot from that Machagacha, and now this Talonflame swapping in on a ground type attack with no sand active has that Gale Wings. You have the priority Brave Bird, can knock out this Garchomp even if that Incineroar comes in for an Intimidate. This is what you need to threaten this Garchomp with your speed advantage on the Talonflame because that Tyranitar, again, would still have been slower.
Garchomp's going to switch out, knows that it's going to need to change up its move selection in the next turn and is also a bit under threat. Intimidate to help drop the attack stat of that Talonflame. Maybe that's going to make this KO just a little bit more survivable.
Oh!
But Talonflame goes for the Sword Stance here. That's going to be a +1 Talonflame, and you're going to have to be a little scared of that one.
If Heat Wave connects, you at least get to break the Gale Wings on this Talonflame, and thankfully for Arsal, it does. But Talonflame is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field still, and unless Arsal is able to swap that Garchomp in, Talonflame has to worry, or no, Arsal's Pokemon have to worry about taking this +1 Sharpbeak boosted Brave Bird.
Or if you set the Sun, then I would be a little worried about those Flare Blitzes too.
Thankfully, this Incineroar coming in, you do get the Intimidate, so Talonflame now is only at -1, or +1 rather, and you have the option to potentially swap out that Charizard for Garchomp while you fake out the Talonflame. That still opens up an avenue for you to outspeed this no Gale Wings Talonflame, but the Charizard instead will Mega Evolve.
Still a Mega Evolution on the table for Wolf on the next turn, but the Sun will be active at least for this one to start things off. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out, going to stop this Talonflame in its tracks, and so it's not going to be able to get a turn off for this one, but Charizard goes for Solar Beam. Is it a Tyranitar on the other side?
I think it is.
Charizard lets the Solar Beam rip. That poor Tyranitar is on the receiving end and gets one hit knocked out on the switch-in.
No more sand at all for this game. Wolf loses Tyranitar to a huge call. That is a major Solar Beam there. Makes a lot of sense that Sinistra did not want to take a fire type attack, but now crucially there is no sand. There is no sand force for this Steelix. Steelix is also still asleep. The Talonflame does get a little bit of recovery from that Hospitality, does not get it back up to full, so Gale Wing still remains inactive. But what a huge turn for Arsal there. You've guaranteed that you have won the Weather War.
That poor Steelix, and this Charizard has to go if this Steelix wants to stand a chance in this match. You also want to make sure that you can get yourself through these next 4 turns, because there's the other way that you can win the weather is just try to outlast it.
Yeah.
But do you have enough HP resource to do that?
This +1 Talonflame still is very threatening for the Charizard. A Brave Bird could come through and have the potential to knock it out based on how they're trained. Let's see.
Brave Bird with the Sharp Beak at +1 does actually get so close! 1 HP and a dream for this Charizard as the Heat Wave connects onto both. A KO on the Sinistra, barely missing out on the KO for this Talonflame, but this Incineroar could follow up that Heat Wave with a Flare Blitz or a Throat Chop and knock it out. Flare Blitz is going to be the move of choice as Talonflame goes down, and Sleepy Steelix has to come in and try to win out this 1v4.
Charizard, the well-trained, taking that Brave Bird in style. 1 HP is the most exciting way you can survive there, and crucially connecting that Heat Wave on both targets, putting Talonflame into range for that Flare Blitz.
Wolf was on the precipice of winning an 11th regional championship, but Arcel Puri had a different agenda. One Pokemon away from being able to capture the regional championship title that he has been dreaming of and chasing for many, many years. A Mega Steelix asleep. This feels like it's gotta be a job that is almost locked up. Charizard goes for the Weather Ball, brings it down to 1 HP thanks to the starting ability activating on the Steelix, but this Incineroar is going to finish it off. That's Arcel Puri, your first regional champion in the Masters Division. We're Pokemon champions.
Doing it in style, taking out one of the best trainers of all time in Wolf Click with one of the flashiest plays we had seen on stream all weekend. That Solar Beam was a huge call out of what Wolf was trying to do on that turn. Immediately taking out Tyranitar, it was going to be